Son, come here. Look who I am with. Cecilia adjusted her phone and aimed the camera at Blair, who seemed to have something to say but didn't know how to do so. Right at that moment, Wesley walked out of the bathroom. Niles didn't show up in the video until 2 seconds later when he turned on the light. Hello, Mom. Oh, you're with Blair and Wesley. Right. It would have been so great if you were here too. But it's okay, dear. You focus on your studies and I'll take care of Blair for you. Look at the dishes I had a chef prepare. They look yummy, don't they? As Cecilia and Niles began an animated discussion, Wesley sat opposite Blair and grabbed a bowl to ladle some soup. Seeing that, Blair had an idea. She stood up and snatched the bowl away from him. I'll do it for you, she uttered gallantly. Cecilia was surprised to see this helpful effort. Wesley glanced at his mom, but didn't turn Blair down. Afraid that Niles would get jealous on this sight, Cecilia covered the phone camera and scolded her older son. Wesley, why did you ask Blair to ladle soup for you? Use your own hands. Actually, Niles had already seen what Blair was doing. Finding it interesting, he asked deliberately, Mom, is Blair ladling soup for my brother? Cecilia felt that the situation was getting awkward. She removed her hand from the camera and told him, Yes, but she ladled soup for me too. She is really a thoughtful girl. Niles couldn't understand why his mom was saying that, and Blair herself was left speechless. Wesley kept on eating, as if what was going on didn't concern him at all. Blair kicked him under the table. He paused and looked up at her. When she saw that Cecilia wasn't paying attention to them, Blair mouthed to Wesley, Explain. She had tried to clarify her relationship with Niles to Cecilia, but it had only caused more misunderstanding. Wesley was puzzled. Explain what? She hasn't explained why she is suddenly with Niles. Now she wants an explanation from me. Cecilia turned her head and caught sight of Wesley's attentive gaze, which was directed at Blair. She pointed the camera at the dishes and slapped him on the shoulder, hard enough to sting but soft enough for the camera to avoid getting shaken. He looked at her apartment to cook. Besides the resemblance in appearance, Blair now could see another piece of proof that Cecilia and Wesley were mother and son, their bad cutting skills. Eat fast and then go to sleep early. I am going shopping tomorrow and I would like you to come with me. I want to buy some shoes and clothes for Blair, and I need your opinion, Cecilia told Wesley. I hate shopping, Wesley declared. Going shopping with 2 women. That doesn't sound fun, he thought. Cecilia rolled her eyes at him. I wouldn't have asked you to tag along if Niles were here. Since he's not here, it falls on you to take care of us. Blair screamed inwardly, Aunt Cecilia, can you just listen to me? I'm not Niles' girlfriend, and Wesley is not going to be my brother-in-law. But she could only look at Wesley expectantly, still hoping that he could explain things to Cecilia. Wesley looked at Blair and then shifted his gaze towards her belly. She is pregnant. She does need extra care, he thought. All right. I'll go with you, he agreed with a nod. Cecilia didn't notice the shift of Wesley's gaze, but Blair did. She squeezed the chopsticks hard, trying to refrain herself from punching him. Then she told Wesley with a sarcastic smile, Thank you, brother. Wesley sensed the hint of sarcasm in her voice. Cecilia was happy to hear that. Now that is good. I knew you were only being shy just now. We'll be a family sooner or later, so from now on, just consider Wesley your brother. Okay, Aunt Cecilia, Blair readily agreed. The dishes had all turned tasteless to Wesley. The meal was beginning to feel more like a torture to him than sustenance. As soon as he was done, he went towards the kitchen to do the dishes, while Blair and Cecilia stayed in the living room chatting. After he had dried his hands, he walked out onto the balcony for a cigarette. This whole thing about Niles and Blair was bugging him so much. He leaned against the balcony railing, with the smoke swirling around him. Laughter was coming from the living room. He turned around to look at the 2 women. Cecilia had Blair's hand between hers. Wesley decided to give his brother a call. Brother, did you enjoy the meal? Niles greeted him as cheerfully as ever. Wesley frowned and then responded with a question of his own. Do you know that she is pregnant? Who is pregnant? Niles was perplexed. So he doesn't know, Wesley thought. You are such an idiot, he reprimanded. Niles was unable to make head or tail of this insult and anger. Where is this coming from? What did I do wrong? He wanted to ask more, but Wesley had already hung up by the time he could recollect his wits. He called back. Wesley didn't answer. Neither did he reply to Niles' WeChat messages. Niles was pissed, but he could only try to comfort himself. When the cigarette burned out, Wesley returned to the living room. Mom, I need to get going, he told Cecilia. He didn't feel like staying anyway. Okay. Drive safe. Blair and I will sleep late tomorrow morning so you don't have to come and pick us up too early, Cecilia told him. Wesley got up before 5 a.m. every morning, even on rainy days. Cecilia was afraid that he would come get them at 6. No problem. Wesley walked towards the door to change into his shoes. The moment he opened the door and stepped out, Blair said to Cecilia hastily, Aunt Cecilia, I just remembered that there isn't an extra set of toiletries in here. I'll go out and buy some for you. I am coming with you. There's no need for that. The supermarket is a bit far. You just stay here and rest. Blair put on her shoes quickly. Then let Wesley take you there. Wesley, wait F. So he turned the wheel and parked the car at the roadside. Once the car had stopped, Blair rained down pinches on his arm. Wesley wanted to say something but she spat. Shut up and listen. Wesley shut up. Knowing that he could endure pain, she pinched as hard as she could. So tough as he was, it still hurt. Wesley nodded to her. In case you don't hear me clearly, I am going to repeat this thrice for you. I'm not pregnant. I'm not pregnant. I'm not pregnant, she bellowed. She almost blurted out that she was still a virgin. Wesley nodded as he said calmly, Seeing how calm he was, Blair suddenly wasn't angry anymore. She let go of his arm and said, That's all I wanted you to know. Drive. Before Wesley could step on the gas, she added, No. Wait a minute. Wesley turned towards her. Blair tried her best to speak in a calm tone. There's nothing going on between your brother and me. Explain this to your mom tomorrow. Nothing going on? Wesley smiled. Why don't you explain it to her? I did, but she didn't believe me. She barely even listened to me. Blair felt frustrated on thinking about it. After a moment of silence, Wesley agreed. Okay. Blair was relieved. One more thing, now that you know I'm not pregnant, can I move out now? Wesley grabbed her phone in her hand and typed something on the screen. I've just saved my number on your phone. Call me if you need anything, he told her when he handed back her phone. Blair stole a glance at Wesley's face as she took her phone from him. Somehow she felt that he didn't want her to move out. But since he hadn't said anything otherwise to make her stay yet, she was afraid that she might be wrong. I might never need it. After I move out, most probably, I won't have a reason to trouble you anymore, she reminded him in a sad, low voice. It wasn't impossible that such would be the case. She had been out of touch with Wesley for a long time after she had moved out of the hillside apartments, just like she had been out of touch with him after she had gone abroad. Silence fell inside the car. She was waiting for him to say something, but Wesley didn't. He started the engine, and the car ran through the exit of the apartment complex with only its engine to break the silence. Even that hum felt like silence in the awkwardness of the situation. Sadness took hold of Blair, as if something was clutching at her heart. She couldn't look at him, nor did she want him to see her sad, so she turned to look out the window. For the first time, she really didn't feel like talking even though she was around him. They arrived at the supermarket pretty soon. It wasn't that far through car. Blair unbuckled the seatbelt and was about to get out of the car when Wesley grabbed her arm and stopped her. There's an umbrella in the trunk. Wait here. I'll get it. He got out and brought the umbrella from the trunk. Then he opened the passenger door and carried Blair out of the car. Are you coming with me? Blair asked, looking at him longingly. She wanted him to. Yeah, I can help you choose. I know her likes and dislikes, Wesley answered. That made sense. As Cecilia's son, he sure knew her better than Blair did. They walked towards the supermarket with him holding the umbrella for the both of them. There was 1 second when Blair was 1 step behind. Only then did she find out that most of the umbrella was over her. Wesley's left shoulder was all wet. What was this man doing? Blair was moved. But since he had already made it clear that he didn't like her, she thought that he was doing this only because he was a gentleman. She looked up at the umbrella and moved closer to him so that it could shield both of them. Distracted, she didn't notice the puddle on the ground. Be care. Felt embarrassed. But then Wesley added, "You know what? You can ask Mom to take it with her. She will love it." His father spoiled his mom. So despite her age, Cecilia was still childlike in more ways than a few. He said, "Mom," instead of "my mom." Blair was happy. Women were sensitive. The checkout assistant heard everything Wesley said. When she heard him say "Mom" to Blair, she cast one more look at Blair. Then she saw that it was a beautiful woman standing beside Wesley. They didn't look alike at all. They couldn't be siblings, so she assumed that they were a couple. The checkout assistant felt her heart shatter into pieces. She continued working with her head lowered. Blair felt great when she saw how a potential rival to her love had been crushed. To be honest, she wasn't much of a rival. After all, it was only an assistant's crush on Wesley, and not the other way round. She volunteered to carry one of the bags and made her way to the exit. Wesley was carrying a bigger carrier bag. But even so, he tucked the change into his pants pocket hastily, caught up with Blair, and offered to take the bag from her. But Blair declined. "Mine is not heavy. The one you're carrying is full of beverages. It's already heavy enough." Wesley looked at her and retorted, "Maybe, but you're so frail. What if it triggers your fever?" Before she could refuse, he had taken the bag from her. Blair didn't know what to say. "I'm not as fragile as he thinks." She was a bit defensive. "I was sick only once when I was in England," she thought. However, there was one thing in particular that hit on Blair only when the topic was brought up. It suddenly dawned on her that whenever she was close to Wesley, she would easily get injured or sick. However, when Wesley wasn't by her side, her physical health remained beyond very good. She couldn't understand why. Together, they made their way towards the exit of the supermarket. A worker was standing there, checking the purchase receipts before letting anyone exit with the shopping bag. Wesley's hands were full, so he had to ask Blair, "Get the receipt from my pocket." "Okay." Without thinking much, Blair walked up to him and reached her hand inside his coat pocket. It seemed like the most logical place to start. Wesley lowered his head to look at her with a sidelong glance. "No, it's inside the pocket of my trousers." "Oh." Blair then moved her hand down and put it into one of the pockets of his trousers. While she was groping around for the receipt, she could clearly feel his hard muscle through the thin clothing. Both of their facial expressions changed subtly. "Not this side. The other one," Wesley said in a low voice, sounding a little hoarse and trying to ignore the soft hand roaming around his pockets. "Oh well. Got it. The wrong pocket again?" Blair pursed her lips. "What is going on with you, Blair?" she scolded herself inwardly. She then moved to the other side and carefully reached her hand inside the pocket again. She felt a wad of cash. To avoid more trouble, she drew them all out of his pocket and finally saw the receipt embedded within the hurried roll. She withdrew the long white piece of paper and put the money back into his pocket. Without turning her head around, she walked straight to the worker standing at the exit. She felt embarrassed to make eye contact with him. She tried to comfort herself by saying that it was inevitable, and anyone would be if they touched someone's hard muscle. The rain hadn't stopped yet. Blair took the umbrella and tried to hold it for the two of them. But Wesley was too tall for her to reach. Even with her arm lifted vertically straight, the umbrella was touching his hairs. Wesley gathered all the shopping bags in his right hand and grabbed the umbrella from her in his left hand, holding it up for the two of them. The heavy weight on his right hand made the blue veins in his right arm pop out. Blair saw that and she couldn't take it anymore. She reached out for the lighter bag that she had held a few moments before. "Let me carry this one. I can hold it." "It's difficult for you to hold the umbrella this way," she told him with concern in her voice. However, instead of listening to her, Wesley gave the umbrella back to her and walked into the rain stride. He breathed to adjust his breathing. After he felt a little better, he pulled his buzzing phone out. "Mom, why haven't you two come back yet? It's raining outside. Did you take an umbrella?" Cecilia had only found out it was raining when she had gone out to hang some clothes in the balcony. Closing his eyes, he leaned against the seat and told her, "Yes, we did. We'll be back in a few minutes." He breathed in Blair's fragrance floating in the air as he spoke. "Okay. Be careful. Drive Blair back before you leave since it's raining now," Cecilia demanded. She didn't know her phone call had interrupted her son's intimate, romantic moment. "Will do." After ending the call, Wesley fired up the engine and drove away. They both kept silent on their way back. Both of them were half filled with desire and half with confusion. By the time they arrived at the apartment complex, the rain had already stopped. As usual, Wesley would not let Blair exit on her own and carried her out of his huge car. Affected by the kiss earlier, he didn't let go of her even after putting her to her feet. With his arms wrapped around her waist, he whispered softly, "Don't go out with Niles. You two aren't meant for each other." Blair was rendered speechless. When had she even said that she would date Niles? And why did Wesley care about this? She deliberately provoked him. "Niles and I aren't meant for each other? So does that mean if I find a suitable man, I can go out with him?" Wesley answered her with a deeper and more imperious kiss this time. Blair felt uncomfortable, so she kept stepping backwards. However, even after her back was pressed against the car door, he still didn't let go of her. Meanwhile, some distance away from the romantic pair, a group of men were whispering to each other. "Wow! Who said that our chief loves men?" A lot of people said that. Everyone doubted our chief's sexual preference after he turned down Blair's proposal. We all thought he was gay. But look at what the man's doing now. The girl's scared by his passionate kiss. One of the men remarked, smiling mischievously. "The girl he's embracing right now is Blair, for your information. She was trapped by the flash floods which came in South Mountain. You know, our chief rushed to save her himself." "Hey, I heard that story too. They said that our chief risked his life and jumped into the rushing river current to rescue a woman. Once he had carried the woman to a safe place, he himself was washed away by the flood. So was the woman Blair too. What's our chief thinking? He loves Blair. We all can see that. But she had proposed to him once in a high-profile manner, and he said no at that time. Why? You know, if I were Blair, I wouldn't even give him a single glance now, not to say let him kiss me. You only say that because you have no idea how much Blair loves our chief. Tsk, listen to you. Do you think you are an expert at love?" Leonard touched his chin and concluded amidst their fervent discussions. "Our chief is the typical breed of man, aloof on the outside, but soft as a squishy brain on the inside." This group of gossiping men were Wesley's subordinates. They had come there to find Wesley and ask him to join a get-together. They hadn't expected to witness such a romantic and thrilling scene. Wesley treated them like good friends in private, so they all knew everything about Wesley's estates in Y City, including this apartment. They also knew that it belonged to his brother. Before Wesley had left the platoon, he had told his men that his family had come, and he was going to go to his brother's apartment that night. That was why Leonard and the other soldiers had come to this apartment to wait for him to show up. They thought that they'd hidden themselves well and wouldn't be found easily. But suddenly, Wesley opened his eyes and let go of the woman in his arms. He tilted his head to look in a direction, a dangerous look in his eyes. In the dark, Talbot felt like Wesley's eyes were staring right at him, merciless and cruel. If he were to take them as robbers, God help them. He held his breath and hissed to the others, "Don't move. Chief has discovered us." Normally, our leader should have discovered us the moment he stepped out of the car. But he's a few minutes late this time. Seems like he's overly tempted by the beautiful girl, a soldier whispered in a husky voice. When Blair finally opened her eyes, she saw Wesley staring in some direction. She followed his gaze and F.D. child. She sighed. He saw how much I had to suffer to give birth. I told him many times I wanted a daughter, because daughters are always warm and considerate. Then he told me that I would have 2 warm and considerate daughters-in-law in the future. So why do I have to give birth to a daughter and suffer pain myself? After a pause, she looked at Blair and continued, You know, there are always problems between a mother-in-law and a daughter-in-law. I'm worried that the young aren't usually willing to live with the elders, or we may have difficulties communicating with the young. Blair nodded in understanding. Indeed, the relationship between a mother-in-law and a daughter-in-law could be sensitive sometimes. It was a social phenomenon that occurred more than often. But you're a nice person. I think you'll surely get along with your future daughter-in-law. There won't be a problem in your case, she comforted the anxious mother. On hearing her words, Cecilia was thrilled. She turned her body around and looked at Blair. You said the same things as my husband. He always says that my personality is like a child. I'm good with people, so I won't have problems getting along with anyone. If I treat my daughter-in-law like my own daughter, she will surely treat me as a real mother. Blair, is that what you think too? Blair suddenly felt baffled. Why was she asking her that? She wondered if she should take this opportunity to explain her relationship with Niles. But then she decided against it. She'd better off finding a more suitable opportunity to tell the happy mother. If Cecilia knew the truth now, she might end up having a sleepless night. So she nodded. Yes, I think so too. People should have mutual respect towards each other. Heart to heart, that's the basic rule. Cecilia suddenly held Blair's hand and said with much emphasis, Just be yourself. Don't hold back. What? Blair was confused. I heard from your uncle that you used to be upbeat, outgoing, cheerful even. You're a lot quieter now, maybe because your parents died. Blair, you're like my own daughter. Do what you want to do. Be who you want to be. Okay. The kind mother's warm words touched Blair's heart. Tears sprang to her eyes and they flowed down her cheek. Okay. She sobbed. Cecilia is so great. I wonder if she really could be my mother-in-law. Blair felt a little sentimental, uncertain about her future. If Wesley and I can make it work. The night grew deeper. The 2 women didn't stop chatting until the small hours. At that point, Cecilia had to give it up and close her eyes to sleep. Listening to Cecilia's steady breathing, Blair stared at the ceiling, pondering what had happened earlier that night. She wondered if Wesley also had feelings for her. Otherwise, why would he keep snatching every chance he had to kiss her? Or was it just how men act around women? Before she closed her eyes to take some sleep, she checked the time on her phone. It was already 4:10 in the morning. No wonder she was tired. She lay back, closed her eyes, and slowly drifted off to sleep. Not even 3 hours later, Wesley opened the door to the apartment. It was quiet inside. It seemed like the 2 women weren't awake yet. He put the breakfast he'd bought in the kitchen and then walked back to the living room, dialing a number. A sleepy voice mumbled, Hello? Who is it? It's me. Wesley's voice jarred Blair awake. She abruptly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Cecilia's sleeping face. I'm in the living room, Wesley said. Blair checked the time. Way too early. Why is he so eager to go shopping with us? She wondered. She quickly got out of bed, put on her slippers and quietly opened the door. Then she made sure to close the door behind her after walking out. Seeing her come out, Wesley hung up. He was curious of her careful movements. Meeting Wesley's eyes, Blair suddenly realized that she hadn't freshened. KLY typed the message with one hand. I need some money. I'll pay you back when I get my paycheck. No problem. How much? Blair paused for a while. How much can you afford? Jocelyn rolled her eyes. Your cousin has given me quite a lot. What are you going to do? 20 large enough? Probably not. Maybe 50,000? Can you? Blair stole a glance at Cecilia. Every item on the noble lady's body was luxurious. Don't tell me you owe someone money. Blair's lips twitched. No. Wesley's mom is with me. We'll go shopping soon and I think I should buy her a gift. What if she wants something expensive? So are you and Wesley in a relationship now? Jocelyn asked outright.
Blair replied, No.
It has nothing to do with him. His mom is awesome. I simply want to get her something. Okay. I'll wire 50,000 to you in a minute. But what if she picks out something worth 500 grand? Will you buy that too?
No.
I can't afford anything like that. I've got limits and I won't overspend. Blair had a monthly wage of more than $10,000. She could return 50,000 to Jocelyn within half a year. Jocelyn wired the money to her and added a message. Okay, as long as you know what you're doing. Wesley's eyes had been glued to her the whole time. But oblivious to his intent gaze, Blair texted her friend, drinking soybean milk. Thanks, my friend. Oh right. Don't tell my cousin. Although Hartwell deeply appreciated Wesley's abilities, which he had witnessed in the military, he disliked Blair getting too close to him. He had sternly warned the girl to stay away from Wesley once. That was particularly why Blair didn't want Jocelyn to tell Hartwell anything. If he found out about the two of them, there was going to be too much fuss for her to deal with. Jocelyn wrote back. All right, got it. Just use the money. It's from your cousin, so you don't owe me anything. If I am short of anything, he'll give me more. You worry about yourself. Blair sent a thumbs-up emoji and replied, Wow, you lucky girl. I envy you so much. Don't show off to me so early in the early, huh? Who are you texting? A man's voice suddenly cut in her ears and it was so loud that she almost jumped. Startled, her hand shook violently for a moment and the phone slipped off, dropping right into the half-finished bowl of soybean milk. Wesley hadn't expected this to happen. He quickly shot to his feet and rushed towards the bowl, snatching her phone out of the bowl with one hand, and pulling a tissue with his other hand. He began to wipe her phone, whose screen was still functional. Accidentally, his eyes fell on the transfer record on the chat log. Jocelyn had just transferred $50,000 to Blair. He knew it was wrong to peek at other people's chat logs. But it was Blair's phone and he felt overwhelmed by the urge to know more about her. Besides, who wasn't going to be curious after seeing a transfer log of 50 grand? He stole a glance at Blair. She was pulling some more tissues. Silently and quickly, pretending to wipe the phone, he scrolled up and down the chat log, fast reading her messages with Jocelyn. Before she could shift her eyes back to her phone, Wesley already had a general idea of what was going on. Cecilia was talking with Baldwin over the phone at that moment. When she saw that Blair's phone was completely soaked in the soybean milk, she comforted the girl. Don't be upset, Blair. Your phone is old. I'll buy you a new one soon. She had already noticed the previous night that Blair's phone was an old model worth only about $100. Blair shook her head. Aunt, don't bother. It's still functional. I am not that interested in phones and I'll buy a new one when it really stops working. Her words caught Wesley's attention. He had just witnessed another side of Blair. According to what he could read from the chat log, she was going to buy Cecilia a gift using the money Jocelyn had transferred. $50,000 was a large amount for Blair. However, she wasn't even going to buy a new phone for herself. Even if she were to spend $1,000 on Cecilia, she could easily have afforded to buy a good phone for her own self. But she didn't want to. She's so generous to my mom but mean to herself. What a strange girl, Wesley thought to himself. Why not buy a new one today? Do you like this phone very much? How long, huh? Called out specifically, Wesley raised his head to look at Blair again. Good, he nodded. Then his attention was on his phone again. That's so perfunctory, Blair thought unhappily. She changed into the second dress. It was a long black dress with a knot on the shoulder that looked like a cute bow. She thought that it was quite fashionable, but Wesley had the same tacit response. Cecilia asked her son again. Wesley, what do you think? He again gave Blair a quick glance and repeated, It's nice. Then Blair tried on 3 more sets. Each time Cecilia asked Wesley's opinion and the man gave the same answer. Good. Finally, when it came to the 6th dress, Cecilia couldn't help but get irritated. She complained in a slightly angry tone. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Is your phone that attractive to you? Pay attention and give an honest response, will you? Wesley put down his phone and stared at Blair, with an innocent look in his eyes. He didn't mean to make a casual comment. He did think that Blair looked good in each of these dresses. The only problem was that Blair was too thin. She would look so much prettier if she could put on just a little weight. At that moment, Blair was wearing a short, pink-colored jacket and with a matching skirt. She looked sweet in this outfit. Suddenly, Wesley remembered the night when they were out of electricity in Hillside Apartments. Blair was changing her clothes in her bedroom. She had gotten scared by the shadow that the light show outside her balcony was casting. The shadow was quite similar to a human, and she had thought that it was really an intruder outside her window. Hearing her shriek, Wesley had broken into her bedroom at once and accidentally saw a little of her body. As the memory of that night flooded his mind, the look in his eyes began to change. Blair noticed his eyes again and felt embarrassed by the way he was looking at her. "Do I look that bad?" she asked uneasily. He said nothing. When Wesley didn't say anything, Blair asked, "That bad, huh?" Wesley merely stared at Blair, lost in some wild thought. Cecilia kicked the dazed man and scolded, "What's wrong with you? Say something." Snapping out of his reverie back into reality, the soldier shot to his feet and told the saleslady, "Please pack everything she tried on, including what she's wearing." Blair was shocked by his generosity. Cecilia was stunned too. What does he mean by doing this? She thought. Ignoring the two women's surprised gazes, Wesley made his way to the checkout counter. Blair returned to the fitting room to stop the saleslady from packing anything up. "I'm sorry. Please wait a moment," the saleslady said confusedly. "Miss, the gentleman said he would pay for everything." "I know, but please just put them here. I want to change back first." The saleslady was puzzled. Nonetheless, she nodded and left the fitting room. Blair closed the door and changed, wondering what was going on in Wesley's head. Is he getting impatient? That was the only reason she could figure out. After all, she had spent half an hour in trying on 6 sets of clothes and Cecilia had kept asking his opinion on every outfit. Men got impatient easily. After putting on her own outfit, Blair came out of the fitting room, holding 6 sets of new clothes in her hands. Cecilia and Wesley were waiting for her at the front counter. With a happy grin, Cecilia said excitedly, "Over here, Blair. Wesley will pay, and Niles can reimburse him." Niles can reimburse him? Blair then got what she meant. Cecilia still thought she was Niles' girlfriend. Blair gave the clothes to the saleslady and went over to hold Cecilia's arm. "Thanks, but I have enough clothes at home. When I got my first job, my friend went shopping with me and I bought a lot." "But you bought those. These are from me."
From Niles.
"What's more, these are the latest styles. You know, you can't have two, Ma. I'm busy. Busy getting my ass chewed by my mom. Busy keeping my anger in check." That was true. He was indeed feeling angry and gloomy. Keith cut to the chase. "Leave Blair to your brother. I'll make it up to you some other way." After some careful analysis, the old man was certain that Wesley had feelings for Blair. Niles was lively and outgoing. His EQ was higher than his brother's. If the two brothers fell in love with the same girl, Wesley would lose. It wasn't easy for Wesley to have a thing for someone, but now Niles took Blair away from him. Keith felt sad for his elder grandson. "Make it up to me?" Niles' eyes lit up. "Leave Blair to my brother? Of course, no problem. I'm not her boyfriend in the first place." However, he pretended to be sad and retorted, "I get what you mean. But that's not fair. I don't have a girlfriend either." He deliberately paused with a sob. Keith sighed helplessly. "I know how you feel. I know it's not fair. But Niles, you know your brother. He's an idiot about love. I tried to set him up, but his bad temper frightened his dates away." The old man let out a heavy sigh again. Niles played along and replied in a sorrowful voice, "Yeah, Grandpa, I know my brother. Fine, if he loves Blair too, then I'll give up on her. After all, I only have one brother." Keith was stunned for a moment when he heard Niles' promise so quickly. He was suspicious. Although the Lee family always kicked him around, Niles was actually a very cunning guy. The boy's voice sounded a little sad, but Keith could see right through him. He didn't sound sad enough. Nonetheless, he replied, "Well, I'm glad you like your brother so much." Niles had an idea. After a pause, he said, "I'm still sad, Grandpa. Could you try and be more upbeat?" "Hey, never mind. You're not good at that. So if I give up Blair, what's in it for me?" It seemed that the young man had figured out exactly what he wanted. "What do you want?" Keith asked outright. "How about a new apartment?" "I'll feel much better," Niles suggested. He could make a fortune by conning his grandpa. "A new apartment? Why, didn't your mom buy you one already?" "Yeah, but Blair is living there now. Since I've decided to back off and let Wesley have Blair, I can't live with her." "That's not appropriate. She has no parents." "I'm not going to kick her out either," Niles said, pretending to be virtuous and upstanding. "Okay. Deal," the old man announced. The poor grandfather was completely taken in by his grandson. Eventually, he would find out Blair had always loved Wesley, and that Niles had never dated her. After hanging up the phone, Niles felt like he was on cloud nine. His gloomy mood, caused by Cecilia's tongue-lashing, vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, in the shining International Plaza, Cecilia, Wesley and Blair moved on to a new store. Now they were shopping for shoes. They had no idea that Niles lied to the old man. Sitting on the sofa, Blair tugged at the hem of Wesley's shirt and said, "Don't let your mom buy anything for me again. I'm not dating you or Niles. Tell her. Don't spend money on me." Wesley replied indifferently, "She's rich." Blair was speechless. That was not the point. Cecilia asked a saleslady to show a pair of shoes to Blair. Blair tried these on. "They look good." Blair didn't budge. "Aunt Cecilia, I've tried on 3 pairs. I think it's your turn." "That's not for women my age. It's for young girls. Besides, the pink matches the last outfit you tried on." Blair found it hard tea. Drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend, a mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. "As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses." She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again. But life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. That Blair had tried on just now and told the saleslady, "This shade, please bring me a fresh one and I'll pay for them together." "Yes, sir. Please wait a minute." After checking out, Wesley took out the mocha lipstick shade and put it in his pocket, then put Cecilia's lipsticks in the shopping bag. He then picked up his pace to catch up with the 2 women, but when he walked past a counter, he happened to hear a conversation between a woman and her boyfriend. The woman requested, "Honey, buy me this bottle of perfume. Every woman loves this brand." Her boyfriend said impatiently, "Look at the price. It's a small bottle that costs a few $1,000s. Find another brand." Wesley caught a glimpse of the perfume bottle that the woman was holding. He stopped and turned around. He rearranged the shopping bag so he held them all in one hand. A saleslady with a huge smile on her face came over and greeted him. "Please bring me a bottle of this perfume," he said while pointing to a perfume brand. It was the same one the man was unwilling to buy for his girlfriend. The saleslady nodded happily. "Yes, sir. Which fragrance would you like?" "Which fragrance?" Wesley felt baffled. Women's items were so complicated to him. He paused and then said, "I'd prefer a light fragrance." Strong perfume doesn't suit her, he thought. The woman, who was badgering her boyfriend to buy the perfume, watched Wesley pay the bill. Her eyes glimmered with admiration. Wesley took the bottle of perfume and walked away from the checkout counter. After he left, the woman turned around and glared at her boyfriend. "We break up. I want a handsome and generous soldier to be my husband too," she shouted. Meanwhile, Blair and Cecilia had been looking for Wesley. They were just about to call him when he finally came into sight. Cecilia asked, "Where have you been? We thought you lost your way or something." "I didn't. Let's go now. Wesley shrugged, not planning to offer an explanation. Blair narrowed her eyes at Wesley, growing suspicious and a little confused with his behavior. She wondered if he had been smoking in a corner somewhere. Wesley chose not to acknowledge Blair's suspicious gaze, and continued to walk towards a phone store and walked inside. The two ladies exchanged confused glances and eventually followed him inside the store. Wesley browsed the store's glass racks and picked out a rather expensive phone for Blair. She was about to decline his choice, but Wesley stopped her before she could protest, saying, "I broke your phone. It's the least I could do." Holding the brand new phone in her hand, Blair discreetly pinched his arm so Cecilia would not notice and hissed in his ear, "What are you doing? You idiot. This phone you bought me is worth almost 10 times of my old one. I don't even dare to take out my new phone when I'm on the streets. I'm afraid of being robbed." More importantly, Blair knew that the phone Wesley was currently using was much cheaper than the one he just bought. The screen even had a crack on it, but he refused to have it repaired or buy a new one. Blair did not find it reasonable that he bought her such an expensive phone. "If you get robbed, tell me immediately. I'll help you track the robber down and get your phone back," he said confidently as if it was just a piece of cake for him. Blair sighed inwardly. She was getting the feeling that Wesley was trying to overindulge her. The three of them had lunch at a Western restaurant at noon, and then went back to Niles' apartment in the afternoon. While Cecilia took her afternoon nap, Blair busied herself with making some desserts in the kitchen. Wesley offered to help, but Blair rejected it. He had no choice but to sit in the living room and watch her go back and forth in the kitchen. 2 hours later, Blair was done with the cooking. She divided the desserts into 2 portions, one for Wesley and the other for Cecilia, so she could eat on her plane ride. She neatly packed the dishes into 2 separate bags. She called out to Wesley to inform him, "This bag is for you. Inside is a box of mooncakes and mung bean cakes. There's also a cup of strawberry milkshake. Rest assured it's a new cup. This bag," she patted the other bag, "is for your mom. I didn't drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend. A mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses." She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again, but life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. What that had to do with her question? She stared at Wesley's resolute face, which she couldn't deny was an attractive look for her. "Niles may be a little immature at times, but he's around the same age as you. Maybe it would really be better if you go out with my brother. He's a doctor and he has my parents' support. Even if he doesn't work hard to earn money, it won't affect the life quality of you two." Wesley remembered the time when Blair was sent to the hospital because of a high fever. Niles asked him for his opinion on pursuing her. Wesley reckoned that Niles also had feelings for Blair. He wouldn't be able to give her a bright and stable future, but his brother could. Being a doctor was not as dangerous as being a soldier. Niles would be a better choice for Blair. It stung Blair's heart to hear his words. "And so," Wesley looked at her intently, "I've been thinking that you'd be better off with Niles. My mom likes you, so maybe you can date my brother." Blair didn't know whether she should cry or laugh. She wondered how she fell in love with such an idiot. "My mom likes you. You can date with my brother." She curled her lips in exasperation, repeating his words in her mind. She suppressed the anger and bitterness and said, "If I become your sister-in-law one day, what will you think about your behavior now? You've kissed your future sister-in-law. Do I need to confess to Niles that you've hugged and kissed me, his wife? Not to mention that you've even explored my body." Wesley's face darkened. "That kind of thing won't happen again in the future," he assured her. Blair raised a fist and hit him in the shoulder as hard as she could. "Who do you think you are? Do you think I can't leave you on my own accord? Why do I have to listen to you and tell me who I should date?" she shouted as hot angry tears welled up in her eyes. Blair raised her fists and beat Wesley's chest repeatedly. He didn't stop her, nor was he angry. He just sat there and let her. This reaction from him only made Blair angrier. When she hit him, she was expecting him to get angry or throw her out of the car. But he didn't. He didn't love her, but he always acted as if he cared about her. It burned her up, so she kept hitting him. After a while, Blair finally grew tired and dropped her hands. His chest was as hard as stone that her hands ached. Maybe pinching him would have worked better than hitting him, she thought. You don't need to drive me back. I'll go back home on my own, Blair said angrily. Not only had Wesley planned to invite Megan along for dinner, but he also tried to pair Blair off with his own brother. I might have been too submissive. That's why he's keen on treading on my feelings willy-nilly. What a jerk. Ignoring Wesley's dissuasion, Blair unfastened her seatbelt, opened the passenger door and jumped out of the car. Wesley immediately ran after her. They were in the suburbs, and although there were many cars, almost all of them were private cars. It would be extremely hard for her to hail a taxi. Don't be so stubborn. Let me drive you home, he offered. Blair gave him a scowl. No thank you. I'll move out of Niall's apartment tomorrow. Let's just stay out of each other's business from now on. I swear I won't love you anymore. If I break my promise, I'll be a cheating dog. Wesley's face darkened. He grabbed her by the wrist and dragged her to his car. Blair tried to break free, but her body wouldn't budge. Wesley pressed her against his car and tried to calm himself down. In the calmest voice that he could muster, he explained, I was doing that for your own good. Niles is a doctor. His job is less dangerous than mine and he is highly paid. What's more, he would be able to keep you company every day. Wesley's career, on the other hand, was full of danger. Blair would be living in constant fear and worry if they were together. He was always out in the field or carrying out classified missions from time to time, which meant that she had to stay alone most of the time. She would never feel secure with him. Although Wesley's voice was calm, his grip had gotten tighter and Blair could not bear it anymore. Wesley Lee. No one is crueler than you. Only you will be willing to pair the girl who loves you off with your brother. Her voice shook in the tea. Me over in the future if that's what you want, he said. No thanks. This is your brother's apartment. I should be the one leaving. This is my choice. Blair returned to packing the rest of her belongings. Wesley could only watch helplessly as she stuffed her clothes into her suitcase. Blair then went to the bathroom to fetch her toiletries. Wesley took this opportunity to pull out a shopping bag from his pocket and stashed it under the clothes in her suitcase. When Blair walked out of the bathroom, she did not find Wesley in the bedroom. She wondered if he had already left, but then she heard him talking on the phone in the living room. She zipped her suitcase up and walked out of the bedroom. I'm sorry, but I don't have time to clean the apartment. Mr. Lee, would you be kind and hire some cleaning staff to clean the apartment for me? Thank you. He almost winced at her extremely civil tone. She then walked towards the door to the apartment with her suitcase. Wesley wore a rigid expression as he followed after her. When Blair heard Wesley close the door behind him, her heart sank to her stomach. He didn't even try to make me stay, she thought, somewhat disappointed. Let me help you, Wesley said and grabbed the suitcase from her. She didn't turn him down and followed after him wordlessly as they walked to his car. Wesley put her suitcase inside the trunk. Blair then said, Drop me off at the Angels Love Welfare Center on Queens Road. Thank you. Wesley didn't respond. Blair was sure he heard her, so she didn't repeat it. They got inside the car and drove off as the sky began to get darker. Inside the car, Wesley's phone rang. Though he was driving, he still answered it. Uncle Wesley. Megan was on the other end of the line and she sounded like she had a lot of time on her hand. Wesley asked in an absent-minded tone. I'm ready. When are you going to be here to pick me up? By the way, I haven't had supper yet. Would you like to choose the menu tonight? Her cheerful voice made Blair's face turn a sullen shade. She didn't want Megan intruding their time. After some consideration, Wesley said apologetically, Megan, I'm busy right now. Can you ask Wood to drive you to my apartment? I'll ask a chef to cook for you. Megan seemed rather disappointed when she heard that. But Uncle Wesley, you said you'd have supper with me. I don't want to dine alone. Are you still busy working?
No, Megan.
But I am driving right now. Megan paused for a while and then continued. Uncle Wesley, if you don't have anything urgent, will you please pick me up so I can stay with you? I swear I won't cause you any trouble. I'll be a good girl. I just don't want to be alone. None of my classmates is willing to hang out with me. I feel so bored. Please, Uncle Wesley. She began to play cute and sweet. Blair couldn't bear it any longer. Stop the car, she demanded in a voice that cut across the hum of the engine and reached Megan's side. Megan asked curiously, Uncle Wesley, who is with you? It's me, Blair. Blair responded coldly. Ah, I remember you. You are Uncle Wesley's neighbor. Uncle Wesley, I want to meet Blair too. Please come over and pick me up. Wesley finally agreed, and Megan hung up with a cheerful ton of thanks. Blair was really annoyed. She's a bitch, she thought. Wesley turned the car around and began to drive towards a high-class housing estate. When they were driving past a convenience store, Blair suddenly said, You go and pick her up.
I'm thirsty.
I'm going to buy a bottle of water. Wesley pulled over and watched as she got out of the car. Buying the water only took a couple of minutes, but Wesley returned only after 10 minutes, stopping the car beside Blair. She reached out her hand to open the passenger door casually, but the window rolled down, revealing Megan's smug face. Blair. Uncle Wesley told me that you were sitting in the passenger seat. But I get carsick if I sit in the back seat.
I'm sorry.
Will you please sit in the back seat? Megan asked in a soft voice and flashed an apology. For getting out of the car, he told Blair. Wait for me here. I'll be back after settling her up. Blair didn't respond. In fact, she didn't even raise her head. Her brain was rushing, though. As soon as the two of them were out of sight, she called Hartwell. Hi Hartwell, are you busy right now? No, I just finished. What's up? From his voice, it was clear that he was tired. Here's the thing. I want to borrow some money, Blair said with an awkward smile. No problem. Hartwell was as ready as ever. How much do you need? $300, 000. $300, 000? What's wrong? Is everything okay? Hartwell felt worried for her.
No.
I'm fine. I'm just in urgent need of the money. It's fine if you don't have it right now. I understand. She wasn't going to tell Hartwell that she needed to pay it back to Wesley. He would only get angry. Hartwell didn't want her to get involved with Wesley. She hadn't even told Hartwell that she had been living in Niall's apartment for a while now. Don't worry. I've got you covered. I'll ask Jocelyn to wire it to you tomorrow. Thanks a lot, Hartwell. Hey, you need to go to bed early. Good night. Good night. Just at that moment, Wesley came into view. Blair heaved a sigh of relief since Hartwell had promised to lend her the money without asking too many questions and before Wesley had come down. She could now pay Wesley back as soon as she got the money. As for Hartwell, she could take her time to repay him. When Wesley got into the driver's seat, he saw that Blair was still busy playing on her phone. Sure that she wouldn't talk to him anyway. He kept silent and started the car. Wesley was still not headed for the Queen's Road this time. Blair couldn't help but ask, Where are we going? Wesley was his usual self and gave no response. By now Blair was fuming mad. The silent game, huh? Fine. We'll see who talks first. At long last, they pulled into an unfamiliar housing estate. Blair could tell that this was a high-class complex, and there was no way she could afford this. But it was close to her company. Under her confused eyes, Wesley stopped the car and got out. Hey, why did you bring me here? Blair asked as she got out of the car as well. With her suitcase in his hand, Wesley walked towards one of the buildings. A security guard came over. After hearing they lived on the 21st floor, he smiled and left. When they were in the elevator, Blair stood in front of him and looked him in the eye asking, What's going on? Since you won't stay in Niall's apartment, you can live with me for now. You always get sick. I can't trust you to live alone. I need you close to keep an eye on you, Wesley answered. What? Then is this your apartment?
No.
I borrowed it from Carlos. He has a lot of places he doesn't use. Don't worry. We can live here as long as we want. He wasn't wrong. Carlos had so many apartments that he had already forgotten about this one. If it weren't for Wesley asking, Carlos would never have thought of it. Blair couldn't believe her ears. The doors of the elevator opened and they walked out. Wait. So why here? Wesley took out a ring filled with keys. There was only one apartment on each floor. While changing the password of the lock, he said, Jocelyn's parents live next to me in the hillside apartments. I don't think you'd want to live there. Since you won't stay at Niall's place, this is the last place I can think of. Blair was struck speechless. He made her feel like they were a couple living together. Blair saw Wesley mess with the keypad and change the password to her birthday. He opened the door, and the apartment was very clean. Carlos' assistant hired maids and such to clean each of his APA. Kiss her so she couldn't say anything hurtful. Again? What is he thinking? I was always the one kissing him. But things have changed. He's kissed me 3 times in 2 days. The wind rose and chilled them. Blair couldn't help trembling because of the cold. Wesley held her tighter and kissed her even more passionately. As if her lips were magic, Wesley was unable to fight the urge. He couldn't even stop. After a long while, he finally let go of her, panting. He rubbed her swollen lips with his rough finger. Don't say that again, Blair. I've been hooked since you first kissed me. You kissed me once, I'd kiss you 10 times. 100 times. Seriously? He used to be an idiot when it came to love. But now he's flirting with me. And doing a damn good job, too. You. Blair stammered. What? Nothing. Good job, Wesley. You always turn me around when I want to give up on you. You should feel lucky we're not in the apartment. Blair, I'm not a nice guy. Piss me off again and I'll bring you back to the apartment. Then. His eyes reflected a mischievous side she rarely saw. Blair took a step back and asked, Then what? Wesley gave her a smug smile and answered, I'll make love to you so much you won't be able to leave the bed for 3 days. He had long wanted to do this, but his logic always stopped him. Blair's face was now as red as a tomato. When she heard what Wesley said, Blair secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She used to wonder if he was gay. Now she was sure he wasn't. Her cheeks burning red. Blair turned around and broke into a brisk trot to hide her shyness. What are you talking about? Sounds like you've given this a lot of thought. Like you'd worry about me no matter what. You're right. Wesley didn't deny it. He would worry about her if she lived alone or even if she lived with a female colleague. He just admitted it. He didn't try to lie or play it off. Blair thought, if Hartwell says anything, don't tell him we live together, she said. That depends, Wesley said with a shrug. The two drove to a nearby shopping mall. They proceeded to the food court and at Blair's suggestion, they went in on a 3-sauce simmer pot, a shareable hot pot with herbs and juices from 10 different types of vegetables, seasoned with rice wine, sesame oil, and soy sauce. They got to choose the meats that went into it, and his selection was beef with enoki mushrooms while she wanted frog legs. It all smelled so delicious they couldn't eat it fast enough. After that, they went to the department store to buy pans, dishes, scrubbies, detergent, lamps, etc., to set up the apartment. On their way home, Blair got a call from Cecilia. She touched down safely in her home country and Baldwin picked her up from the airport. You must be tired now, Aunt Cecilia. Get some sleep, Blair said in a soft voice. Sure. Hey Blair, are you with Wesley now? Can you tell him I got home all right? Blair was at a loss for words for a bit, and didn't know whether she should tell her the truth or not. Then she looked at Wesley and answered honestly, Yeah, we just had supper. I'll let him know. Thanks, Blair. Get him to take you back home. You need to go to bed early too. I'll call Niles and ask him to check on you tomorrow. No need for that, Aunt Cecilia. I'll call him myself, Blair said hurriedly. Maybe I should ask Niles to tell his mom the truth. All right. Goodbye, Blair. Bye, Aunt Cecilia. After hanging up, Blair called Niles. Hi, Niles, she said. Panhiri. Drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend, a mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses. She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again. But life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. And there, the lipstick was of the same brand as the one Cecilia had bought. The perfume's brand was Jo Malone London. These aren't mine. Maybe Cecilia forgot them. Cecilia was one of Blair's WeChat friends. Blair took a picture of the lipstick and perfume and sent it to her along with a voice message asking, "Did you forget to pack these, Aunt Cecilia?" Cecilia was playing on her phone. Seeing the message, she replied immediately, "No, they're not mine. I didn't forget a thing. And I never used that fragrance. Not hers." Blair grew even more puzzled. Cecilia, on the other hand, took a closer look at the picture and told her husband, "Blair found some lipstick and a bottle of perfume. She asked if they were mine." "How come? Did you buy those for her?" Baldwin asked casually. Cecilia shook her head. "I offered to buy her lipstick, but she turned me down. We didn't go to any perfume store." After a pause, Baldwin asked, "You and Blair went shopping with Wesley?" "Yeah. He could give us advice and carry our bags for us. By the way, I never knew my son was so generous. He paid for everything I bought. I got her clothes, shoes, and bags, but he insisted on paying for them. My son is so considerate and caring. He treats me so well," Cecilia said cheerfully. Baldwin almost chuckled when he saw his wife's happy face. "That's funny. He bought them for Blair," he said in his mind. "What else did you buy?" "Wesley damaged Blair's phone, so he bought a new one for her. Blair bought me a silk scarf. Then I bought some accessories," Cecilia answered. "Maybe Wesley bought the lipstick and perfume for Blair," Baldwin suggested. "How'd he manage that?" Cecilia denied it without a second thought. "We didn't go to the perfume counter. Wesley was with us the whole time." Baldwin cast a sideways glance at the picture on her phone, and then looked at her own shades of lipstick. The lipstick in the picture was of the same brand. "Are you sure it was the whole time? When he paid for the lipstick, did you keep a close eye on him?" he asked doubtfully. After some deliberation, Cecilia answered, "When he went to pay, Blair and I left the booth. I thought he was close behind us."
No.
"He was gone a few minutes. Blair and I had to wait for him." "Arg!" Cecilia yelled at the top of her lungs. Baldwin patted his wife's back. Hey, calm down." Cecilia dropped her phone and jumped to her feet. "How am I supposed to calm down? Why did that boy buy her anything? She's his sister-in-law. Wait, he paid for everything I bought for Blair. That means he bought her all that stuff." That was when Cecilia realized something was off. Baldwin cast a casual glance at his wife and sighed inwardly. "I think she's finally getting it. Blair and Niles aren't dating." Cecilia slapped her thigh. "Oh my God. Things are out of control now." Baldwin shook his head helplessly. "Find anything else suspicious?" "Yes." Cecilia nodded vigorously. "I thought it was weird that Wesley went shopping with us. Then, Blair got nervous and accidentally dropped her phone into her glass of soybean milk. Wesley picked it up from the glass. But when she said it was from her ex-boyfriend, he dunked it again." Baldwin giggled. "Who said that Wesley knew next to nothing about women? It's just that he hadn't met the right girl yet. Last night they went to the department store together, but then Aye. Wesley, on the other hand, went to the army base. When he got out of his car, he suddenly remembered the desserts Blair made for him. So he took them out, went to his office and placed them on his desk before leaving the office. Before long, a group of people came in. "Chief, you're finally back. We have a meeting tonight." "Eh? Where is he? I just saw his car." "He must be here somewhere. Talbot said in confusion and scratched the back of his head. Hey look. Food. Chief must have brought this for us. Leonard found a disposable paper bag and took out 2 lunchboxes and a thermos. The rest approached him. Chief is so nice to us. He always brings food. But this is hardly a snack. There's not enough for us. Wesley always bought food or drinks for his men when he was off work. Don't complain. It's better to have a little than nothing. Bowman opened one of the lunchboxes and saw 8 mung bean cakes. They looked rather inviting. Wow, there are also mooncakes. They look delicious. Give me one. Everyone grabbed a mung bean cake and a mooncake. There were only 2 mung bean cakes and a mooncake left. Talbot suggested. They're still wrapped. I guess he hasn't eaten yet. We'll keep these for him. There's milkshake in the thermos. Want some? We've got disposable paper cups. The others shook their heads, declining the milkshake. Only Leonard nodded his head. I'm thirsty. I'd like to drink some. All right. Let's share it, Talbot suggested and poured half of the drink into 2 disposable paper cups. At that moment, the door opened and Wesley walked inside the office. Upon seeing him, Talbot waved at him. There you are, Chief. We've left you a few cakes. Oh my, the cakes were so delicious. Where did you buy them? Wesley's face darkened once he saw the scattered lunchboxes on his desk. Who ate them? He asked rigidly. Talbot didn't see the sullen look on Wesley's face as he proceeded to drink a mouthful of his milkshake before answering. We all ate them. But don't worry. We've left some for you. Who opened the boxes? Wesley asked. I did, Chief. Why? Is something wrong? Talbot pursed his lips in confusion. Wesley cast a cold glance at him before saying, You'll get fat after eating all those desserts. Go out and do sit-ups. No less than 100 sit-ups in 1 minute. Talbot, you'll do additional 30 push-ups for every sit-up missed. As for the rest of you, additional 20 push-ups for every sit-up missed. He then caught sight of the cups of milkshake that Leonard and Talbot were holding. Since you 2 drank the milkshake, you get more exercise too. It will help burn off the calories. Go run 2 kilometers with 5-kilogram weights. Finish it in 10 minutes. You'll do additional 30 push-ups for every minute excess. Everyone in the office fell silent, not quite understanding what was going on. It was the first time that Wesley had given them punishments for such a seemingly harmless reason. Nonetheless, they didn't dare protest. They were soldiers, and soldiers must obey orders. They exchanged a few stumped glances at each other, and then rushed out of the office post-haste. On the training grounds while they were doing sit-ups, Talbot gazed at the office building with his brows knitted together in confusion and murmured, What exactly did we do to piss him off? Where was he before he arrived at the office? Did someone snitch on us to him? He paused to consider it. But we haven't made any mistakes recently, he continued. Leonard was also confused by Wesley's behavior. Beats me, he replied with a shrug. I caught a glimpse of his face as we walked out of his office. Seemed like he was in a bad mood. Did we unknowingly piss him off somehow? Or was he perhaps just taking out his anger on us? Of course we pissed him off. Our chief isn't the kind of man who would make things that kind of sum up front. Besides, why do you have to do this for me? Is he an idiot? I guess he doesn't know anything about the housing price at all, she thought. The apartment belongs to the Eastern Coastal Apartments, easily one of the most expensive apartment complexes in Y City. It costs at least $20 million. This apartment is close to your company, Wesley simply said. Carlos had a couple of apartments, but Wesley preferred this one as the office of the company that Blair worked for was only a few hundred meters away. He knew that the selling price was high. But other than the apartment in Hillside Apartments, he also had 2 other apartments in a country that his parents and his grandfather gave him. He could sell one of them. This is one of Carlos' apartments, but he has never lived here once. It's almost as good as new. The developer of the Eastern Coastal Apartments works for him. Carlos promised to give me a 50% discount, he told Blair. Carlos had initially offered to give Wesley the apartment as a gift, but Wesley turned it down. Left with no choice, Carlos offered to give him a 50% discount instead. The apartment was valued at about $26 million, so now Wesley only needed to pay just a little over $10 million. He wants to buy the apartment just because it's close to my workplace. Blair opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Why is he going out of his way to do this for me? The apartment would still cost at least $10 million even with the 50% discount. Does this mean he actually has feelings for me? Wesley. Her voice was soft and carried a hint of affection. Wesley looked her in the eye. Tears welled up in Blair's eyes. If you don't like me, then you should stop taking care of me. It had been a long time since Wesley said that he didn't like her. He pursed his lips and said, My mom likes you. A lot. So I need to like you too. She'll be happy to see you live in a safe and comfortable place. As long as Mom is happy, I'm happy too, he thought. But as soon as he said the words, he realized how lame of an excuse it was. The softness on Blair's expression instantly vanished and turned into a scowl. So he's being nice to me only because his mom likes me? Nothing else? If I didn't know any better, I'd probably just think he's a mama's boy. Ugh, I feel so tired. She forced a smile and waved at him. Good night. Without saying another word, she turned around and walked back into her bedroom. Wesley silently watched as she closed the door behind her, and then entered his own bedroom. Lying in bed, Blair turned and rolled. She forced her eyes closed, but sleep still wouldn't come. She wasn't really in the mood to read a book either, so she just lay there awake. When it was already past midnight, she suddenly sat up. She stared at the package of perfume and lipstick on the nightstand and then got out of bed. I wonder if Wesley is already asleep, she thought. She picked up the perfume and lipstick and left her bedroom. Standing outside Wesley's bedroom, she knocked on the door once, but there was no response. She knocked again. Still nothing. Is he asleep? Or maybe I should just knock on the door harder, she mused. After a short pause, she knocked on the door for the third time. This time the door opened. Wesley was not asleep. He was just taking a shower. Did he just finish showering? Or was he still in the middle of it when I knocked? She wondered. He had a towel wrapped around his waist, and his hair was still dripping wet. Blair was suddenly dumbstruck. This was the second time that she had seen Wesley wearing nothing but a towel. She had previously told herself that she would be a cheating dog if she still held any sort of attraction towards him. Apparently, she was indeed a cheating dog. Against Blair's better judgment, her gaze landed on Wesley's toned and muscular body. She had started to develop feelings for him when she was 16. It was more than just a schoolgirl crush and had deepened over the past few years. She could never forget Wesley's warm embrace as he comforted her the day her parents died when she was 19. He had a beautiful body on top of his caring. When the morning came and Blair finally woke up again, Wesley had already gone. A couple weeks passed and Wesley still had not come back. And so, Blair's life went back to normal. She went to work and got off from work regularly. She was willing to work overtime, but she always wanted to be home by early evening or as soon as possible. She was constantly thinking that Wesley might come back at any time. One day, while she was working on her computer, her phone buzzed. She glanced at the screen and saw that Miller's mom was calling. She sighed and answered it immediately. Hello, Auntie. Blair. I need to talk to you. Could we meet at a cafe somewhere? Gertrude said in a calm voice. After some consideration, Blair agreed. Sure. You name a place. Gertrude then suggested they meet at a restaurant near Miller's apartment later in the afternoon. They said their goodbyes and hung up. Blair looked at the time and went back to work. A few hours later, she headed down to the meeting place that they had agreed upon. When she arrived at the restaurant, she was surprised to find that Miller was also there. She walked over to them and said hello politely. She hadn't seen Miller for a long time, and was somewhat alarmed to see that he appeared haggard and gloomy. Gertrude, on the other hand, put on a warm smile and said, Hi, Blair. Busy at work? Blair settled her bag on a chair and sat on the one beside it. She smiled back at Gertrude.
A un día.
I'm not that busy these days. It's the off-season. Gertrude nodded and asked a waiter to serve the dishes. Miller poured a glass of water and handed it to Blair. Thanks, she said and offered him a warm smile. Blair, I didn't know that you and Miller had broken up until recently, Gertrude continued. At this point, she sighed and glared at her son who was looking out the window. Miller told me what happened. He was wrong, but you were too. You've been engaged for 2 years, but you wouldn't sleep with him. Why do you think he cheated? Blair took a sip of water and said nothing. Gertrude went on. I heard that you were sweet on a soldier, but he didn't like you back, and that you got with Miller to make that guy jealous. That was also wrong. Now Miller has admitted his mistake. You can too. Give him a second chance, get married and be happy. How about that? Her words made Blair feel sad. It was like the whole world knew Wesley didn't like her. Gertrude secretly tugged at Miller's sleeve. Miller turned to look at Blair.
I'm sorry, Blair.
I hurt you and I regret it. Can we get back together? Can you take me back? He said. Miller would do anything his mom told him to. Blair knew that. His mom probably arranged the meeting and ordered him to apologize. Blair pursed her lips and said, You're both right. I liked someone before I got engaged to Miller, and I got engaged to get back at him. But did Miller tell you I decided to forget that guy and spend the rest of my life with my husband-to-be? Hearing this, Gertrude glared at Miller. The son turned his head to look out the window again sheepishly. It didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that he made it all Blair's fault when he had told his mom why he and Blair broke up. You know that I went to England after I got engaged to Miller. I never saw the soldier afterwards. I was out of the country and he couldn't see me unless he was deployed over there. I never called him, not even once, Blair said. She did see Wesley during the spring festival, but that was an accident. She didn't. Drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend, a mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses. She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again. But life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. Eat to him. Blair sneered when she heard his words. So what about when you slept with your boss? Did you think of your mom? Miller's lips hung apart, but he couldn't find anything to say. After a while he changed the subject. Why did you come home early that day? Blair was a newbie employee. She needed to make a good impression on her boss and colleagues. She wouldn't ask for leave or be absent from work unless she had to. He couldn't figure out why she had come home so early that day. Hearing his words, Blair flashed back to that day. Someone called her saying Miller had an accident. She had rushed home worried, only to find he was in bed with someone else. It was Wesley who took her away from there. Wait. Wesley. Why was he there? Blair's eyes widened. Could it be that he found out Miller was cheating on me, and then got one of his men to make up that bogus excuse? It couldn't be, she murmured. Couldn't be what? Miller asked in confusion. Nothing. Someone told me you were in an accident that day, she replied quietly. Accident? Why? His confusion grew. But Blair wasn't in the mood to talk more about it. She shook her head and said, Doesn't matter. Let's move on. We can still be friends. Friends? Are you kidding me?
Hell no.
I don't want to be friends with you. The only thing is, my mom likes you, so I will get back together with you no matter what. Blair didn't know how to respond to this. Her head had spun for a moment after hearing this remark. Miller had just said almost the same thing to her that Wesley had once said. My mom likes you, which is why I'm nice to you. My mom likes you, so I have to be with you. Though sad in a way, this remark was also highly infuriating. Blair blurted out angrily. So you want us to get back together just because your mom likes me? What the hell? Should I marry your mom then? She likes me so much, nah. Why are you yelling at me? Of course I want you to marry me, and not my mom. As far as Miller could recall, Blair had always been a calm and sweet person. In fact, she looked even more composed than him when faced with a problem. During the time they had been a couple, he had never seen her cross swords with anyone. But now, seeing just how mad Blair was, Miller was seized by numerous complex emotions. But to save his face, he chose to put on the mask of a tough guy. Not that it was doing him any good. Blair had had enough now. She ignored him, turned around, and began to walk towards the bus stop. But Miller picked up his pace and gripped her arm once again, refusing to let her go. "Blair, if you don't want to start over with me, fine. But please come inside and finish the meal with my mom. Then we will go our own ways," he pleaded. Actually, that had been Blair's plan all along, but Gertrude's remarks had infuriated her. Now she wasn't in the mood to do that. "I have another appointment. Maybe next time," she replied, trying to release her arm from his grip. Sensing her reluctance, he insisted, dragging her a bit closer. "Blair, please. Don't let my mom down." Blair felt that she was about to flare up. God knew what would happen if she lost control on the road. Just then, a couple of cars pulled over near them with their blinkers flashing. They had just passed by the building, and when the people in the cars had seen Miller badgering Blair, they had turned the cars around and driven back. The two vehicles were eye-catching and very high. One glance, and Blair already knew who had come. It had been half a month since she had last seen Wesley. But being forced to dinner by a man was not how she had expected to meet the guy again. Wesley stepped out of the car with a furious stride and almost rushed over to Blair and Miller. Talbot and his co-workers got out too. The sight of Miller holding Blair's arm made Wesley seethe. He could see that the woman didn't like it. "Let her go," he drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend. A mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. "As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses." She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again. But life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. Afraid to express his feelings. He was just afraid that he couldn't promise her the forever she deserved. He was also afraid that if they were together, she would live in fear every day, worrying about him. He believed that if a man really cared about a woman, he would do everything to make her happy, and never let her live a life in the shadow of doubt and fear. And a good life wasn't something that he could give her right now. Inside Wesley's car, Blair was sitting quietly in her seat, reflecting on what had happened a few moments ago. She wondered whether she would have agreed to take Miller back if she weren't living with Wesley. After thinking about it for a while, she got the answer no. There was no way she could do that. Not that she was unforgiving. She could forgive all of his mistakes but not cheating. She wanted a faithful husband. And even if she chose to forgive Miller and take him back, she would never forget his betrayal. It would always remain an ugly scar in their marriage, and would only lead to further tensions. "I have to take care of a few things tonight. I'll drop you off and leave. You will have to fix yourself something to eat later," Wesley told her, breaking the silence of the car. Blair broke out of her reverie and nodded. "Okay. No problem. If something like that happens again, just give me a call. I am going to be there." He would drop everything and rush to her rescue as soon as he got her call. "I know. Thanks." She smiled. "You know what? I'll give you several guys' numbers. If you can't reach me, call them. Any of them will help you out." Wesley started to recite the numbers from his memory. Blair quickly typed them and saved the numbers on her phone along with the names of their respective owners. Damon, Curtis, and Carlos. Wesley went on explaining a bit more about his associates. Curtis is the principal of a university. Among the three of them, Damon is always idle and Carlos is always busy. That leaves you with an interesting choice. Damon is lazy too. If it is not urgent, you can call him. If it is important, call Carlos because he likes to be prompt. Even if he doesn't have time, he will have someone else help you. "Okay, sure," Blair replied shortly. To be frank, it didn't matter who, among the three of them, was there for her. She only wanted Wesley's help. Since wherever Wesley needed to be was urgent and he had to get back to base as soon as possible, he stopped the car in front of their apartment building and nodded at Blair. After watching her walk inside, he turned his car around and drove away. It had been such a brief meeting. In a country, Baldwin waited 10 odd days before he went to Keith to talk about Niles. His initial plan to see Keith the day after he and Cecilia had talked had been waylaid by unforeseen circumstances. Out of the blue, one of Keith's comrades in arms had passed away. Keith had gone to the man's hometown to attend the funeral. The man had been a good friend to him, so when Keith came back, he was very sad. For the next few days, he had been moody and down. One day while they were having dinner, Cecilia brought up Niles. When his name was mentioned, it reminded Baldwin of what had happened between Blair and Niles, so he remarked to Keith, "Dad, Niles seems to have been rather quiet lately." Keith was busy piling some food onto his plate. When he heard that, he paused and turned to Baldwin. "Isn't that normal for him?" The old man was under the impression that Niles might be still overjoyed with the property ownership certificate. "No, it isn't. He doesn't like Blair and Blair doesn't like him." But Cecilia made a mistake and tried to force the two of them together. In fact, she even scolded him unfairly. But what's surprising is that as far as I know, he hasn't been sad at all lately. Instead, he has been in quite a good mood. "That's what I find strange," Baldwin explained. He hadn't exactly meant quiet in the literal sense. Keith put down his chopsticks and asked him calmly, "What did you say? Repeat your second sentence." Baldwin was confused. "What? Which sentence?" "The one about Niles not liking Blair." "Yes," Keith responded flatly. Baldwin and Cecilia exchanged puzzled glances. Baldwin then explained what he had meant. "Cecilia and I talked about Niles and Blair, and concluded that they didn't like each other. But we have a feeling that Blair and an imbecile." Niles thought about it and got a clue. "Wait. Grandpa tomorrow."
No.
"Today only. I'll register the house in your name. Please don't be mad at me," he pleaded. "Come on. Has Grandpa found out so quickly?" he thought. Keith snorted and ignored his pitiful plea. By that time Baldwin was back in the study with a surprisingly thick leather whip, a ruler and a stick. "Pick one," Keith ordered. Niles looked at the whip. The sight of it made him tremble. "Grandpa, a single strike from that whip will kill me." He shifted his eyes to the stick. He then continued, "Grandpa, the discipline stick used to be called an inhuman tool. It's barbaric. We live in a civilized society now. We should adopt civilized methods to discipline the children. Shouldn't we?" The discipline stick and ruler had never been too far away from Niles' childhood. He knew clearly how much they hurt. And they were bad. "Shut up. What a load of crap. I am disciplining my grandson. What do I need civilization for? Now then, you don't think the first two are good choices? No matter, it will be the ruler then. Baldwin, hit him so he won't lie to me again." Niles covered his head with both his hands and pleaded, "Grandpa, you're my biological grandfather. Do you really have the heart to beat me? It's only a house. I'll give it back to you. I didn't do anything else wrong. So can you please forgive me this time? What you say does make sense. All right, Baldwin. 100 times on the palms and another 100 on the butt, and skip the mouth," Keith ordered. Niles did the math in his head. 200. The realization almost gave him a heart attack. "Grandpa, please. My hands are important to me. They are supposed to hold scalpels." "Then don't hold a scalpel. We can afford to feed a cripple." Keith wouldn't change his mind. He sat in a chair. Baldwin took the ruler and sighed inwardly. He hadn't hit Niles for more than 10 years. He wondered whether his son could take it. Knowing Niles was studying to be a doctor, Baldwin went for his butt first. If he injured his hand, Niles might not be able to hold the tools of his trade steadily enough. He dragged Niles over and made him bend over a table. When his dad swung the ruler at his butt, Niles screamed, "Grandpa, Dad, I was wrong. I won't do it again." Ow! He was more than 20 years old. He hadn't expected his grandpa to punish him like this. Luckily, they weren't having any guests over that day. That would be humiliating. Cecilia wandered in the street after leaving the house. Niles isn't a child anymore. Being hit like that, what if he gets depressed? A beating is pretty harsh. She was so worried she even forgot that trying to help him would only make things worse. She pulled out her phone and called Wesley. "Wesley, your grandpa is so ticked off. He's even beating Niles. Help him." Beating him. Wesley frowned. When Niles was little, he was very naughty and would cause a lot of trouble. Keith would punish him with a spanking, and Niles would run around the house like he was running from the Grim Reaper. But after he started junior high, Niles always behaved and was never hit again. But why now? "What's the matter? Why is Grandpa so angry?" asked Wesley. "It's all about you, Niles and Blair." Cecilia told him everything, including how Niles had tricked Keith into buying him an apartment. Wesley lit a cigarette, listening quietly to his mom. "Mom, I'll only call Grandpa to suggest he use the whip instead of the ruler," he said. Cecilia was dumbstruck. It dawned on her that her firstborn was even worse than Keith. He had a moral code and held everyone to those high standards. He'd probably be even harsher than his grandfather. That was when she realized that she turned to the wrong person. "Never mind. I never said a word. Stay out of it. I'm in your area." Blair coaxed him gently, as if she was coaxing a child. "I'd like that. You and Wesley should come visit me together," Keith said. Blair knew what he meant. "Okay. Bye, Grandpa Keith," she replied with a smile. Even though he couldn't see it, he could hear it in her voice. She was now covered in a sheen of sweat when she hung up. What made her bold enough to deal with a general on the phone? That question didn't linger long in her mind, though. After a nice shower, she put on her nightgown and opened a book. Yet she couldn't concentrate. Her mind kept drifting, imagining visiting Keith with Wesley. But not long after she sunk into her reverie, her phone rang again. Speak of the devil. She wondered what it could be about. Wesley almost never called her. She picked up her phone to answer it. "Hello. Did you call my grandpa?" he asked. Blair blinked. "How did you know? What did you two talk about?" "Nothing. He asked me to visit him when I can." "What did Niles do?" She couldn't figure out what could piss Keith so much that he had to beat his grandson. She knew how harsh that could get. The Lee family and the G family were well known for their punishments. Hartwell had been a good boy when he was little, and now he was a successful man. But even he had been punished by his father like this. Worried about him? Wesley's tone got colder. "Yes," Blair replied with a nod. "I wonder how your brother's doing. Should I call him?" "Did you call him?" Wesley's brows knitted.
No.
He deserved it. He felt Niles had crossed the line when he lied to their grandfather. "What?" "I heard him screaming in pain over the phone when I called your grandpa. Don't you care about him at all?" "He's your brother. He was asking for it, so he screamed. He's always been loud anyway. If he could still scream, it means he didn't get hit hard enough." Sometimes, Wesley thought that Niles should become an actor instead of a doctor. He'd be a superstar. Blair knew Niles. He could be melodramatic sometimes. Still, she said, "Listen to you. I'd like to see you take a beating and see how well you do. You should call him later to make sure he's okay. He probably needs a friendly voice." "I don't want to. Niles is a grown man. If he can't take his lumps like a man, then he needs gender reassignment surgery." "It was just a ruler," Wesley retorted stubbornly. "A ruler? Was that what his grandpa punished Niles with?" Blair wondered.
Fine.
"Then I'll text him on WeChat." "You still busy?" she asked quietly. It felt so good to talk to him on such a serene night. It bugged Wesley that Blair worried about Niles. He couldn't take his mind off it. "I'm not. Don't worry. I'll call him. I'll tell you how he is when I'm done." "Okay. Coming back anytime soon." She missed him and couldn't help scrawling his name over and over again on a notebook. Then her name. Blair. Wesley. She imagined their names as they'd be printed on their marriage licenses. No, I can't make it. If you need anything, call those guys I told you about. Oh. She was disappointed. Then for a moment, neither of them spoke. Pouting, Blair doodled over Wesley's name. Call Niles. Talk to you later. Okay. Bye. Bye. Blair hung up reluctantly. She sat at her desk, dispirited, reading the WeChat updates, waiting for Wesley's message. The minute Wesley got off, Park led, and they went chasing after Talbot like lightning. It seemed tonight wasn't Talbot's night after all. It wasn't long before Blair got Wesley's message. He's fine. Don't worry. That's good. Then I'll let you go back to work. Not wanting to disturb his work, Blair wasn't planning to send him any more messages. But Wesley replied, I'm not busy right now. Blair wondered, so? What am I supposed to say back? Can you take some time off in the next few weeks? She typed. But she deleted it. It didn't feel right. Then take care of yourself, she said in the end. All right. Thanks, he replied. Something suddenly struck Blair. After she talked with Wesley, she walked into her bedroom and found the lipstick he bought her, and put it on. She looked in the mirror. It looked awesome, so she took a few selfies, but she only kept the best one and deleted all the others. She opened a photo editor and beautified the selfie. Afterwards, she sent it to Wesley. I'm wearing the lipstick you bought me. You like. When Wesley's phone buzzed again, he was standing by the window with a cigarette in his teeth. On the training field, Talbot was going through his calisthenics under the other soldiers' supervision. A picture from Blair. Wesley clicked on it to get a clearer image. When he did, he froze. The pic she sent was a selfie. She sat in front of her dressing table, in a strapless peach nightgown. Her dark, lustrous hair, which was usually tied up, fell loose around her shoulders. She wore no makeup except the lipstick Wesley bought her. Wesley's hand shook a little, and the enlarged image snapped back to its normal size. You're quiet. That bad? Never mind. I'll take it down, Blair said. Before she deleted the pic, Wesley saved it. I just wanted to let you know that not all lipstick is red. This one is buttermilk with a brownish tint. You can call it a mocha lipstick shade. Holding his phone in his left hand, and a cigarette between his fingers of his right, Wesley leaned against the wall with his eyes closed. The only thing he could think about was Blair. She filled his head. Her smile, her voice. The gentle Blair, the mischievous Blair, the aloof Blair, the angry Blair. Every one of them was adorable. His finger slid across the screen of his phone. He found the picture and stared at it longer, this time mesmerized. He missed her so much, he realized. The silence from Wesley was like a slap in the face. Blair felt humiliated. She regretted ever sending him the photo. Not even patient enough to get the makeup remover. She grabbed a cotton swab and started to remove the lipstick. She was frustrated, angrily wiping her face clean. Afterwards, she tossed the lipstick into a drawer and buried it deep under the rest of the detritus in there. Behind the suntan lotion, underneath the loofah, mixed in with all the other shades she rarely touched. Then she went to bed, leaving the desk lamp on. But sleep seemed reluctant to visit. She tossed and turned in bed, wondering why Wesley never replied. When her phone buzzed, she jerked up like a spring and reached for her phone out of reflex. It was a 2-second message from Wesley. She clicked on it excitedly and put her phone to her ear. You look very nice, he said. He was breathing heavily as if he was running. Not nice, but very nice. Blair thought the world was bright and beautiful again. But why did it take him so long to reply? And I already deleted it. If he just saw my message, he shouldn't have been able to see the photo. To solve the puzzle, she asked, who looks nice? You do. In your pic, he typed. So he did see it. Blair didn't know what to say. She sent him an ellipsis and, hearing the knock on the door, she didn't look up. The guests are on their way, but my office is still dirty. The cleaning lady did a lousy job. You need to clean it again. Me? Cleaning? Yeah, you wish. Blair refused. I'm sorry, Filberta. I can't. The guests will be here in less than 20 minutes. I'm still working on the materials that need interpretation. Find someone else to clean. Philberta Wong, who was wearing smoky eye makeup, gaped at Blair and berated. I'm your supervisor. When I ask you to clean, you clean. Besides, you're so brilliant. I think you'll do a better job cleaning. Blair wasn't provoked. She retorted with a smile. Yes, you're my supervisor. I'm wondering, will you take the fall if something goes wrong with the upcoming meeting? After all, I'm supposed to be preparing the materials. If you're preventing me from doing that, then do you want to do it? Or can you just tell the boss for me? Come on, I'm just a nobody. I don't think I can take on so much responsibility. So can you do it for me? Philberta Wong's face was dark as coal. How dare you challenge me like that? I'm just trying to do my job. The delegation is about to arrive. Need someone to clean? Grab a broom. I'm running out of time. So, if you'll excuse me. With that, Blair left the office. She was telling the truth. If she spent the time cleaning Philberta Wong's office, she wouldn't have enough time to prepare for the meeting. If she screwed up, she would get fired. Maybe that was her supervisor's intent all along. At 7:30 a.m., Blair followed Percy Jean to the front doors to meet the guests. As they stood outside, several stark black and shining Bentleys slowly came to a halt in front of the office building. Percy walked up to greet the guests and Blair followed him closely. She had to be ready for her job. The chauffeurs opened the doors and some blonde-haired men clad in drab business suits got out of the cars. Blair recognized a couple of faces, and she was agape in astonishment. One of those men, a young one, considering the age of everyone else, was smiling at her. He was her friend Orion. They had met in England. The older man in the lead among the guests was his father, who was a business tycoon. Though they had been out of touch, it was still a pleasant surprise seeing a familiar face. Blair waved secretly at Orion. What a coincidence! Since she had to stay close to Percy to interpret for him, she barely had a chance to catch up with Orion. Orion understood. Percy showed the guests around the office, and then they proceeded towards the conference room. Before the meeting started, there was a short break for everyone to settle down. Blair and Orion talked in a quiet place. Hey, Orion, are you working with your father in business now? She asked. Yes. My father is getting on in years. He doesn't look it, but he is not in too good a shape this year. As his only son, I think it is my duty to continue his business. To be frank, though, I don't want to become a businessman. Blair smiled. I understand. It's a pity that you can't surf as much as before. I know how much you love it. But hey, you can still do it in your spare time. Orion was a surfing fiend. When they had been in England, he had spent almost all of his free time at the beach. That's all I can hope to do, huh? He shrugged helplessly. What about you? How are things at work? It looks like we're going to see each other more often in the future. Yeah, you guys are stuck with me. She smiled. I'm doing fine, thanks. I'm head of the interpreters now, and well paid. I like my job. That's good to hear. Hey, the meeting is about to commence. Let's go inside. By the way, I'm staying in Y City for some time. I'm thinking of buying you dinner after work. Blair patted him on the shoulder with a smile. This is my hometown. Of course it should be me treating you to a dinner. But to be honest, the cooperation between our two companies has just started. I think we'll both be very busy in the next few days. Keep in touch. Sure. They walked into the meeting room together, followed by Philberta and another female employee. Seeing them together, Philberta sneered. The guests have just arrived, and there she is. Had bought her everything. Blair drew a tissue and wiped her eyes. Then she started to eat, and the very first bite she took made her certain that it was the best barbecue she had ever had. There was too much for one person, though. When she was done eating, she was so full that she felt like her stomach was about to burst. And yet, there were still some leftovers, enough to easily fill the stomach of a grown man. This was too much. I couldn't eat it all, she messaged Wesley. She wasn't expecting a reply, but he did respond. Get some rest. I'll finish what's left when I get home later. Get home? He is coming home tonight. Blair stood up from the sofa. She tidied the living room and got dressed before sitting back on the couch to wait for him. She wanted to be up and about when he came back. However, before she saw Wesley, she fell asleep. When the man got home, it was already about 3:30 in the morning, and when he turned on the lights, he saw Blair lying on the couch, deep asleep and undisturbed by the sudden glare. He dimmed the lights and walked over to her. "Blair," he called softly, but she didn't respond. He also noticed that there was only a soft blanket covering her. Wesley took off his uniform and cap and hung them on the clothes stand. Then he scooped her up lightly in his arms, taking care not to wake her up, and carried her towards her bedroom. The familiar softness and fragrance from her body turned him on. His breathing became heavy, muddle-headed. Blair felt like she was moving in her sleep. Feeling slightly uncomfortable, she twisted and turned restlessly. Wesley held his breath, not to disturb her as he looked at her. Luckily, once she became comfortable, she was quiet again. One knee on the bed, Wesley carefully laid Blair down and tucked her into bed, covering her with the beautiful patchwork quilt. When he was about to draw his arms back, she suddenly opened her eyes a little. Wesley froze, wondering if he woke her. Blair closed her eyes again, but then she wrapped her arms around his waist and mumbled, "Wesley? You visited me in my dreams." She buried her face in his chest, yawned and continued mumbling, "Wesley, I missed you so much." He lifted his hand to caress her smooth cheek and planted a kiss on her forehead. Fascinated by her murmuring lips, full and colorful, he couldn't help but lower his head to kiss them. The next morning, when Blair woke up, she remembered her dream. Wesley hugged her and kissed her. But the passionate kiss felt so real that she could even feel her lips hurting and her breath ragged at that moment. And she dreamed of Wesley running his rough hands all over her body. As she remembered what happened in her dream, Blair buried her face in the pillow, scratching her messy hair in shame. "Oh my God. I can't believe I had such a sexy dream. That's not like me," she thought, shocked. But at least, she felt lucky no one had the supernatural power to see her dream. No one knew her little secret. She then sat up. Her eyes went wide and she jumped out of bed, rushing towards the bathroom. She felt a large amount of menses gushing out. However fast she ran, it was too late. Her pants were red. Some even dripped on the floor. She grabbed a rag, got it wet and went to town on the carpet. She kept herself busy cleaning and totally forgot about her dream. She didn't even have the time to think about how she got from the sofa to the bed. Someone had moved her, but she didn't stop to wonder about that. When she walked to the living room, she was surprised to find there was no food on the table. She remembered she had put the barbecue dish on the table. But where was the food? No skewers or bits of food in the bin either. So where did it go? Did Wesley really come back last night? Did he eat the rest of the food? She wondered. But still, she didn't stop to ask herself a very vital question. Who moved her from the sofa to the bed? Blair turned to look at Wesley's bedroom. The door was open. She walked over to his room and peeked inside. He wasn't there. His room was together. Blair decided that discretion was the better part of valor. She wasn't going to get involved in this lover's spat, so she turned Debbie down. After Debbie was rather forcibly removed from the club by Carlos, Blair also left the nightclub with Wesley. Shortly after they left, Wesley's phone rang. Blair caught a glimpse of the screen and saw that the caller ID said Megan. Blair sneered. Megan couldn't bug Carlos tonight, so she decided to bother Wesley instead. Wesley picked up the car phone. "Uncle Wesley." "Imsad." "Who? Who?" Megan's crying echoed inside the car. When Wesley said nothing, the girl continued. "Do you and Uncle Carlos hate me now, Uncle Wesley?" "No," Wesley replied simply. "I know Debbie Nian has always held a grudge against me. Uncle Carlos doesn't care about me now. Uncle Wesley, if you hate me, please tell me straight up." A hint of impatience flashed in Wesley's eyes. But he tried to comfort her. "You're sick. Don't cry. It'll make it worse." "I know." Megan's sobs continued to come from the other end of the phone. Blair felt so annoyed to hear Megan going on like this. Her good mood was dampened. Although the line was still connected, she looked at Wesley expressionless and demanded coldly, "Wesley, can you stop the car?" Megan stopped crying in an instant. Wesley shot her a confused glance and asked, "Why? Why? Isn't it obvious?" Irritated by the stupid man, she didn't care that Megan could hear their conversation and said as calmly as she could, "Either hang up the phone now or let me out." Wesley found himself stuck in the same situation. Last time he answered Megan's call in the car, and Blair got angry with him. "Uncle Wesley, are you still with your neighbor Blair?" Megan asked on the other end of the line. Blair sneered, "Not just neighbors anymore, little girl. We're roommates." Wesley was surprised by how Blair needled Megan. Silence engulfed them as Megan went silent. The only sound was the muffled roar of the engine. Wesley couldn't figure out what was going through Blair's mind. Finally, he decided to minimize the drama. "Megan, just don't worry about this. Get some sleep. Take care of yourself. Don't stay up late. Don't. Drop me off now." Blair furiously interrupted his repeated nagging to Megan. It was obvious who was important to him, and it wasn't Blair. Wesley stopped talking and hung up the phone. He pulled over, but he didn't unlock the car doors to let her out. "What's wrong with you?" He had to find out the reason. She made a scene the last time he talked to Megan. It was happening again. And it was at night this time. What would she do if she left the car at this hour? "Nothing. I'm all right. So tell me, is Megan the reason why you don't date?" Wesley gave her a long look, confused by her words. What does Megan have to do with me having a girlfriend or not? He wondered. Blair's mind was a mess. Every word that Megan said haunted her. Whenever she was around Wesley, she tried her best to forget about Megan. God knew how much she wanted to let it all out, to tell Wesley that his poor innocent Megan was really a hypocritical bitch and a drama queen. But she couldn't. Suddenly, a scene at the airport replayed in her mind. Why did Wesley think she was pregnant? Megan told him that. And Blair did say she was pregnant in front of Megan. She met Megan at her departure gate when she was about to hop a flight to England. Blair had already finished her studies there. But there were still some things she needed to be there in person to wrap up, so she had no choice but to fly to England again. Hartwell drove her to the airport and she got there way too early. To kill the time, she chose to sit in a quiet corner, playing on her phone. A few minutes later, a couple essaying his feelings. You know him. I figured it out by listening to him. Megan paused. Blair tried to process her words. Indeed, Wesley wasn't the type of man to confess his love to others. He said that he was nice to you when you were neighbors because you're Lieutenant General G's niece. He had to show respect to his superior, Megan added. Her secret exposed, Blair could hardly keep her composure. She wanted to end the conversation as soon as possible. Miss Lon, why are you telling me all this?
I'm engaged.
I have nothing to do with Wesley anymore. I don't want to hear anything about him. Well, okay. I wish you could just stay in England, Miss Jing. Without you around, no one would get in the way. Then Wesley and I could get married, and he wouldn't have to be confused. Confused? Get in the way. Blair frowned at her words. How did I get in the way? Blair felt Megan was being ridiculous. Ever since she started her studies in England, she hadn't called Wesley at all. They met once when the G family and Lee family had a dinner together. But it was Wesley who talked to her first. She had tried her best to keep her distance. Anyway, I like Uncle Wesley too. Please don't call him anymore. Megan pleaded, feigning innocence. She should have been an actress, Blair thought. Blair looked at her.
I repeat, I'm engaged.
My fiancé loves me, and I didn't call Wesley. A bright smile broke on Megan's face. I trust you, Blair. Thanks. I have to go now. Bye. As Megan walked away, so did Blair's mind. It began to roam about far and wide, and then she could hardly focus on the posts she was browsing on Weibo. So Wesley really loves Megan. I should have known. She didn't know why, but the thought pained her heart. even though she had her suspicions a while back. On boarding the plane, Blair had bumped into Megan once again when she was walking towards the economy class, located in the back of the plane. Megan was adjusting herself in the first-class cabin. She was surprised to see Blair and asked with a smile, "Blair, are you in first class too? What a coincidence, huh? Uncle Wesley booked a first-class ticket for me too. Are we sitting together?" Wesley had booked a first-class ticket for Blair when she had first flown to England to begin her studies there. Now she realized it wasn't any special treatment he had given her. He had done the same for Megan. Blair remembered forcing a polite smile and pointing to the crowded economy class. Most of the passengers over were still unsettled. "No, my seat is in economy. Goodbye, Miss Lon," she said honestly. During the entire flight, Blair's mind had remained preoccupied with the words that Megan had uttered. "Wesley said no to my proposal without hesitation because he loves Megan," she finally realized. So he wasn't a good man. If he had Megan in his heart and loved her truly, why had he so actively kissed her? On coming to know about this side of him, Blair had decided that she would forget Wesley and fall out of love with him. However, things had taken an unexpected turn. Later on in the South Mountain, she was trapped by the flash floods. When she was facing death, the only name that had popped up in her head was Wesley. In her desperation and potentially her last moments, she couldn't control herself and had sent him a message, which she had thought would be her last words in the world. But beyond her expectations, there had been a miracle. He had come to save her life, like a hero falling from the skies. He had brought life back to her, and her love for him was rekindled, crazier than ever. After that day, their paths had crossed a few more times. And finally, they had even moved into the same apartment. There had been times when Blair had pondered over Megan's words at the airport. She had a feeling that Megan was just trying to drive a wedge between Wesley and her, forcing them to misunderstand each other and draw apart. She had even boldly guessed that maybe Wesley had feelings for herself. Coming back from the retrospect, Blair smiled bitterly. Such kind of ups and downs and twists and turns in her love life had made her suffer. When she finally calmed down, she looked at Wesley and told him, "Wesley, it took me all this time, but now I know that we're not suitable." She paused. To make it sound a bit ambiguous, she added, "For living under the same roof." He had told her many times he was born to serve the country and its people. However, when she was saying the second sentence, she felt sad for her own self. He had saved her life twice, her parents' incident and the flash floods. It looked like she was just one of the many people he had saved. And they both knew it. He would spare no efforts to save anyone regardless of who it was. It made no difference to him whether the person in danger was Blair or a complete stranger. It was his duty to dive into death headlong and protect others. This realization upset her very much. "You're right," he answered. That was the worst part. He didn't try to deny her claim. At that moment, Blair's heart broke. After a moment of silence, Blair took a deep breath. She wanted to clarify things. She asked him in a calm voice, "Colonel Lee, can you tell me what exactly our relationship is now?" She was thinking, we're not neighbors, we're not friends, and we're not lovers. Then what are we to each other? Wesley was concentrating on driving the car and didn't answer. She didn't press him. After a while, he finally seemed to come to a decision and told her, "Good friends." "Good friends? Screw you. What kind of good friends will kiss each other so passionately, pressing me up against a car?" Blair was nearly angered to death by this idiot and his idiotic response. Oblivious to their problems, the car sped smoothly along the city road. Blair closed her eyes and leaned back against the seat. She decided against speaking to him before they arrived at the apartment. The longer they were on the road, the slower would be his responses because his mind would be on the car. She soon felt the car slow down. She opened her eyes to look at the road and there weren't any traffic lights in front of them. She tilted her head to look at Wesley. The man kept throwing glances at the front right while maneuvering the car carefully. Blair followed Wesley's gaze. She saw that a crowd had gathered around an apartment building. They were all looking up at something. Before she could figure out what happened, Wesley suddenly sped up, heading straight into the parking lot in front, and yanked the wheel to get the car to stop faster. He was there in no time flat. "Wait for me," he told Blair. With that, he unfastened his seatbelt, opened the car door and sprang out in one swift move. Before she knew it, he had left the car and disappeared into the crowd. Once she unbuckled, she was able to get to a better vantage point. Watching from the car window, Blair realized that it must be something urgent. Instantly, she opened the door and jumped out of the car as well. But, ouch! She almost sprained her ankle. His car was really high off the ground. She paused a moment to make sure she was okay. It dawned on her this was the first time she had gotten out of Wesley's car without his help. But she didn't have the time to care about that. She slammed the door behind her and rushed towards the crowd. People there were talking about what was going on, and that was when she finally knew. She raised her head to look at what was causing all the fuss. In the dim lights, she saw a little kid sitting on the balcony of the 13th floor, crying. The neighbors said it was a 2-year-old boy. The neighbors had knocked on the boy's apartment door for several minutes, but no one answered. They guessed that the kid was home alone. The boy walked to the balcony to look for his parents and then climbed onto the windowsill. It was dangerous since the balcony had no bars, nothing to stop him from falling. The kid could fall at any moment. Someone had already called the police, but they hadn't arrived yet. Blair looked around, scanning for Wesley, and saw him rush inside the building. Blair wanted to follow, but the crowd was thick, and they weren't interested in letting anyone through. After all, everyone had a hard-won vantage point, so naturally they weren't going to let anyone else take it. Not that she would stay there. But they didn't know that. She knew Wesley was hard at work saving people again. She decided to wait for him in the crowd. He needed to concentrate or someone would die. Before long, Blair saw a figure appear on the balcony of the 14th floor, right over the boy. Her heart leapt to her throat. The crowd erupted in cheers when they saw a man in a military uniform jump onto the windowsill above the boy. It was evening, and the fact that no lights came from the windows on either side of the boy made it worse. Apparently no one lived there. The ONL. Drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend, a mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses. She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again. But life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. Comfortable in all sorts of harsh environments. They got in the car. Blair asked tenderly, "That was pretty intense. Were you scared?" If she were to hang off such a tall building, she couldn't even bear to open her eyes. That was just one difference between her and him. Wesley said casually, "It was only the 13th floor. I once climbed 63 stories." Blair was utterly shocked. 63. She could hardly believe her ears. He added, "If he hadn't gotten overexcited, I would have been able to save him more easily." But the boy was careless. Before he left, he saw the boy's mother rush back home. He found out that mom snuck out to play mahjong while the boy was asleep. She was so engrossed in the games that she forgot about the time. A small mistake can lead to disaster. The mother learned a good lesson today. Blair felt her heart still pounding. Is this what you usually do?
No.
It's not what we do. In fact, it's not even our duty. We're supposed to leave this to emergency teams. He just happened to come across this. He knew very well the boy would be in more danger if they just waited for the rescue team to come. His sense of responsibility drove him to take action at once. Blair sighed inwardly. She knew his job as a soldier was much more dangerous than this. She felt sorry for fighting with him earlier that night. After they returned to the apartment, Wesley sat down and started texting someone. "Take your clothes off," Blair requested. He raised his head to look at her, confused. "Why?" She grabbed the coat from his hand and said naturally, "They're dirty. I'll throw a load in the wash." "No thanks. I'll take care of my laundry myself." He turned down her offer, not wanting to bother her with such minor details. Blair glared at Wesley. It's not like I'm washing it by hand. The washing machine will do it. You're impossible. Just give me your clothes. Being harangued by someone else for the first time. Wesley wanted to retort, but her angry look zipped his mouth. He turned around and walked to his bedroom. As he opened the door, he paused. Let me get a shower first. He meant to say that he would shower first and bring his dirty clothes to her afterwards. Blair nodded. Wesley walked inside the bathroom and turned on the shower. Steam floated from the water, settling on the mirror and fogging it up. After a moment, when Blair heard nothing from his bedroom, she pushed open the door and found his dirty clothes in the hamper. She removed them and left quickly. Despite the sounds of the shower, Wesley could hear Blair futzing around outside the bathroom. He finished rinsing the soap off and cut the water. The stream terminated quickly, leaving a dripping Wesley behind in the tub. When he came out, he found that his dirty clothes in the hamper were really gone. He put on his pajamas and walked out of his bedroom. The washing machine was going and it was already on the second cycle. He was going to knock on Blair's bedroom door, but then he heard noise from the kitchen. Blair was making noodles. Hearing him come in, she turned and told the man, "Wait a minute. Almost done." "Okay." He leaned against the door, watching her busy figure. A smile formed on his lips. In no time, she brought a bowl of delicious-smelling noodles to the dinner table. "Go ahead and eat. My turn for a shower." Wesley took a look at the noodle dish. Topped with tomato slices, scrambled eggs, mushrooms, and chopped green onions, the look and smell made his mouth water. He grabbed her hand as she turned away. "You don't want any?" Blair lowered her head to look at her hand in his. She smiled and said, "No, I don't usually eat this late at night." He let go of her and nodded. "Okay." Wesley then sat at the table and ate the noodles himself. He was hungry after his adventure, and those noodles really hit the spot. When she came out of her bedroom dressed in pajamas, Wesley was nowhere to be found. The washing machine was off and his clothes were all hung up, drying. The kitchen was clean, the dishes washed and stacked in the right cabinets. Wesley had taken care of all the chores. She stood outside his bedroom thinking, forget it. He needs to get up early. He's drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend. A mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses. She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again. But life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. Shared some shortcuts to translate German into Chinese. Blair stared at Wesley with gratitude. "Thank you so much, Colonel Lee. You saved my life again." "Saved your life?" Wesley was stunned by her exaggeration. Surely this couldn't be a matter of life and death. Blair lowered her head and began taking notes. Wesley walked around the desk and stood next to her. Under the light of the desk lamp, Wesley was like a parent helping his child with homework. Whenever he saw a mistake, he pointed it out and made sure she corrected it. A half-hour later, Blair finally finished translating all the documents. She stretched as she asked casually, "So what other languages do you know?" As she began to clear the desk, he replied, "English, French, German, Korean, Russian, Spanish, and Arabic. But I've only earned high-level certificates for English, French, and German. As for the rest, I know enough to get by." Blair marveled and suggested, "If you retire from the military one day, you should be a high-caliber translator for the government or some multinational corporation. You could earn a fortune." "He's a friggin' genius. He knows martial arts in 8 languages. There's nothing he can't do," she marveled in her mind. Wesley gave her a long look. "I'm not planning on retiring anytime soon. Or any time later, for that matter." He was dedicated to his career. Seeing his serious look, Blair shut her mouth. They went back to their own bedrooms. It was then that Blair noticed a message from Jocelyn. She'd sent it an hour ago. "Bless, your cousin booked a room for me. Room 616 at Orchid Private Club. 7 p.m. tomorrow. Be there or be square. Blair suddenly remembered that it was Jocelyn's birthday the next day. She quickly sent back a text to her. I saw the message just now. So, who else will attend your party tomorrow evening? Only a few old friends and classmates. Hartwell will take me out and celebrate my birthday at noon, because he can't make it in the evening. We can enjoy ourselves without any disturbance in room 616 tomorrow. Jocelyn hadn't slept yet. It was clear that she was extremely excited from the detailed message she sent back. Hartwell was always as busy as Wesley. That was the reason why Jocelyn couldn't see her husband every day. Yet he always made it up for his absence in different ways. No problem then. I'll be off work at 5:30 p.m. I can reach there before 7. Jocelyn sent her the emoji with a flying kiss. Sleep tight. Don't stay awake overnight. Will do so. Good night then. See you tomorrow. After sending the message, Blair put away her phone. She turned off the light and closed her eyes as soon as her head hit the pillow. Every night before she slept, her thoughts would drift off to Wesley, to everything he said and did. Sometimes she would imagine how their future would be. Tonight was no exception. The next morning, Blair handed the translated documents to the manager of the German cooperative partner in the conference room. They were satisfied and spoke highly of her capability. She heaved a sigh of relief. Of course, she thanked Wesley's help in her mind. After the meeting, Blair was called into Philberta's office. Her superior requested her team to perform a show in the company's annual gala next month. Philberta even gave a specific suggestion, asking them to present a dance on the stage. Blair was surprised. She asked in confusion, "Dance? But why?" Wearing bright red lipstick on her lips, Philberta flashed an evil smile. Well, as you already know, most of the staff members in our company are men. It'll help to enliven the atmosphere of the party. Just learn some steps of modern dance and practice it with your team members. Besides, you aren't married yet, right? It's a good chance that will help you find a boyfriend. Do remember to put on the shortest skirt. Put on heavy makeup and move your body as sexily as you can. Blair seethed in anger. She didn't know how to dance. It was late winter now, and Philberta was asking her to wear a miniskirt. Did this vicious woman want to freeze her to death? But Blair understood the actual intent of her words. She knew that Philberta wanted to humiliate her, and was going to use this opportunity to do so. Ms. Wang, I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. Since childhood I've not been good at dancing, and sadly I have no other talents. It will bring shame to our department if I perform on the stage, so I think it is better if you do. Drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend, a mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses. She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again. But life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. R1. Blair, I heard you are working in the Gene Group now. Is that true? I heard you had studied abroad for 2 years. Have you been working in that company since you came back? Blair. Do you remember me? I was your desk mate at middle school. Blair maintained her polite smile while answering their questions. When she was on the brink of a meltdown, Jocelyn pulled the girl to her side and warned the boys. Hey, spare Blair. She's got a boyfriend. Abai Lin, one of the boys who was present there, snorted and said brazenly, So what? As long as she hasn't gotten married, we all have a chance to win her over. Yeah, I agree. Blair, dump your boyfriend and start dating Abai. Another boy teased. Blair said nothing. She just had a soft and calm smile on her face. She moved away from the group and sat among the girls. In the military area of Y City, Wesley had just finished his work and returned to his office. Talbot and a few other soldiers knocked on the door one by one and stormed into his office. Seeing the mischievous smiles on their faces, Wesley knew these guys must be up to something. Well, now that you are here, tell me what's bothering you. Wesley asked with a smirk on his face. In a low voice and sounding very serious, Talbot asked Wesley, "Chief, do you know Blair's phone number?" Wesley squinted at him. When he spoke, his voice was full of threats. "You want to do sit-ups or push-ups?"
No, no.
"Chief, please check Blair's WeChat moments now. Don't hurry in your decision to punish us." "We mean well," Talbot said, feigning fear on his face. But he wasn't really scared of his leader. Ever since he saw Wesley and Blair kissing each other last time, Wesley never punished him again, even when Blair's name was brought up in a conversation. That itself meant there was something between them which was undeniable. All the other soldiers nodded in unison. They were one big well-oiled machinery. "Yes, Talbot's right, Chief. We did that only for your own good. We had no ulterior motives." Wesley, however, was unfazed by their unanimous response and replied calmly, "All of you, get out and get ready for a running exercise. If you delay for even a single second, your phone will be confiscated." He added in a warning tone, "For a month." "Yes, sir. We're leaving right now." They all responded in a similar way. Then one of them mischievously added, "Please do remember to check Blair's WeChat moments." Before Wesley could retort, Talbot and the other soldiers turned around and darted out of Wesley's office faster than a scared rabbit. When the office had quietened down, Wesley slowly brought out his phone and opened the WeChat app. He tapped on Blair's moments. Blair had posted a photo about half an hour ago. She was with a group of 8 people, all holding a glass of beer and toasting each other. The caption caught his eye. "Warning. Whoever gets a phone call has to chug down 1 glass." 8 phone numbers were mentioned beneath that, as if inviting people to call. Wesley knew at a glance that the last number was Blair's. He wondered if anyone had called her. Was she drunk? The glasses looked quite tall, even though they were slightly narrow. Still, she didn't have a big appetite. Could she gulp one down? Actually, by the time Wesley could check her WeChat moments, Blair had already been forced to gulp down 2 glasses of beer. Of the 2 calls she had received, one was from a classmate she had in high school and the other one was from Orion. Jocelyn, the birthday girl, had already received 5 calls. Unfortunately, the calls weren't going to stop for her since everyone would want to wish her, oblivious of the rules of the game. Just as the group had settled down after one of the calls, one of the boys received a call from Hartwell. The boy wanted to cry when he heard what the voice from the other end of the line was saying. "Hi there. I'm Jocelyn's husband. Can you put her on the phone for me, please?" The boy replied in an anguished tone, "Sir, come on. You could have called your wife directly." Hartwell nonchalantly responded, "Oh, please. I saw her post and know all about your little game. I wanted to talk to her, so I just randomly picked up a number. It was obvious why." He didn't want his wife or Blair to drink too much, so he had deliberately chosen a random number. The boy passed his phone to Jocelyn, murmuring, "You know, your husband is such a sly fox. This one doesn't count." "Doesn't count?" Everyone burst out laughing. "You wish. You know the rules. Whoever gets a call has to chug it down. We didn't have a restriction on the callers. Pop a glass down now." While Jocelyn was busy talking to Hartwell on the phone, the boy was forced by the group to gulp a tall glass of beer in a single breath. "Hey, honey," Jocelyn greeted her husband with a smile. Sighing helplessly, Hartwell cautioned her. "What's this game you guys are doing? Take care, huh? I cannot be there, you know? Don't drink too much and keep an eye out for Blair too. Don't let. And I'm so happy. I want to drink another glass and make a toast to you, but I'm already full. I think my tummy will burst if I do that." They haven't finished their own drinks. "Hey, you don't have to drink anymore either. Blair, I'm really happy with your cousin. I hope you can find someone to be your happiness soon." Jocelyn knew about Blair's trouble in love affairs and in her work. Blair smiled, rubbing her head against her friend's shoulder. It felt weirdly good and relaxing. Then she took the unfinished glass of beer and drank a swig. "Jocelyn, I don't even know my own heart now. And you know what? I feel even more confused about Wesley's mind. When I decided to go abroad and study in England, I also swore to myself that I wouldn't love Wesley anymore for the rest of my life. He had turned me down so mercilessly. But when I came back and met him once more, I couldn't help falling in love with him all over again. He's such an attractive young man. But that jerk. If he doesn't love me, why does he keep me in his apartment? He told me that he will let me go when I have a boyfriend. Don't you think he's being ridiculous and a bit weird? Jocelyn wrapped an arm around her shoulders and laughed. Yes, he's being very ridiculous. If Wesley were a woman, he would be a manipulative and hypocritical bitch. Haha. Blair thought about her words. Jocelyn was right. Wesley and the female gender were a dangerous combination. She laughed out loud too. He thinks he's doing this for my own good, but he never asks me what I want. I don't want to have anything to do with him anymore. But I guess each time I see him I get soft-hearted. He once told me very clearly that he doesn't love me. Why can't I have more self-respect and stay away from him? Do you think I'm a loser? Shoo! Jocelyn raised her feeble arm and covered Blair's mouth, a bit loosely. Don't look down on yourself like that. It's Wesley's problem. He doesn't like you but still keeps you around him. He's the one who said that he was doing it for your own good. But I can clearly tell that it's because he loves you. He just doesn't want to admit it. Blair gestured with her hands as she spoke. No, you are wrong. I don't think Wesley has feelings for me. He takes care of me for my uncle's sake. I often see that he's been fooling around with Megan. She took a pause and asked, Hey Jocelyn, do all men like fooling around with more than one woman? Maybe. Men are unpredictable, dear. You are such a beauty, bless. Men like beauties. Megan is not as pretty as you. But she knows how to pretend to be weak and helpless in front of Wesley. Men are unable to resist these types of girls. Hey, I have a great idea. Why don't you learn a few tactics from her? And show Wesley your weakness and feminine side. Jocelyn suggested naughtily. Ever since Wesley had turned down Blair's proposal, she had acted as if she wasn't interested in anyone or anything. But whenever they talked about Wesley, she would feel a strange mix of emotions. She would feel angry, happy, and sad all at the same time. Jocelyn strongly believed that Blair should adopt some tactics when it came to dealing with Wesley. She needed to learn to discover ways to attract him by her beauty and tantrums. Show my weakness and femininity? Blair propped herself up on one elbow and drank another glass of beer as she continued. I wanted to, but he is such a blockhead when it comes to matters of love. He is always so slow in getting my point. Sometimes I felt so mad at him that I wanted to beat him blue and black. She gave Jocelyn a bitter smile. Why don't you try to seduce him? It could help you know if he's really not into you. Jocelyn was totally drunk and made a bold suggestion under the influence of the huge amounts of alcohol that she had consumed. Blair rolled her eyes. I did that too. But it didn't work. Last time when Wesley, his mom and I went shopping together, he bought me a shade of lipstick and a bottle of perfume. For a moment I thought he had feelings for me. I was so happy and desperate for him that I was ready to get laid. I strongly feel that an upright and honest man like him will not abandon a woman with whom he has slept, right? But before we got intimate together we had a fight again. Well, it was not really a fight, but we disagreed and argued. At that time I thought he didn't like me, and recalled Megan's words. That girl very openly told me that he had a thing for her. Jocelyn looked at her with a perplexed expression. She embraced her warmly, and her heart ached for her best friend. I really feel bad for you. Why can't you just get over Wesley and move on? When you went to England and got engaged to Miller, I thought it was all over between you and Wesley. I didn't. Drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend, a mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses. She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again. But life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. Singing. She took a few moments to realize how the room had suddenly gone silent. Hartwell and Wesley. Blair still didn't get Jocelyn's point. She shook her head and murmured, Who knows? Maybe for work. Wait. Wesley? Jocelyn, am I seeing things? I can see Wesley here. Jocelyn rubbed her eyes. I see him too. That means we are not see things. They are really here. Her eyes were fixed as she saw Hartwell greeting the other guys along the way. The two men who had gotten into the room a few moments ago were now walking towards her and Blair. Wesley nodded at Jocelyn, gesturing to say hi, and then stared at Blair, saying nothing. The two just looked at each other. Their gazes were so strongly engrossed in each other, as if the others around didn't exist at all. Although Hartwell wasn't happy that Wesley and Blair met behind his back, he still asked her, "So Blair, whose car are you riding in?" Blair sat up and blinked her innocent eyes, her head in a mess. Hartwell, Colonel Lee, what a coincidence. It's not a coincidence. I'm here to pick you up, Wesley said with a serious expression on his firmly set face. He was always so straightforward. There was not a moment when his expression would show his feelings. Blair, Jocelyn, and Hartwell almost burst out laughing. Is he always so serious? Even before his family? They wondered. Blair tried her best to hold back her laughter. She didn't want Hartwell to misunderstand her relationship with Wesley, so she said in a flat tone, "Thanks for your kindness, Colonel Lee. I think I'll go with Hartwell." Hartwell, however, felt something wasn't right. He laid her lies bare for all to see. "Enough, Blair. Do you think I'm an idiot? Do you think you can fool me?" he snapped. When she heard what Hartwell said, Blair was stunned. What does he mean? She turned to look at Jocelyn, but her friend just shook her head and looked back with innocent eyes. "I didn't tell him," Jocelyn said with a shrug. "Stop it. Whose car are you riding in?" Hartwell repeated his question. He knew Blair was playing dumb. "I want to come with you," Blair said in a low voice. Hartwell took a deep breath and fought off the impulse to roll his eyes. "You asked Wesley to pick you up. Why ride with me? Just take his car." Wesley was confused. "Blair didn't call me to pick her up." Sounds like she didn't call Hartwell either. "And he's only here to pick Jocelyn up." Blair nodded her head obediently. She was so tired her eyes kept closing involuntarily. She was micronapping and wanted nothing more than a bed. "Fine, I'll go with him. Have a safe drive." She grabbed her purse and got to her feet. A moment later she regretted it. Her head spun, and she was so drunk she couldn't feel her legs. She staggered and fell forward. Luckily, Wesley was quick. He pulled her into his arms, preventing her from falling to the floor. Blair held onto Wesley's arms and tried to get her footing. After all, Hartwell was still here. But her efforts were for naught. She was like a fawn trying to stand for the first time. Her legs were shaky and couldn't hold her. Wesley had no choice but to scoop her up in his arms. He nodded at Hartwell and said, "Don't worry. I'll get her home safe." Hartwell hesitated. It was not that he didn't believe him, but Wesley was a man and Blair was drunk. People get stupid when they're drunk. Hartwell suggested, "How about you drive Blair to my place?" Jocelyn tugged at Hartwell's sleeve. "What does Blair think?" Blair struggled to open her eyes. My place," she slurred. She was so tired and drunk she could barely manage speech. Hartwell still wanted to say something, but Jocelyn nudged him. They could stay there all night arguing or just let them go. Although the other guys in the room didn't want to let Jocelyn and Blair leave, they didn't speak up. Hartwell and Wesley were pretty domineering, and it was not the time to get in between them when they were buttoned in, straining against the limits of the seatbelt. "Wesley," she murmured in an alluring voice. He trembled and almost lost control of the car.
Yeah.
"Wesley," she called out again. "What?" He was growing rather bored with this. He needed to get her home. "I want to sleep with you tonight." Oh my. The car almost hit the curb, and Wesley was fast enough to pull it back. The tires protested his quick action with a squeal. Blair closed her eyes and rested her head on his legs. "Wesley. This was getting dangerous. How did you know that I was at the club?" she asked. After a pause, he answered honestly, "You posted on WeChat. Why pick me up? I'm not your girlfriend." She breathed in his unique scent floating in the air as she spoke. Wesley adjusted his position. I was afraid you'd need a ride. So Hartwell didn't ask him. Thinking of this, Blair was elated. Wesley, you have feelings for Megan? She asked. No, he answered without hesitation. She curled her lips and smiled sweetly without him seeing. Wesley. He answered her every question patiently until she suddenly said, Can we stop and get some waha? What? Wesley didn't get her point. I just want waha, Blair yelled as she sat upright and looked at him. Fire was in her eyes. Wesley looked out the window and saw some grocery stores as he passed. But there was no place to park, so he kept driving. Okay, hold on, he said. Why should I wait? I want it now, Blair complained, pouting her lips. Calm down. I'm finding a place to go, Wesley answered, searching for a store. Liar. You just don't want to buy me what I want. She spat. Store? We're still on the road. She thought angrily. Help me out then. You see someplace, you tell me. He was driving in the inside lane, so he had to change lanes to get closer to a store and find a place to park, all of which required some time. Blair was too drunk to be reasonable. He's going to drag his feet on this one, so maybe I'll forget the idea. Well, it won't work, mister. Jocelyn did that more than a few times. Wesley's doing it too. What a jerk. Boo. Who? Blair sniffed and then burst into tears. Wesley cast an anxious glance at her and asked worriedly, Hey, what's wrong? Why are you crying? You are such a jerk. I just want some waha and you won't buy it for me. You probably think I'm annoying, huh? Fine. I won't bug you anymore. Stop the car and let me out. Wesley wasn't even sure what she was ranting about. Why was she so angry? He was just trying to find a convenience store. Yes, she's annoying, he thought. But I never said that to her. He stopped at a red light and took a quick glance at the light. About 30 seconds to go. He turned to look at her and said seriously, I didn't say that I wouldn't buy it, but I can't conjure it out of thin air. We need a store. With red eyes, Blair pointed to the outside of the window and spat. You're lying. I saw a couple of them already. See, another store there. There was indeed a convenience store not far away. Wesley saw it too. But I can't just pull over. I need to find a parking space first. I'll stop the car and buy it if I can find one, okay? However, his words didn't help. Blair began to sob again. I always knew you didn't like me. Seriously? It's just some waha. Fine. I'll go find a boyfriend and he'll buy me whatever I want. I'll never bug you again. Wesley rubbed his aching temples and sighed helplessly. I'll buy 10 bottles, okay? Blair nodded with beat. He didn't want to forcefully pull her hands away for fear of hurting her. This won't look good. People will talk. Let them. They were already living under the same roof. It didn't matter what they did, people would think they had an affair. Left with no choice, Wesley had to agree with her. All right. Just get some rest. I'll go to the parking lot and grab your drinks. No. You'll just leave, she protested. I won't, he promised. No. I don't believe you. Get the drinks tomorrow. Wesley was on the brink of a meltdown. Okay. You need a bath. I'll fill the tub for you, he whispered as their foreheads touched. Blair didn't let him go. No way. Wesley rubbed her hair and said softly, Would I lie to you? All right. Blair finally let go of him and watched as he went to the bathroom. Inside the bathroom, while drawing water into the bathtub, Wesley rubbed his face with profound resignation. Women. They're a lot of trouble. Dealing with her is just a pain. I should be working right now instead of drawing water for her bath. Wesley, what is wrong with you? She didn't call you to pick her up, but you did anyway. You'll have to sleep with her later. Oh God. Wesley sighed the umpteenth time. He carried Blair into the bathroom, and after confirming that she could bathe on her own, he left. He went to his own bathroom to take a quick shower. After taking a shower, Wesley walked out of his own bedroom and knocked on Blair's door. For some reason, even after he had kept knocking for a long while, there was no response. He decided that she hadn't finished bathing yet and was still in the bathroom. He fished out his phone to give Hartwell a call. The man must be sick with worry right now, he thought. But right before he was about to press the big green button, he changed his mind and sent him a text message instead. He thought that Hartwell might be asleep at this time of the night. Blair is home. She is okay. You can rest now. Little did Wesley know that he was not the only one who had to suffer a drunk woman this evening. Hartwell himself was having quite a headache because of his drunken wife. In fact, he was in a double whammy since his day had been long and tiring at the office, and now, Jocelyn was drunk beyond the bounds of consciousness. When he received Wesley's message, he had just managed to coax Jocelyn into falling asleep. In no mood for a long discussion, he simply wrote, "Take good care of her." "Sure." Wesley pounced on the sofa, waiting for Blair to come out. Half an hour later, when he still didn't hear any sound from within her room, his face changed shades slightly. He walked over and knocked on the door again. Still no response. He could feel that something was not right. It usually takes her 40 minutes to bathe and a couple more than 10 minutes to dry her hair. But she has been in the bathroom for almost 70 minutes now. Even for a drunk girl, that is too long. He unlocked the door and saw that she was not in the bedroom. What was worse, there was no sound coming from the bathroom. No running water, no nothing. Just an eerie silence. He knocked on the bathroom door. "Blair." He called out her name several times, but she didn't make a sound. Finally, getting too anxious to handle the pressure, Wesley pushed the door open and barged in. It was both relieving and infuriating to see the woman inside, sound asleep with her head leaning against the bathtub. Her face was even redder than before because of the warm water, and she looked like she had been in that position for a long time now. Wesley immediately looked away when he saw her naked body. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and called out with his face looking the other way. "Blair? Blair?" She still did not make any response, so he had to go up and pat her face softly. Blair moved slightly, and the next moment, she slid down into the huge bathtub. Luckily, before she could drown, Wesley pulled her out like a flash of lightning. He then grabbed a towel from the stand on the other side of the bathroom and wrapped it around her. Only then did she wake up, most probably due to the sudden splash of water. In her sleepy and hazy state, she saw Wesley. She pulled out her arms from inside the towel and held him tightly. She turned over on her stomach, making her curves on the back even more significant, and looked at him with a smile. "Some of my clothes must be washed by hands. Colonel Lee, I've washed your clothes twice. Will you please help me wash mine today?" Wesley's face twitched at her words. Wash her clothes by hands? It was not that he didn't know how to do so. As a soldier, he almost always had to wash his clothes by himself. But Blair's underwear? It was almost as if he were holding a hot potato. He didn't know whether he should just throw the darned clothes away or act like a bomb was in his hands. Blair clearly saw Wesley's tanned face become red bit by bit. When he didn't respond, she rolled on the bed once more and murmured, "Ah, my head is killing me now. Colonel Lee, please just do me this tiny favor. Please." Wesley gave in once again, and under her watchful eyes, he walked out of the room. He put her outer clothes into the washing machine, added some laundry detergent, and pressed the start button. Then, with her bra and panties in his hand, he walked back to her bathroom again without uttering a single word. Already a silent man, he looked even more taciturn now. When she heard the running water in the bathroom, she smiled smugly and thought to herself, "Humph! It seems like he will do whatever I say when I'm drunk. This is a good opportunity. I should do this more often. I believe he'll surrender to me one day." The sound of the running water coming from within the bathroom stopped pretty soon, but Blair was in no mood to let him off so easily. She raised her voice and reminded him, "Wesley, women's panties need to be washed a little longer. Otherwise, we get sick." Wesley didn't respond. He really wanted to grab a gun and take as many pot shots at the clothes as possible. Nevertheless, he turned on the tap once again. This time, he stayed in the bathroom for so long that Blair began to feel sleepy. Blair yawned for 1 whole minute and was about to get out of bed and check on the man inside the bathroom when Wesley walked out himself with a blue plastic basin in his hands, his face deadpan. It looked so comical she wanted to laugh. He walked past her bed with his eyes looking straight in front of him like a car's headlights. He reached the balcony and hung her bra and panties on the rope. After that, he walked back to his own bathroom and took a shower. This woman was proving to be quite a lot of work for him. He waited until the washing machine had finished working. Then he hung the remaining clothes as well on the balcony, and then returned to Blair's bedroom. She lay prone on the bed, bored out of her wits. At the sight of Wesley, her eyes lit up and she threw back the blanket. Time to sleep. Come on. Wesley frowned and turned around like a scared cat. Before long, he came back with a blanket of his own in his arms. He first tucked her in tight and then covered himself with his own blanket. Finally ready to sleep, he switched off the lights and the room plunged into darkness. Yes, she exclaimed inwardly and flashed a quiet smile. Now was the time. Though she was physically exhausted, she just couldn't fall asleep. Maybe it was because Wesley was sleeping right next to her. In fact, this was the first time that Blair had ever been sleeping in the same bed as a man. And she was totally smitten by her current bedmate. She moved closer to him and put her arm on his belly, trying to inch herself as close as possible. Wesley didn't move. After a while, she pressed her head against his shoulder and placed her leg on his. This should work, she thought. He didn't respond, nor did he speak. It looked like he was asleep. So he's asleep. Ah, still a great chance for me. Blair took his arm and put it beneath her neck, so that it looked like he was holding her in a hug. She adjusted her position until she felt comfortable, and then held his waist tightly. This made her feel safe and she dozed off pretty soon. Little did she know that Wesley wasn't asleep at all. Drops of sweat had begun to form on his forehead the moment she had put her arm around him. He was trying to suppress his desires. Her fragrance was continuously reaching his nose, and he unconsciously swallowed. Her body was so soft and his penis was equally hard. What to do? Wesley was beyond doubt an excellent soldier with superb fighting skills, endurance, and self-partment. He decided to do it when he was free. He got out of his car when he arrived at the army base. Staring at the trunk, he decided not to let anyone else drive this car today. After the morning exercise, Talbot came up to him since he needed to use his car to go to the urban district. Wesley grabbed his car keys and was about to toss them to him. But then he remembered the milk boxes. Find another car, he ordered shortly. Talbot was puzzled, but he didn't ask why. He nodded and left to find another car. When he finally managed to get the car keys for some other vehicle, he went to the parking lot and decided to check on Wesley's car first to see if there was something wrong. His eyes widened in disbelief when he saw what the reason behind the whole shenanigan was. There were so many boxes of milk inside the car trunk. Why did he buy so many boxes of milk? For some kid? Talbot thought for a long while, but had no clue why his chief wanted so much milk. He didn't dare ask Wesley about it though. With a shrug, he walked towards the car he was going to drive and left the army base. In the evening, when Blair came back home after work, she saw numerous boxes of milk sitting in the living room. That was when she remembered what had happened after she had gotten drunk and Wesley had come to pick her up. She had pestered him for milk for so long that he had bought 10 boxes for her. She rubbed her temples and thought, "Really? 10 boxes? How long will it take for me to finish them? God, I should give up this bad habit." She sent a message to Jocelyn saying, "If I get drunk and ask for milk again, just beat me." Jocelyn giggled when Blair mentioned the milk thing. She replied, "Tell Wesley that. It's not my problem. It's his now." Promptly, Blair sent a wow emoji mouth shaped like an O. After the morning meeting, Philberta told Blair her bonus would be cancelled because she didn't include the title of the program her group was going to perform at the company's annual gala. Blair was so irritated. She sent a WeChat message to Jocelyn complaining, "Ugh, what a bitch. What did I do in the past life that was bad enough to be stuck with her? I quit. They won't have to worry about me after the Lunar New Year, 'cause I won't be there. Jocelyn's message came soon. Calm down, girl. Take a few deep breaths. She wins if you quit. Remember the movie we saw a while ago? You're next. What would Aaron do? After some deliberation, Blair had a sadistic smile on her face. She wrote, she'd kill everyone and let God sort them out. It was Jocelyn's turn to send a wow emoji. Blair added, I want to be strong like Aaron, but I don't want to cause trouble for my uncle and aunt, so I have to just keep hanging on. Aaron is the female lead, and I'm not. If I were, I would ring Wesley right now and have him slap Percy around. Then Percy would take it out on Philberta. She had stars in her eyes at that point. And, Jocelyn replied, and then he'd exile the bitch to some godforsaken land and never let her come back. She pisses me off so much. Why is she targeting me? She even asked me to do a stripper dance at the annual gala. She's so disgusting. Blair was unable to hold back her anger and continued complaining. But there was no reply. Blair waited for what seemed like forever. Maybe she's busy. I guess I should start my letter of resignation, she thought. Her friend was busy. Jocelyn was scrolling through Blair's text messages and taking screenshots. As Blair's friend, she decided to do something for her. Jocelyn sent the screenshots to Wesley and wrote, Colonel Lee, ever since Blair started at the Jean Group, she was assigned a supervisor who makes her life hell. That supervisor is the CEO's. Have a problem? Ask Percy Jean to call me. I'm Wesley Lee, and I'll be waiting for him. So that's Wesley Lee, the crime buster. The workers were all shocked. Philberta's smile froze on her face. How does a man like him know Blair? She thought. Mr. Lee, I'm afraid that's against the rules. We need to do this through proper channels. First, the resignation process takes a month, so she can train her replacement. Fury lived in Wesley's eyes. He tried to suppress his anger and said in a firm voice, the execs withhold bonuses and make their employees do things outside their job descriptions. Now you're talking about rules? Looks to me like the Jean Group only cares about rules when the higher-ups benefit. Philberta was so embarrassed the rest of her face now matched the red of her lipstick. But then panic took over and she went sheet white. This looked bad, and the fallout could be unimaginable. She stared at Wesley's rank insignia and didn't say another word. The office was once again deathly silent. Before long, a group of execs came over quickly, led by Percy. Percy flashed a broad smile when he saw Wesley. Mr. Lee, sirs, I'm really sorry for getting here so late. I'm Percy Jean, the CEO of Jean Group. Is there a problem? When the employees saw that the CEO, the vice president, and the general manager were all here, they realized that Wesley was not the guy to mess with. Although Percy was extremely deferential, Wesley's sullen face didn't change. He cast an icy glance at the senior executives and said coldly, We're leaving. Blair is going with us. Rest assured, you'll be held accountable for what you put her through. Of course he referred to what Philberta had done to Blair. Philberta knew quite well what she did, and her heart raced wildly in her chest. Percy's face changed dramatically. He had heard of Wesley before. Wesley himself was a man of influence in the military circles, and his family was very powerful in a country. Carlos ran Y City with an iron fist, and Wesley wasn't shy about who his best friend was. Percy was pretty well scared of Wesley. It's all my fault, Mr. Lee. I promise you that I'll look into it personally. No one in the Jean Group had thought that Blair had ties like that. She kept such a low profile all the time, kept her head down, and didn't rock the boat. It's too late for that. Wesley grabbed Blair's hand and declared, Blair's my friend and I don't allow anyone to mess with her. Give her everything owed her, including bonuses. Now. My friend. Blair looked at Wesley with adoring eyes. She was really touched by his words. Although he just said that she was his friend instead of his girlfriend, she believed that it was just a matter of time before he called her honorable. She had to believe that. Philberta just stood there, frozen, mouth open. The woman thought that all Blair was good at was seducing men. She had to admit that Blair worked very hard, but this didn't make her likable. She flashed back to a time when Blair wore a certain dress, a limited edition from Tiffany & Company, very high-priced, and Percy refused to buy it for her. Filberta was so jealous back then that she mocked Blair, spreading rumors that she was wearing a copycat brand, a knockoff version of the original, more cheaply made and overall cheaper. A woman like Blair couldn't afford something so expensive. Now she knew she was wrong. Blair had Wesley behind her and by extension Carlos. Blair could probably easily afford anything she wanted to wear. Percy mopped sweat from his forehead and looked at Blair with a hopeful expression. Blair, if you want to quit, we can be quite generous. Stock options, medical insurance. Bot immediately stood up straight. Wesley cast a sidelong glance at him and demanded, "Back to base. Now. And report to me when you get there. If you take longer than 20 minutes. He didn't have to say anything more. Yes, Chief. Though Talbot was totally confused, he left without further ado. Blair was also confused. Wesley had just showed up, handed in her resignation, forced the Jean Group to give her money to her, and taken her away. Unreal. When they got into the car, Blair asked Wesley who was driving. So Jocelyn told you everything? Of course. Wesley wasn't lying. Blair rubbed her temples and said, Actually, I already wrote a letter of resignation. You didn't need to do this. She was very grateful to him, and meanwhile felt a little embarrassed. Wesley cast a casual glance at her through the rearview mirror. You saying I should mind my own business? What? I didn't say that. Of course not. I'm very grateful to you. But won't you get in trouble? Blair asked honestly. No one will do that. Do what? No one will say I abused my power, he said firmly. Blair was speechless again. They rode in silence for a while. Then the car stopped at a red light. Don't worry about work. I'll take responsibility, Wesley said. Blair sighed inwardly. He can be responsible for my safety. He can be responsible for my work. But he can't be responsible for my happiness. She shook her head. No thanks. I can handle it myself. I've gotten you in enough trouble. Wesley thought a minute and said to Blair, I called up Carlos. He has arranged a job interview for you at the ZL Group. I think you should give it a try. ZL Group provides its employees with more benefits than the Jean Group. Before heading towards the premises of the Jean Group to pick up Blair, he had considered finding her a new job. He wouldn't make her quit her job and stay unemployed. The ZL Group? The name struck Blair. She was surprised. Do you mean Carlos was ZL Group? There was joy visible on her face. Wesley became hopeful and thought she would agree to go to the interview. Yes. Carlos now works in Y City, he informed her. Once again, Blair was moved by his gesture. She felt that he was being so good to her. It was not easy to have an opportunity to work in ZL Group. All those thoughts and opinions were contrary to the decision she made. It was totally unexpected when she announced her stand to Wesley. Thank you for your concern, but I don't want to work in such a big company. The signal changed and green lights were on. Wesley cast a confused glance at her and started the car. Blair sounded apologetic as she continued. I'm afraid my free spirit doesn't fit a big company like ZL Group. They must have tons of strict rules and regulations to be followed rigidly. I don't think I'd like to work in that kind of working atmosphere and ambience. It will be depressing for me. So, I think it will be much better if I find a job myself. What kind of company would you like to work in? Surely, I can help you find a good job. Wesley didn't persuade her to join ZL Group. Once she said she wasn't ready to work there, he decided to help her find another job. Thank you for your concern and offer. But you're always so busy. I don't want to trouble you with my problems. If I can't find a job myself, I'll ask for your help. Is that okay? She didn't want to bother him with such a trivial matter. She knew how busy he usually was. Wesley didn't say anything further. Blair took his silence as acquiescence. The drive was a couple of minutes from her former workplace to the apartment complex. He silently drove the car into the underground parking lot. As soon as he parked the car in a vacant spot, Blair got out and closed the door behind her. Wesley held the 2 boxes which contained her stuff and was about to step out too when she walked around the car, took the boxes from him and said, "I can go home myself. You should get back to work." Wesley glanced at her, got out of the car and walked. Drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend, a mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. "As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses." She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again, but life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. But Wesley took one stride forward, stretched out his arm and pulled her into his arms. Leaning against his sturdy chest, with his strong arms holding her by the waist from behind, Blair flushed. "You, all right? I promise. I won't do it again." Having taken control of Blair, Wesley turned her around. They were facing each other now. Her face was a few inches away from his. "Well, I suddenly realized that the drink tasted delicious." Huh. Before she could make out what was going through his mind, he shocked her. He slowly lowered his head. His face got closer and closer to hers until they seemed to breathe in each other's breath. Softly he sealed her slightly parted lips with his to savor the taste of the milk. As seconds passed, their kiss turned more passionate. Wesley pressed her against the wall. Blair wrapped her arms around his neck and stood on tiptoe as she responded to his fiery passion. Their kiss could have continued till eternity. But 2 minutes later, the ringtone of his mobile phone intruded their moments of passion. Inappropriately. Forced to stop, he lifted his lips from her swollen lips. But his grip on her waist tightened. Gasping, Blair was short of breath. Wesley let her go gently. After glancing at the caller ID for a moment, he steadied himself in a second and took the call. His voice deep and magnetic as ever. Seeing it as an opportunity, Blair ran into her room. She sat on the corner of the bed and fell into a reverie. The various thoughts lurking on her mind stirred up a storm of emotions in her. One moment she was smiling and the next she was sad. After a while, she was bored and decided to have some fun on her phone. Night had fallen, and the town was covered in a velvety darkness. Someone knocked on the door to Blair's bedroom. She sat up immediately. "Coming." She opened the door to see Wesley standing there calmly. "We're eating out, right?" "Oh, right. Give me a minute to change." It would look a bit weird to go to a restaurant in her uniform. She closed the door and entered the walk-in closet. Wesley sat on the couch, waiting. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes. And then a quarter. 20 minutes later, Blair finally opened the door again. From the amount of time she took, he expected that she'd be more made up. But she had only changed her clothes. Nothing more. He didn't understand how a simple outfit change could have taken so long. Just then something dawned on her. "One more minute," she said. I don't think she could do anything that only took a minute. Wesley felt defeated, wondering why it was so hard to get ready. In her bedroom, Blair found the perfume Wesley had bought her, and applied some of it to her neck and wrists. 10 more minutes later, they finally left the apartment. This took way too long, at least as far as the soldier was concerned. Wesley only had a few outfits. The patterns of his clothes varied, but he always wore the same color. Blair wore a long white turtleneck with a slim waistline. It set off her slender figure and fair skin. When she walked beside Wesley, there was a distinct contrast between the colors of their skin. A long azure coat hung from her arm. She rocked a pair of fashionable black-laced marten boots. They went to Shining International Plaza, which was close to the apartment. On the way, Wesley asked Blair what she wanted to eat. She actually was in the mood for steak but figured that it might not be his cup of tea, so in the end she said, "I don't know. Anything, I guess. I'm not a picky eater." Just like him, she wasn't particular about food either. Wesley looked at her and asked, "Really? I know someone who doesn't eat cabbage, carrots, towel gourd, pork or duck. I wonder who that might be."
Sounds familiar.
"Oh right. It's me. Blair blushed when she realized that. His job was dangerous, but she never asked him if he was all right after work. Now even she herself couldn't believe she was like that. How could she expect Wesley to believe that she loved him? Guilt overwhelmed her. She felt like weeping. She took a drink to try and cover her emotions. Holding a glass of water, she stared at his phone, motionless, her mind elsewhere. Wesley noticed the change in her mood. Her eyes are red and glassy from tears, he realized. He was curious what was going on, so he followed her gaze and looked at his phone. The screen was displaying the records of the conversations between him and Crystal Sugar Heart. Wesley's heart tightened. He cleared his throat and said, "Blair." She didn't respond, barely moving. "Earth to Blair," he called again. "Huh. Yeah, I'm here." She came to her senses. Her heart was aching, but she tried her best not to show what she was feeling. She set the glass of water back on the table and looked at him with wide eyes. Wesley was amused by her reaction, tilting his head to smile secretly. Then he began, pointing at his phone. "I don't know her. She was a hostage I saved in a mission." "What?" Blair blinked. Is he trying to explain? "It's true." Without saying anything more, Wesley deleted the woman's WeChat records from his phone. Blair watched as the messages vanished before her eyes. She was stunned. A thrilling feeling of joy flooded her heart. Blair wanted to hide her excitement, so she looked out the window and picked up her lemonade. When had Wesley developed feelings for her? The restaurant service was top-notch. They didn't have to wait long to get their food. Blair was in such a good mood. She felt like she could eat 3 turkeys, defeathered or not. She went for the spice salt mantis shrimps first. That turned out to be frustrating. The shell was stubborn and refused to come off. She even started using both her hands and her teeth. Not ladylike or hot at all. "It's mocking me. I never should have ordered this." She was annoyed but didn't want to waste food either. Wesley picked up his chopsticks and was about to eat when he noticed that Blair struggling with the shrimp shell. He wiped his hands on a wet towel and took the mantis shrimp from her. "Allow me," he said gallantly. "What?" Blair could have sworn she misheard him. "Let me peel it for you. You can eat other things while I'm doing this." He took the shrimp and began to peel it. Blair was surprised and touched. No one had ever done this for her before. He was decent and thoughtful. This was the man she liked. She had no doubt now, she had good taste in men. And yes, sometimes he could be a jerk. But most of the time she had to admit he was good to her. Lost in her thoughts, she wiped her hands on the wet towel, picked up a spinach beef roll and held it up to his mouth. He stopped peeling the shrimp to look at her, confused. Meeting his eyes, she said, "You haven't eaten anything yet. Try this." She moved it closer. Wesley decided not to look a gift horse in the mouth. He opened his mouth obligingly, and she popped it in. He chewed it and nodded his assent. Blair grinned happily. But before she could put her chopsticks down, she found that someone was watching them. The restaurant had a large French window, and you could see through that window into the mall. A few soldiers had the day off. They were gathered around, laughing, carrying on. They were dressed in casual clothing as they were off duty. There were more than. EY returned to their meals. The translator was usually composed, now she wasn't. Before she could respond, someone pulled out the chair next to Wesley and said with a big smile, "Hey Blair. Over here." Blair was flustered. "Thank you," she said. When she sat down, Wesley glared at the soldiers and said, "That's enough." The soldiers took their seats and started bombarding Blair with questions. Blair never talked much during social occasions. Even at parties where she knew everyone, she just preferred to listen. But at this point, she couldn't pull her usual wallflower act because they wouldn't stop. After a couple of minutes, she found out that talking to the soldiers was actually fun. She answered their questions honestly as she ate. They were pretty non-judgmental and in some cases funny. It was quite pleasant. "Is Chief nice to you? Who wears the pants in the relationship? You or him?" Bowman couldn't help asking. That was the golden question. Each of the soldiers pricked up their ears, waiting for her reply. They all wondered what Wesley the Devil was like when he was with a woman. To help maintain Wesley's dignity and authority, Blair answered, "He's nice. And of course he's the boss. I listen to him because he beat me up if I don't." Wahaha! The soldiers roared with laughter. Wesley looked at her, wondering, "You listen to me? Since when?" Wesley recollected the last time when Blair had gotten drunk. She had been so stubborn that he had to do everything she said. He had even slept in her bed as she had requested. When it was past 10 in the night, Wesley thought it was pretty late, so he declared that the dinner was over. He escorted Blair as they walked towards his car. The soldiers came to the parking lot with them too. "Blair and I are not a couple. Don't talk about us like that again. If she has a boyfriend one day, he might misunderstand," Wesley advised them. Hearing Wesley deny his relationship with Blair, the young men looked at each other, quite surprised. Making use of the opportunity, someone quietly asked, "Chief, since you and Blair are not a couple, can I chase her? She is so pretty." Wesley rolled his eyes at him. "Only when you can do push-ups well enough." The young soldier was frustrated by the condition kept before him. "I'm a newbie, but I'm already able to do it correctly. I'm just not fast enough. Why is Chief so hard on me?" he grumbled to himself. Another soldier mustered up his courage and asked, "Chief, I can do push-ups fast enough. So, can I try my luck with Blair?" "You're too honest and docile. She will bully you," Wesley replied thoughtfully. On the outside, Blair looked tender like a lamb, while on the inside, she was lively with various mischievous ideas. That was why she topped his list of the most troublesome people. 2 down. Talbot was pushed outside the crowd. He suddenly was face to face with Wesley. He had no choice but to ask, "Chief, I like Blair too. I'm good at martial arts and I'm well built. I've passed all the tests on the base. Can I?" Wesley glanced at him. "No." "Why not?" Talbot asked in curiosity. "She speaks English, German, and Arabic besides Chinese. But you don't. You two will have trouble communicating." Talbot was left speechless. He felt Wesley was like a strict father testing and picking out a perfect son-in-law. 3 down. Leonard decided to give it a try too. He grinned proudly as he spoke. "Chief, I'm good at English. And I'm willing to learn German and Arabic. Can I give it a shot?" Well, she likes drinking milk which you're allergic to. I wonder how things will work out between the two of you," Wesley observed calmly. Leonard said nothing more after that. Finally, Eve. "To do it on my own. I feel that if you're with me, I might be able to do it." Blair always felt that as long as Wesley was by her side, she could do anything. All the fears and inhibitions would go away when he was with her. What? Aren't amusement parks like Happy Valley for children? Will I have to do these childish things with her? He thought with a frown on his face. Noticing his silence and frowning face, Blair reasoned out, "If you don't want to go with me, it's fine. I'm not so eager to go anyway. Do whatever you want. I'll just stay at home, sleeping in the daytime and looking for a job at night." Her voice suddenly turned low and sad. "Here we go. Another trick of hers." Wesley sighed. "Okay, I'll just take Megan to Happy Valley tomorrow then. Enjoy your sleep." "Take Megan to Happy Valley?" Blair thought she heard it wrong. She looked at him in disbelief, too mad to utter a word. Wesley, though, was stone-faced. There was no trace of sarcasm or teasing. He seemed extremely serious about his plan. Just then they reached the parking lot. He got out of the car once it rolled to a halt and came to her side. As if not sensing her mood at all, he unbuckled her seatbelt and was going to carry her out of the car as usual. "No," she rebuffed angrily. "I can jump. You don't need to be so concerned." Wesley stared at her for a few seconds and then asked, "Did I ever say that I don't want to go with you?" "You didn't, but you didn't say you wanted to either." Back then she had given him a few seconds to think about it, but he didn't reply. Even though Blair was struggling quite a bit, Wesley ignored that resistance and carried her out of the car. Humph! With a gruff mumble, she straightened her clothes and then made her way towards the elevator as soon as he put her down. She didn't even seem to be in a mood to wait for him. However, she couldn't get rid of him so easily. Wesley caught up to her and grabbed her arm. "What?" she almost roared, turning around. "You seem really short-tempered and hold in too many feelings. That's not good for your health. You know what? Let's take the stairs. The exercise is good for venting out some anger." She could be as troublesome as she wanted to be, but he was an expert in taming people.
No.
"I'm so not taking the stairs. You take the stairs. Let go of me, you jerk." No matter how much she despised wasting energy on the stairs, she was taken to them anyway. 21 floors. 42 flights of stairs. Damn this heartless, cold-blooded, overbearing tyrant. Her legs started shaking at the very thought. "Wesley, if you really want to climb the stairs, go ahead and knock yourself out, but I don't want to. I'm not a masochist. I want to ride the elevator. Let me go." Wesley must have had some plan in his head because he stopped at the bottom of the stairs to give her a chance to soften her tone before starting climbing. "What do you plan to do tomorrow?" he asked again. "Sleeping." She was still fuming. He is the devil. That was it. The anger still hadn't gone away. Holding her arm, Wesley started ascending the stairs. Blair shouted behind him. "Wesley, it serves you right that you've been single for so many years. No wonder not a single girl likes you. You don't deserve one. You don't even know how to treat a girl." Wesley turned around and asked her in a simple tone, "Aren't you a girl?" Caught up in her fury, Blair didn't understand where his question was coming from. She had forgotten that she liked Wesley once upon a time. But still she retorted, "What a stupid question. Of course I am." Wesley didn't press further, but he seemed satisfied. When they reached the 3rd floor, Blair finally realized what he had meant. Panting, she tried to argue with him. "Nah, nice try. But I told you I was over you. Tomorrow, I'll bring home a boyfriend to prove it to you. And he's going to be much more handsome, taller, stronger, more thoughtful, and more successful than you are. He is going to be perfect." Even she had no idea what she was saying. "Okay," Wesley nodded calmly. To be honest, he would be really happy for her if she could find someone like that. If such a someone existed at all. When they reached the 6th floor, Blair felt like she couldn't breathe anymore. But she still couldn't convince Wesley to let her go. And the fact that she had trouble breathing did not help her cause in any way since she could not speak. Boo. Who? This evil man. How can he torture me like this? She thought sadly. The fury was slowly turning in. You'd give a sigh of relief and tried not to puke. Grabbing the handrail to steady herself, she looked at Wesley miserably and told him, "Leave. I don't want to see you right now." Ignoring what she was saying, he turned around and squatted down. "Fine. Come on up," he demanded. Come to think about it, every time when he wanted to punish her, he had ended up coaxing her into doing something she wanted. It was baffling. Like, how did she manage to do that? Even a soldier like him was unable to tame this woman. Blair climbed onto his back. "I have to say you asked for this. It was your idea to climb the stairs. And now it is you giving me a piggyback ride all the way up to the 21st floor. In retrospect, it was rather ironic. She also had to confess to herself that the man had incredible stamina. He carried her up from the 10th floor to the 21st without stopping for a breather. Deciding that she would give him a break, Blair had even suggested that she could climb the last 4 sets of stairs when they reached the 19th floor, but Wesley had objected. "I said that I would carry you upstairs, and carry you upstairs I will," was his response. Finally, when they were back in their apartment, Blair all but ran into the kitchen, grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the shelf and handed it to Wesley. "Here, drink some water. Do you want it to be boiled?" As far as she recalled, he never had mineral water boiled. By habit, he merely unscrewed the lid and gulped it down. Wesley looked at the bottle in her hand and took it with a slight smile. His first one in a long while. "No need. But I can see that you're a pretty good liar." "What?" Blair was confused. Wesley took another huge gulp of water without responding to her words. He didn't want to embarrass her further. Then she remembered that she had told him earlier there was no mineral water left in their home. Damn. This is the last bottle, she said, trying to save face with an embarrassed smile. Wesley nodded and said, "Then I'll head downstairs to get a box." They didn't have a water dispenser yet in this new apartment, so they had been buying mineral water. Seeing that he had turned around to buy water, Blair panicked. She grabbed his arm and said, "No, don't." Wesley had only to look at her to know what was going on. He gently moved her hand away and walked into the kitchen. Several 500 milliliters bottles of water, along with a 5-liter bottle of water, stood where they usually stored bottled mineral water. He then opened the freezer to find that apart from food, there were also several kinds of beverages. When he returned to the living room, Blair had already locked herself in her bedroom, too embarrassed to face him. He stared at the door to her bedroom for a bit, then smiled and walked inside his own bedroom. The next morning, Blair was woken up by some sharp knocks on her door. She turned in bed with annoyance, wondering if she'd dreamed it. Then she put the covers over her head, determined to get more sleep. "Blair," Wesley called from outside the door. Hearing his voice, she sat up abruptly. "Blair," he called again. Blair jumped out of bed, slipped into her slippers and trotted to open the door. Wesley was fully dressed, sporting a gray long-sleeved shirt unbuttoned, over a white V-neck t-shirt and black jeans. This was the first time she had seen him in something else other than his uniform and pajamas. She looked at him in surprise, as if he had turned into a different person. Even his hair was a little messier than usual. 7 a.m. time to get up, he reminded her. It's too early. She was sleepy. Besides, she didn't even have to go to work. She needed her beauty sleep, and was determined to get it. That was what days off were for. Happy Valley, Wesley replied simply. Oh right. They talked about that yesterday. I'm not going, she announced. Okay. Why not? The happy look in his eyes dimmed. If Megan's going, I'm staying. I don't want to be the third wheel between you two. The thought of Megan ruined her day. She turned around sullenly, walked back into her room, leaving the door open, and climbed into bed. Aga. Iswill. Somehow the bad guy spotted him and freaked out. Despite being high in the air, he opened the door and tried to run. The guy was a felon. Wesley had spent months tracking him down. He wouldn't let him run away. So he climbed onto the spinning Ferris wheel without a second thought. The crowd saw this and began squealing in terror. The staff stopped the Ferris wheel, and Wesley started chasing the bad guy, leaping from bar to bar 30 stories up. The guy would turn around to kick Wesley from time to time. There was one time the soldier dodged to his right and almost fell off the wheel. Luckily, he grabbed the wheel in time and climbed back up. Half an hour later, Wesley and his co-workers caught the guy on the wheel, and he earned a merit citation and a medal thanks to this. Wesley's account was brief. His tone was calm, but Blair was thrilled. She knew how dangerous it had been for him. She wouldn't have been able to move a finger being that high up, not to mention climbing and giving chase. So was that the only time you've been there? She asked casually.
No.
Was the other time for fun? Her mind was still on the story he had just told her. Wesley chose to tell her the truth. I drove Megan and her classmates there once, but I didn't go in. When they got through the turnstile, I left. Oh, wait, what? Megan. She finally realized what he was saying. Are you going to take care of her for the rest of your life? Blair knew all about Megan. Some tidbits she heard from others. Some from Colleen. She even told her things that nobody else knew about. I never thought about it before. Wesley paused. Maybe till she can find someone to take care of her. That was the same thing he said to her. Blair rolled her eyes. Officer Lee, you're such a noble, decent, warm-hearted, selfless, wonderful man. She used all the words she could think of at that moment. She was being sardonic, of course. Blair didn't buy into the Captain Save-A-Ho story. Wesley didn't say anything. Blair knew he wouldn't. She sighed and asked, Are you sleepy?
No.
He didn't understand why he would be tired. It was still morning. They had just gotten up. Blair leaned back in her seat and was going to doze off. I'm going to take a nap. Wake me up if you start to get sleepy. Why would I do that? With her eyes closed, Blair answered feebly. I'll talk to you so you can stay awake. Just go to sleep. Wake you up when we get there. Wesley thought she slept too much as it was. Of course, he didn't need much sleep anyway. Okay. She yawned, used the lever to ease the seat back until she felt comfortable, and then drifted off. When they arrived, Wesley woke her after he parked the car. Do you need more ZZZS? We can go in later, he asked as he looked at her droopy eyes. No, I'm good. Let's not waste any time. To prove that she was already totally awake, Blair unbuckled her seatbelt quickly and jumped out of the car. Or at least she tried, and then she remembered how high up his vehicle was, and stepped onto the running board and then down. Then she closed the door. A long line had formed in front of the ticket office. Wait here. I'll get the tickets, she said. Wesley stopped her, thinking that a man should be taking care of this kind of thing. I'll go. Just wait for me by the entrance. I could light up the entire world. And her dimples. Wesley pulled out his phone and snapped a pic. She was mesmerizing. Now that amazing smile, captured while she was on the carousel, was now in his photo gallery forever. When Blair got off the carousel, she was still talking to Jocelyn. She walked over to Wesley and took his arm. Me? I'm in Happy Valley right now, Blair replied on the phone. Happy Valley? Alone? Why didn't you invite me? Jocelyn complained. Blair felt embarrassed, stroking her bangs awkwardly. I came with someone, she said in a low voice. Who? Jocelyn pursued the question, afraid that her best friend would forget all about her once she found herself a boyfriend. Blair looked at Wesley, not knowing how to tell her. Wesley looked at back. When their eyes met, she panicked and looked away. Jocelyn, tell Hartwell. I'll text you when I'm home. She changed the subject hastily. However, too thrilled about the fact that she was pregnant, Jocelyn didn't detect anything unusual in her tone. Okay. Bye, bless. Bye, sweetie. Sweetie? Is that what girls call each other? Wesley asked with a smile after Blair hung up. Yeah, you guys do it too. The term bro ring a bell? She replied with a giggle. Wesley knew what Blair was talking about. Talbot and the other soldiers always addressed each other like that. Of course, they didn't dare do that to Wesley. Blair then continued to ride some other amusement park rides. Each time she enjoyed the ride by herself, while Wesley waited on the sidelines. Finally, Blair felt bored and upset. It was no fun going on rides by herself. She said angrily, "Next up is the roller coaster. You'd better ride this one with me." Was all he said. Is that yes or no? Tell me straight up. Will you ride the roller coaster with me? Blair asked with a glum face. Wesley sighed and nodded. Of course he would. That was why he came here in the first place. He knew she would be scared to ride the roller coaster by herself. Blair's mood brightened again when she got his answer. When they walked past a vending machine, Blair jogged over to it. She intended to buy 2 bottles of mineral water, but on second thought, she changed her mind and bought just 1. As she walked back to Wesley, she unscrewed the lid and took a few sips to quench her thirst. Then she mischievously passed the bottle of water to him. Much to her surprise, Wesley naturally grabbed the bottle and gulped down the rest in one go. Moreover, he didn't show a hint of disdain on his face. Didn't he mind sharing the same bottle? It was like a second-hand kiss. In a daze, Blair took the empty bottle back and shook it. He didn't leave her so much as a drop of water. With a smile, he tossed the empty bottle into the bin near them, sinking it effortlessly. He then grabbed the dazed girl's hand and strode forward. The warmth from his big hand snapped her back to reality. Blair flashed a sweet smile and moved a step closer to him, locking her arm in his. Pretending to be angry, she complained, "You owe me a bottle of water, mister." "Okay. I bought you 10 cartons of milk the other day. Just 1 bottle of water? No big deal." On their way to the roller coaster, two girls had been following them the whole time. Well, to be more precise, they followed Wesley. Tall, handsome, masculine aura. What girl wouldn't enjoy watching him? The two girls thought that Blair was his girlfriend at first. But after watching them from a careful distance, the girls concluded they weren't a couple, because they weren't intimate. Then later, they were sad when they saw Wesley drinking from the same bottle of water as Blair. But they weren't. Sitting in the first row, she screamed, ready to escape. Ignoring her protests, Wesley scooped her up and sat her down in one of the seats of the first row, while explaining, "Trust me, you won't be happy in the last row. If you sit in the first row, you get to see the action up close and personal. The reason why a roller coaster is so thrilling is that you get to see what's going on. But in the back row, you're essentially weightless. If you don't have a strong stomach, you'll be emptying its contents by the end. That's not good for you, and I know it's not fun. Sit in the middle row, and you might as well throw away your ticket. Your view is blocked. You need to be able to see. It's more fun that way." As he said that, he already sat next to Blair, fastened their seatbelts and closed the lap bars. After confirming everything, they just waited for the staff to check on their safety restraints. Blair clutched his hand tightly and said in a trembling voice, "Okay, I trust you. You never lie." Wesley smiled. "That's right. Just like I told you." She felt a little better after hearing what he said. "Yeah, he'd never lie to me," she told herself. A worker checked on the passengers one by one. After that, the bell rang, letting everyone know the ride was about to start. Wesley squeezed her hand, giving her comfort. "I'm by your side. Don't be afraid. You're safe." Blair swallowed a little saliva and slowly tilted her head. She stared into his eyes. The deep and firm look in his eyes touched her heart. She nodded. He was here, she wasn't afraid. Blair closed her eyes as the train slowly began its run. In no time, the roller coaster began to speed up. Blair could feel the strong wind hitting her face and whizzing in her ears. She couldn't help but scream out loud with her eyes shut tightly. She could imagine how scary it was. Regret filled her heart. Why did she choose to ride a roller coaster with Wesley? She must look a sight now. Her hair was a mess. She was screaming, which couldn't sound good to him. And her face was twisted into a mask of fright. Then she wondered why Wesley was so quiet. He didn't make a sound. If he hadn't been holding her hand, she would doubt if he was really sitting right next to her. Her curiosity to check on Wesley surpassed her fear of heights, so she decided to open an eye to catch a glimpse of him. Biting her lower lip, she slightly tilted her head and managed to open an eye. The man was as calm as he ever was, as if he wasn't sitting on a roller coaster but walking idly around the streets, or relaxing in front of the TV. But she had no time to marvel at his preternatural calm. The next second, the roller coaster suddenly came to a drop. She felt butterflies in her stomach as her body followed the drop. In an instant, she shrieked at the top of her lungs, tears streaming down her face. "Wesley, Wesley!" she cried out. "Yes." He turned to look at the crying woman. She didn't even dare to open her eyes. "Why aren't you screaming? Aren't you scared? Wanna scream with me?" Wesley said casually. "Look at that beautiful view. You can see for miles up here. Why should I scream? Boo! Who Wesley, ah?" She cried and shrieked again when the roller coaster took a sharp turn. "Come on, play along. Everyone else is screaming," she begged. Instead of screaming, Wesley burst out laughing when he heard what she said. He laughed so heartily that Blair could feel his hand shaking. Blair became more agitated and shouted, "You're laughing. How can you laugh? Everyone is screaming. Arg, please just this once. For me." "But I'm not scared at all," he thought. After a little hesitation, Wesley finally made up his mind and cleared his throat, ready to let out a scream. However, the train slowed down all of a sudden. The time was up. "You can open your eyes. We're on the ground now." Blair opened her eyes and saw the roller coaster slowly sliding into the station. She took a deep breath and felt all the "have a piggyback ride. Come on." Let's go. Blair rolled her eyes at him. He always said she was weak. In fact, it wasn't that she was weak, it was just that he was too strong. He was a soldier. She looked around the people passing by, and then fixed her eyes on his back again. She felt bashful and at the same time didn't want to tire him out, so she declined. No need. I can walk. Before she could finish speaking, Wesley decisively leaned backwards, grabbed her hands and pulled her onto his back. Blair was taken aback. Before she knew it, she was riding on his back. On their way to the restaurant, a lot of people cast them curious glances. Blair had been protesting the whole way, asking him to put her down. But he just didn't listen to her. All of her protests fell on his deaf ear. Okay, I can see the sign. Please put me down. I want to walk. And I don't want to tire you out, Blair said. But he pretended he heard nothing. It's not far now. Let me walk by myself, she persuaded again. Still he said nothing. Okay. I've made up my mind. I'll do exercises with you so that I'll be as strong as you one day, she said, sighing. You don't have to. Finally, he opened his mouth. He didn't like the idea that she could be as strong as him. He was afraid she didn't need him, or a boyfriend at all if she became so strong one day. Before Blair could say anything else, they reached the restaurant. Wesley walked to a table and carefully put her down on a chair. Free at last, Blair took a tissue from her handbag and helped him mop up the sweat. After carrying her piggyback style for quite a while, Wesley was surprisingly not that tired. Even with his minimal sweating, Blair still offered to wipe his face. He did not refuse her kind gesture and just let her do as she pleased while he browsed through the menu. Which do you prefer? Western or Chinese? Well, it's fine whichever you like. They have them both here. I would like the steak. Okay then. Wesley gestured that they were ready to order, and a waiter arrived at their table. Blair went to throw the napkin she wiped Wesley's face with, and when she got back to her seat, she asked the waiter, "What kind of hot drinks do you serve?" She turned to look at Wesley and added, "I think you would like something hot to drink as well." I don't think I want it. I'm fine with a glass of water." He turned to the waiter and asked, "Do you have any hot drink available?" "Yes, sir. We have hot coffee, milk tea, and an assortment of fruit juice," the waiter replied. Blair chose to have a steak set and a glass of fruit juice. Wesley, on the other hand, ordered a bowl of noodle soup. Blair had seen it coming. Wesley was not that big of a fan of Western food after all. It was not long before their meals arrived. The steak came first. Blair was hungry and took a hearty bite off the steak. However, the longer she chewed it, the more she lost her appetite. By the time Wesley's food reached their table, she'd grown fully sated of her steak that she couldn't stop looking at it. Wesley noticed how intently Blair was looking at his noodles and asked, "What's wrong?" "Oh, nothing," Blair replied as she shook her head. He lowered his head to start eating the noodles. When he checked up on Blair, he noticed she hadn't touched it since his food came. "What's the matter? You don't like it? Does it not taste good?" Blair's cheeks grew warm as she smiled coyly. She had eaten a lot of steaks when she was in England. This steak did not taste like how she remembered it. Fairly enough, one could not expect good quality food from a restaurant inside an amusement park. The steak tasted terrible. "No, it's quite all right," she lied. However, Wesley saw right through her fib. He removed the plate in front of her and told her, "Order another dish." Blair did not contest his suggestion and nodded. How about your noodles? Is it any good?" Wesley was not that much of a foodie, so he replied nonchalantly, "Not too shabby. How about we just exchange our dishes?" Blair suggested hesitantly, "But I've already taken a few bites off it." She shook her head. "It's okay. I don't really mind." They had kissed more than a few times, so she figured sharing the same bowl of noodles was not really that big of a deal. The soldier thought otherwise. He did not want Blair to have anything he had already eaten from. He answered, "No. I'll order you a fresh bowl."
No.
"Just let me taste it first. What if I don't like it either? It would be a waste of food." Blair was aware Wesley was not a fan of extravagance and wastefulness. He moved his bow.
Ceci.
It was fair. She didn't have enough sleep and she spent most of the day playing around the theme park. Before Wesley dropped Blair off, they first went to the 5th floor of Audiobook building for dinner. She was ready to dive into her bed when they reached her apartment, but before she could do that Wesley stopped her to say something. 2 nights from now there will be an evening show for the soldiers. Each soldier can bring a +1. Would you like to come with me? Evening show? That sounds interesting. Blair nodded and said, "Oh yes. You can count me in." Wesley flashed a smile upon hearing Blair's answer. "Okay. I'll come to pick you up then." "Okay, great." The following morning, Blair awoke to a text message from a former colleague in the Jean group. The message was so startling it felt like she'd had her morning coffee. "Blair, a little bird told me Mr. Jean had assigned Philberta as a manager of a branch company. I heard she's going to be transferred to a remote area. If she were to decline the transfer, Mr. Jin's wife would expose the photos containing her being assaulted by multiple people. Also, some people from the government came to inspect the Jean group. They specifically audited the accounts of the translation department. Turns out they found anomalies, and that pressured Mr. Jean to shut down the translation department." Blair stared blankly at her phone. She was lost without thought after everything she had just read. This was the exact same thing she wished for while complaining to Jocelyn. Everything she prayed for came true. Did Wesley order someone to do this? She couldn't help but let out a sigh. He was never good with sweet or romantic words. He only showed his resolve with actions. On the night of the evening show, Blair and Wesley arrived at the military camp together. The other soldiers clamored at the sight of the two together. Wesley scanned the faces of the soldiers around him, and then proceeded to introduce Blair with so much composure. "Everyone, this is my friend, Blair Jing." Of the numerous men that worked under Wesley, there was one whom Blair didn't know. He seemed quite frank with the man since he teased excitedly, "Chief, I remember you saying she's Lieutenant General G's niece the last time she came here. Now you're telling us she's your friend. So by next time will she be your girlfriend?" The entire group burst into laughter except Blair and Wesley. One was shy, the other stoic. "Yes, exactly. Chief, we're supposed to bring a family member here tonight. And you've brought Blair here. We all understand what that means. So I guess you should just be honest with us." Another soldier echoed and added to Blair's misery. "Chief, in any case, we all know what Blair means to you," the soldiers said in union. As the rumble of cheer and exclamation grew louder with every passing sentence, Blair's face got hotter and redder in shyness. She was trying her best to maintain a polite smile on her lips, but it was getting increasingly difficult. On the other hand, Wesley had kept a calm face throughout the torture, betraying no emotions, as if he weren't the talk of the soldiers. "Cut the crap. All of you. Go do whatever you've been told to do. If you continue with this nonsense, then be ready for extra training sessions," he ordered coldly as he scanned the men around him. "While everyone else is enjoying the show," he added, seeing a grin that still hadn't faded on one of the soldiers' faces. The entire group immediately turned around in one uniform motion and dispersed. As they ran off, Blair heard someone say, "Come on guys, run. Retreat quickly. Chief's got hundreds of ways to torture you to death." Blair chuckled under her breath as she saw them flee. It felt quite liberating. Wesley shifted his eyes towards her. "Come to my office first." "Yes, Colonel Lee." Blair saluted him playfully since there was nobody else around them now, and they could be as cute as they wanted. Wesley grinned and then told her in a stern voice, "Your salute isn't right. It's too far below the standards. Want me to train you?" The last sentence was less stern and felt more evil than it should have. "Oh,
No, no.
I'm heading to your office right now. I am never saluting you again." As she dropped those words, Blair took to her heels, running as fast as she could. She didn't even look back. Based on how strict Wesley was with his subordinates, she knew for sure that he wouldn't let her pass the bar so easily. For all intents and purposes, it would easily take her about a couple of weeks just to learn how to salute. So, of course she wasn't going to let him train her. On her way to Wesley's office, Blair bumped into Adelson and, unable to protest, was taken to his office instead. Adelson slumped down in his chair comfortably and told her, "I had a hunch you would be here tonight. And boy was I right. Here you are." Embarrassed, Blair tried to explain, "I don't go to work these days. I feel bored staying at home all day long, so I've come to see tonight's show." And although she didn't point out the person who had brought her, Adelson clearly knew the answer without even asking. He thought about something for a moment and suddenly said, "You know what? I'll have someone make a little change in the programs. You are going. Make a call." She loved talking to Jocelyn. Besides, this was a military base and it was completely safe there. So he merely nodded and watched her leave, oblivious of the upcoming show he was about to witness. As soon as she reached the door, Blair received Adelson's call. "Get to the backstage and get yourself prepared. I've arranged for someone there to help you. Hurry up." "Okay," she said quickly and hung up. She was too nervous to talk. Blair asked a soldier guarding the door to show her the way to the backstage. He merely pointed her the right way and did not leave his post. When she reached there, a worker was indeed waiting for her. The worker asked Blair if she needed to get changed. In response, she looked at herself. She was dressed in a pink, long and thin jacket. "No need. Just a little bit of lipstick will be okay." She wasn't the heroine of the evening show, and she didn't want to attract too much attention. As long as she didn't look terrible, she was fine by her appearance. Wesley was still busy texting Megan. The girl kept sending him messages and wouldn't leave him alone. As a result, he didn't hear what the announcer said. But for some reason, the entire audience suddenly erupted in a rumble of exclamation and began a big round of applause all of a sudden. A few soldiers who were sitting near him even called out his name slightly, and he could sense that their gazes had fallen on him. While Wesley was still dealing with his confusion, a soft voice came from the stage. "I'm a small spray flying from a surging wave. You're the firework blooming in the Milky Way. Your light shines into my heart, and I am about to evaporate." The atmosphere of the evening show had reached its climax. Thousands of audience broke into thunderous applause even before the first paragraph could end. Some of them even cheered and whistled. The light hadn't shone on the performer yet, but he was clear about whose voice was gracing the mic. Wesley glanced at the empty seat next to him. "She's the performer too." The voice continued singing. "My eyes chase your light in the starry, starry night. I know I won't be lonely with you watching over me." Finally, the mystery was removed and the light shone on the performer. Blair could now be seen in the middle of the stage. She was dressed in a light purple strapless bubble skirt, with numerous shining paillettes sewn onto the hem. It looked like an unreal dress, complemented by the beautiful stage lighting. She had originally refused to change into the dress, but the worker on the backstage had kept on pestering her till she agreed. There was also a simple crystal crown shining on her head under the silver light, and she looked like a beautiful princess from a Disney movie. Wesley couldn't take his eyes off her. Here was something new again. What could this woman not do? Usually, she was dressed in casuals or an office uniform. Perhaps the only sexy thing that had ever happened with her was her night dress. And now it was this. Blair continued to sing. "I'm waiting for you, though I know you're beyond my reach. I hope I have the wings to fly to you. Oh, love is bitter and sweet with laughs and tears." There wasn't much to rhyme in the song, but that was supposed to be the beauty of it. Blair's own eyes were brimming with tears as she sang the sentimental lyrics. The audience was far too excited to notice that though. The truth was, she was suddenly feeling like this emotive song had struck a chord in her heart, since she had faced the same emotions when Wesley had refused her proposal. And every time she missed him in the middle of the night, under the cover of darkness, the same feelings struck back. She had often looked up at the starry night with tears blurring her vision. Thinking about those memories made her put much more emotions into her song. A teardrop finally fell from the corner of her eye, shining like a crystal under the bright light. The audience was too far out back, but Wesley, who was sitting in VIP seats, noticed it since he was deeply focused on her. He felt his heart ache. His phone still kept buzzing, but now he wasn't replying to the barrage of messages from Megan anymore. Instead, he had put it back into his pocket, and his sole center of attention was the woman on the stage. Beautiful, shining, singing. A few minutes later, she slowly ended the song on a mellow E note, which faded into the hall gradually. The music stopped. She smiled and bowed to the audience. "Thank you." And she left the stage under a rumble of thunderous applause. It didn't take her long to change back, but Blair didn't go back to her seat. She needed a little time to compose herself. She had originally expected to be racked with nerves, but for some reason, things had turned melodramatic. She had been overwhelmed by sadness instead of nervousness. Her performance also attracted a lot of single soldiers' attention. They were smitten by her beauty and by her voice. When Wesley came around backstage, he found Blair was still there and that she was being drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend. A mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. "As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses." She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again. But life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. "We met when I was studying in England. Tonight we're going to meet and talk about my job offer," she told him honestly, holding back no information. "He or she?" Wesley asked again. "He, a boy called Orion. Don't worry. He's a good guy. His family just opened a company in Y City. You know, his mom treated me very well when I was in England. They made my staying there much easier." Blair flashed a smile. Wesley threw a glance at her. Then, without saying anything, he turned around and began to walk forward. This man was impossible to read. Blair was confused. She followed him and added, "I've sent my location to him. He's gonna come pick me up." "I didn't want to bother." Her voice trailed off as the man in front of her suddenly stopped walking. It was so spur of the moment that she almost collided with him head-on. He turned around and stared at the confused woman. "That's okay. I'll drive you there." "No, don't bother. You're going to be busy. I'll wait for Orion at the gate." She really didn't want to disturb him and stop him from working. From the day she had come to know him, he had been busy like a bee every day. The day they were having fun in Happy Valley was the only time that she had been able to stay with him all day long. Most of the time, she rarely saw him and could rarely manage to talk with him for a long time even though they lived in the same apartment. Wesley's face fell. "Do you trust him?" What kind of a question was that? Blair didn't realize Wesley's emotional change. But it was reasonable that he would be worried about her since it was already quite late. So she assured him, "Yes. He helped me a lot in England. We're good friends. Wesley, please don't worry. I'll try to be back inside the apartment before midnight." It won't take too long to talk about job, she thought. Pressing his lips into a thin line, Wesley remained silent and turned around to walk on. Blair noticed how Wesley walked on without saying a word. She sensed a brewing headache and wondered, is he seriously giving me the silent treatment? They reached a crossroad. If they went right, they would reach the parking lot. The other led to the front gate. Wesley stopped in his tracks, hesitating for a few seconds. He gestured to the path that would bring them to the entrance. "I'll walk you to the gate," he said. "Sure," Blair agreed as she let out a sigh of relief. He finally said something. On their way to the front gate, Blair phoned Adelson. "Uncle Adelson, I have something to do and I'm leaving now." "Yes, he's with me now." "Okay. Bye." Wesley escorted Blair on the way out. With him by her side, she got through the gate's heavy security without any difficulty. As soon as they got out of the base, a gust of cold wind hit her face. It was dark outside with only a few street lamps on. Blair jumped a few times to keep herself warm. She turned to Wesley and told him, "You can go back to your office. I'll just wait for Orion here. I won't go anywhere." He put a cigarette between his lips and took out the lighter from his pocket. "Keep your distance from me, please." Blair's lips twitched. Nonetheless, she took a few steps back and watched him light his cigarette. Are you a heavy smoker? She'd seen him smoke more than a few times before. He blew out a cloud of smoke opposite Blair's direction. He made sure his second-hand smoke would not reach the girl. Not really. He only smoked heavily whenever he was annoyed. Not really. Blair was not buying it. She tried her best not to nag, but she still ended up reminding him, "Don't smoke too much. It's bad for your health." Wesley turned to look at her. He was puzzled by the girl's sudden concern for him. Is she worried about me? The way Wesley was looking at her made Blair uneasy. She was trying to make out what was going on behind his eyes. A few seconds passed and Blair finally started speaking again. "Well, it was not my intention to meddle with your business," she said quietly. "I purely meant what I said. Smoking kills, you know." Wesley pulled his gaze away from Blair and huffed another puff. Blair sighed. She gave up trying to read Wesley's thoughts. Wesley seemed off to her. She just couldn't quite put her finger on it. Is it because of my poor singing? Is he disappointed in me? Did I let him down? But I don't think that's the case. The younger soldiers told me I sang well, she thought to herself. Blair kept moving around to keep herself warm. She tried jumping up and down and stomping her feet. Aside from Blair's minimal squirming, there was only silence. The quiet was instantly. Drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend, a mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses. She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again. But life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. "You should look around for a few options." "Look around you," he said. "Look around for a few options?" She stayed silent at Orion's suggestion. She didn't think she could easily replace Wesley with another man. Blair smiled at him. "Orion, I am happy with where I am currently," she said quietly. She was not Wesley's girlfriend, but she could take anything she was given. His company and his protection. She was satisfied with that. Orion's face was painted with disappointment. He grabbed a glass of liquor and chugged it. "As long as you're happy. Anyway, when will you start working in my company?" It was clear that Orion no longer wanted to continue talking about love. Blair caught on when he switched the topic back to work. "I originally planned on getting back to work after the spring festival, but since you're so busy and in need of more staff, I can start tomorrow or the day after." The spring festival was still a month from now. Blair had wanted to rest during that time, and then go job hunting after the festival. Orion nodded without hesitation. "That's great. I need your help. Get ready tomorrow and come to work from the day after." Okay. Blair agreed promptly. After accepting the job, Blair started socializing with everyone in the room. Soon it was 11:40, only 20 minutes until midnight. Everyone was still elated, ordering more and more drinks. It didn't look like they were planning to end the party soon. So she decided to bid everyone farewell. After all, she promised Wesley she would be home by midnight. Before she got the chance to leave, Orion took a bottle of red wine and was ready to pour another glass of wine for her. "Come on, Blair," he told her. "Stay a little bit longer. We rarely get the chance to hang out together. I'll just drive you home later." Blair was already through at least 5 glasses of red wine. She didn't want more, neither could she take any more, so she covered the glass with her hand to stop Orion from topping it off. There was another thing that concerned her. "You drunk quite a bit too. How are you going to drive me home now?" "Don't bother. I'll just get a cab." She didn't like bothering people. Or, a more apt sentence would be that it was troublesome when she had to return the favors. "Nah, it's no big deal. I have my driver. He'll drive us home." Orion insisted on helping her. Actually, he didn't want her to leave so soon. Blair continued to try and take her leave.
No.
"I have to get back home before midnight. You have work to do tomorrow and besides, We'll be colleagues from the day after that. There'll be plenty of chances for us to talk, right? Orion sighed and finally gave in, putting down the bottle of red wine.
Fine.
But I'll come with you. My driver and I will take you home first. Blair took her leave from the other guys and left with Orion. She wasn't that drunk and didn't want him to drive her, but he couldn't be persuaded otherwise. The trouble was, as soon as she walked out of the pub, a sudden gust of cold wind made her shiver and suddenly, she began to feel a little dizzy. The red wine's effects seemed to have been delayed on her. Back inside, she wasn't feeling drunk at all and easily gulped down a few more glasses. But now the alcohol was beginning to take over her. Her legs began to stumble. Seeing her red face, Orion wrapped his arms around her to support her and asked in a concerned tone, "Are you okay, Blair?" She waved her hand at him airily.
Yeah, I'm fine.
But looks like I really do need to go home now. Orion then called his driver to bring the car around while they waited in front of the pub. Before the driver could even get to the parking lot, a tall person got out of a car nearby and strode towards them. Before they knew, his big hand was gripping Blair's wrist. "I'm taking you home," he told Blair. Looking at the tall and strong man in front of them, Orion asked with a puzzled look on his face, "And who are you? How do you know her?" Blair raised her eyes and squinted. Her vision was becoming a little blurry. "Wesley? You came." As she said that in a pleasantly surprised tone, her body leaned itself towards the man, landing full support on him. A strong whiff of red wine filled his nose and his face darkened up. Without hesitation, he scooped the woman up in his arms. She was in no state to walk. Orion hastily stopped him from leaving. Hey, hang on. Put her down. Who are you? Why are you taking Blair away? How do you even know her?" Wesley cast a cold glance at the blonde foreigner standing in front of him and told him in flawless English, "I know her. That's enough. What's the problem?" Blair shook her head to sober up a little. It was getting harder for her to speak. "Orion, he's my friend. Don't worry. I'll go with him. You go, BAC. Really hard to deal with when she was drunk." He pulled out his phone, thinking that he would call Hartwell and ask Jocelyn to come over. Blair shot to her feet like lightning, ran to him faster than he had ever seen her move, and snatched his phone away. "Are you going to call Megan?" She confronted him as if a wife had found out about her husband's affair. "Do you want to ask her to keep you company tonight? Wesley, I know you don't like me, but you shouldn't hurt me like this." "Me hurt you?" Wesley sighed heavily. "You were going to call Megan, ask her to come over and make me the third wheel. How is that not hurting me? If you dare do that tonight, I'll jump out of here." Blair pointed towards the window. She was blatantly threatening him, even though the window had bars. Anyway, she allowed herself to be unreasonable under such circumstances. Wesley felt a little remorseful now. Why had he asked his men to track her GPS earlier? Things would have been so much easier if he hadn't. But there was no use crying over spilt milk. Still, why did he go to pick her up from the pub? If he hadn't gone there, the foreigner might have been the one being tortured by the drunk Blair now. She would have been hugging that foreigner and sharing a bed with him. But wait, he didn't like it when he pictured the scene in his mind. Damn, what did he want? In the end, he silently walked towards the bathroom to wash his face. Seemed like the easiest path. Taking advantage of this chance, Blair lay down on the bed with his phone in her hands. She wanted to check on him. His phone had been unlocked. She slid her fingers on the screen and tapped on his WeChat. However, the topmost chat had caught her attention. The last person he had texted was Megan. Now she was drunk. But just a little bit. She just felt a little dizzy, and in any case she was the boss tonight. So ignoring all kinds of manners and politeness, she tapped on the name she hated and scrolled through the chat logs. Against all etiquettes, Blair kept nosing around and saw that Megan had sent a bit too many WeChat messages to Wesley while they were still at the army base. She had even told him that someone had been following her the whole evening. A later message said that she was scared and wanted him to keep her company. In response, Wesley had told her that he was busy right now, But he would ask her bodyguard about it, and also he was going to visit her tomorrow. Megan, of course, did not seem happy with that. But instead of acting it out, she had tried sadness as a weapon. She had sent him a crying face emoji and complained that he didn't care for her anymore, just like Carlos. Wesley had denied the claim. But Megan had kept sending him messages even after that. What was worse, he had been very patient and replied to every message she had sent. Megan had also asked Wesley why he hadn't answered her phone call, and he had told her that it was not a convenient time to talk. To be honest, most of the time he had been trying to avoid her. When Wesley finally walked out of the bathroom, he saw that Blair was playing with his phone. He didn't seem to mind at all and asked casually, "Are you sleepy?" He was hoping that she was too sleepy to mess with him any further. Wishful thinking. "Wesley, I'm checking on your chat with Megan," Blair said in a matter-of-fact tone while scrolling through the chat log. "You know? Anyone who sees this will think these are the conversations of a couple. She even played cute and sweet. Damn. I've never played cute and sweet in front of him," she thought angrily. Wesley walked towards her dressing table and picked up a facial mask without seeming to be angry, or in fact anything. "Is it possible for you to leave her alone? Will you even choose her over your future girlfriend?" she asked. In response, the man threw the facial mask back onto the dressing table and then stood beside her bed, reaching out his hand towards her. Obviously, he wanted his phone back. Blair bit her lower lip, locked his phone and gave it back to him. He put the phone back into his pocket and told her, "It's late. You should get some sleep." Then he turned around and made his way towards the door without looking back. "Wait. Are you mad at me because I saw the chat log?" Blair called out behind him. "Humph. He always defends the bitch," she thought. "No," Wesley replied shortly without even turning his head. And it was true. There was no secret he shared with Megan that needed to be kept hidden from Blair. Blair, however, had her own ideas. She fell down prone on the bed and pretended to sob. "Fine. Go away. Leave me alone. Do not come back to me ever again." Wesley felt completely helpless now. "It's late. You need to sleep." Blair seemed to be in no mood to give El mask into the trash can. It had only been allowed to stay on her face for 3 minutes and then torn off. Wesley shrugged nonchalantly. He then sat back on the bed and told her, "Okay. In that case, I think I'll let it stay on my face a little longer." That really brought her spirits down. Nevertheless, she didn't want to throw a tantrum just because of this event. After all, it was her who had started the lame joke. "Fine. I'll go wash my face. Just stay here and wait for me." When she came back, Wesley saw that she did not seem so drunk anymore. So he got out of her bed and picked up his pillow and quilt. He was hoping she would let him leave. "Sleep now," he simply said. "What? You are not staying. You sobered up, so I'm leaving." "No, I didn't. I'm still drunk." Blair blinked her eyes. "My head is spinning. What if I pass out when I go to the bathroom?" Wesley pursed his lips and climbed onto her bed once again. It really was a roller coaster ride tonight. After a while, Blair thought that Wesley was finally asleep, so she rested her head on his arm and put her leg on his, dozing off pretty soon afterwards. But once more, just like last time when they had slept in the same bed, Wesley was unable to fall asleep. He had to take cold showers from time to time to cool himself down. If she ever found out about this, she would not do it again. But she didn't know and seemed to be having a good night's sleep with his company. On the third day, Blair started working in Orion's company. Just like in the Jean Group, she was once again given the position of head of the translation department. Everything seemed to be okay here, though Blair thought that Orion was paying her a bit too much attention. Oh well, never mind. The salary was great. Time went by fast. One day, when Wesley reached the apartment, he got a call from Niles. "Bro, I saw this bomb-ass watch, but it's way out of my price range. Buy it for me." Niles asked Wesley. He hadn't started working yet, and when he wanted to buy something that he could not afford, he would ask Wesley for money instead of his parents. Wesley started to agree, but when he looked around the apartment, he decided otherwise. In the past, he didn't have much use for the money he made. But now he needed to buy things for Blair. He sat on the sofa and said casually, "Sorry, I don't have it. Why don't you hit up Dad? I did that the other day. It's too soon. Wesley, please. It's just $300K, Niles pleaded. I told you, what part of I don't have it don't you understand? What's wrong with him? He used to buy me stuff all the time. Why turn me down now? Niles was puzzled. If you don't have it, what did you spend it on? He asked. I need to get an apartment. Wesley was telling the truth. What? You sold your room in the Hillside Apartments? You want to buy another one? Yeah, I did. I'm planning on a longer stay, and the Hillside Apartments aren't as close as I like. I heard you also sold one of your apartments in a country. You still don't have enough. Niles was getting more confused by the minute. He's unloaded 2 apartments and he still comes up short? Just how much is the new one he's looking at? He thought. Nope. But you have a savings account. The last slender thread of Wesley's patience snapped. No money. Get lost, he spat. Then he hung up on his brother, not wanting to hear a reply. What did I do wrong? Why's he so mad at me? Niles was shocked. His hope of buying the watch crumbled to dust. I really want it. How can I afford it? Maybe sell my apartment?
No.
The housing prices aren't that good right now. It's a buyer's market, and I want my money's worth. It was the end of the year and luckily, Wesley was able to take a few days off. He could go back to a country. Blair didn't think it was a problem. Even when Wesley was here in Y City, she couldn't see him very often. Not even once a week. But, drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend, a mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses. She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again. But life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. Woman flushed at Blair's words, and adopted an angry tone to cover up her embarrassment. Wow, you're a piece of work. Wesley doesn't like you. Can't you see that? Don't bother him again. He's busy. He doesn't have time for girls like you. Of course, Blair knew Wesley didn't love her. But it hadn't come up in so long she'd forgotten. But now this woman clearly told her Wesley didn't love her. She had to wake up from her sweetest dreams. Are you implying that you are the love of his life? Blair asked in a low voice. I'm not implying anything. I'm telling you. Wesley and I grew up together, went to military school together and graduated together. We are going to be engaged soon. Romantic, huh? This hurt Blair worse than she had first thought, her face pale as a ghost. Then who does he really want, you or Megan? She pried. Huh? You know Megan? He wants me. Megan went to New York to celebrate the new year. She doesn't stand a chance. You don't either. Time to go. Wesley and I have a date. Don't call him again. Otherwise, I'll put a bullet in your head. I'm a crack shot, bitch. Then the video call disconnected. Blair's heart broke as well. In a country, Wesley was helping his grandpa plant a flower, hands covered with mud. Garnet Jong came over and said cheerfully, Hey, let's grab a bite to eat. I've been drooling just thinking about that restaurant. Without raising his head, Wesley answered, 3 more minutes. You greedy pig, Keith said with a smile. I haven't had a decent snack since basic training, Garnet said with a cute smile, helping Wesley arrange the flower pots. Keith nodded. Wesley will take you out to grab some snacks. You free tomorrow?
No.
Mom and I will be visiting relatives, Garnet complained with a pout. She didn't want to go along, and just wanted to hang out with Wesley. Oh, I see. I just wanted you to meet someone. Since you're busy tomorrow, maybe next time. Blair's plane was due in tomorrow, and Keith thought that maybe she and Garnet could be good friends. Garnet was confused. What? Who? Boy or girl? A girl. Tell you more about her when you have time. Keith and Wesley looked at each other and then looked away. Wesley wondered what was on his grandpa's mind. Why did he want to introduce Blair to Garnet? All right. Garnet didn't devote much of her attention to it, and went back to what she was doing. She lined up all the flower pots precisely, spacing them evenly. Wesley finished up his part there too. While Wesley was washing his hands, Garnet swept the soil off the walk and smoothed it down around the flower beds before saying goodbye to Keith. Keith looked at her retreating figure with an amiable smile. Wesley led Garnet to his car and they both climbed in. He gave her a ride, driving downtown as the Lee family's house faded into the distance. Wesley, any news on my transfer? Garnet asked with a hopeful expression. She wanted to stay by his side. After some deliberation, Wesley answered, "There is a chance. Just wait a while, okay?" Garnet was elated when she heard a positive answer from him. Great. Keep that in mind. They went to a snack bar and Garnet bought the perfect winter dish, a bowl of Odin. She savored the smell, taking a huge whiff of it and just holding it there, closing her eyes. The smells filled her nostrils, the light soy-flavored dashi broth, the boiled eggs, radish, fish cakes, konnyaku and beef. She dipped her chopsticks in, pulled out a piece of fish cake and popped it in her mouth. The Odin reminded Wesley of Blair. She liked it too. He grabbed a cup of instant noodles and went to the hot water dispenser to fill it with steaming liquid. He used the chopsticks to mix it all up. "How does it taste?" he asked Garnet. She was shoveling it in. Drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend, a mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. "As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses." She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again. But life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. Oh, she would defuse an argument by running away from it. Now that he knew what was wrong, he hung up on Garnet. Since Blair wasn't taking his calls, he called Hartwell instead. Hartwell had just gotten home and didn't know about this. Wesley. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Hartwell. You didn't call just to wish me a Happy New Year, did you? Hartwell said with a laugh. I'm looking for Blair. Know where she is. Blair? She was at the family reunion dinner on New Year's Eve. I haven't seen her after that. Anything wrong? It's nothing. Sorry to take up your time. Bye, Hartwell. Hartwell looked at his phone in confusion. What happened between them? The next moment he saw his wife and forgot about this. Jocelyn was quite pregnant, and this was obvious to everyone. She'd gained some weight on top of that. She walked down the stairs to greet her husband. Honey, she called out cheerfully. Hartwell pulled her into his arms and planted a kiss on her forehead as if their housemaid weren't there. Sorry I'm home late. Feeling okay? I'm feeling great. Don't worry. Jocelyn knew her husband was super busy, so she never bothered him with trivial matters. At Eastern Coastal Apartments, Blair watched as her phone rang again and again. She was fighting the urge to answer it. She couldn't help but think of the woman on Wesley's phone. He didn't like to let others use his stuff. Apparently, the woman was close to him. What was more, the woman threatened her. So is it true? She wondered. Are they getting engaged? Even if it isn't true, she's still close to him. Blair stared at her phone for the 100th time today. It sat on the desk not far away, while she idly doodled on her notebook. She was in no mood to work. The meteorologists say snow is on the way. I wonder if it's snowing already. She stood up, walked toward the window and opened it. A gust of cold wind blew in, threatening to freeze her into an icy stump sticking out of the permafrost. It was snowing. Outside, a bitter east wind was accompanied by flurries of snow. It was the New Year holiday and pedestrians and cars were out in force. The moment the snowflakes landed on the ground, they melted. So at least the snow wasn't sticking. Blair boiled some frozen dumplings for supper. After that, she cleared the table and washed the dishes, drying them and putting them all away nicely. Gu, I'm bored. I need something to kill time. Maybe it's time to bundle up and read. She figured that was better than going out in the streets and turning into a snowman. So she did just that, thumbing through Imo Yan's The Garlic Ballads until she found her place. Eventually, boredom gave way to sleepiness, and she drifted off. At almost midnight, someone opened her bedroom door, which jarred her awake. Freaked out, she sat up in bed and her hand shot to the switch on the bedside lamp. In the dim light, she saw Wesley standing at the door, staring at her with his usual deadpan face. She rubbed her eyes, wondering if this was all a dream. It took her a couple of minutes to realize that it wasn't. He was here. Wesley heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Blair safe and sound. The puzzled expression on her face made him want to pull her into his arms and kiss her on the lips. But he couldn't, they weren't a couple. Yet. I thought you were in a country visiting your family, Blair said. Her heart pounded faster with each word she spat. I came here to pick you up. Pick me up. Blair's jaw dropped. I didn't say I wasn't going. I'll be out there in 3 days. Despite the cold winter, the bedroom was quite warm. The investment in central air paid off. Wesley was too hot and undid 3 buttons on his shirt. Thought you were flying out tomorrow. I changed my mind. He walked up to the bedside and demanded in a cold tone. Pack your stuff and come with me now, or we go in the morning. Now? How? I'll drive. He had driven all the way here. Blair couldn't belie. Ing the articles away, letting them fall where they might. He then grabbed her hand and led it to his member. The head tingled unbearably. It was hot and swollen. As he moaned, her name escaped his lips. Blair. When Blair dried her hair and laid in bed, it was already almost 1:20 a.m. She raised her sore arm and covered her hot cheek. Her face was as red as a tomato. Wow. How long did it take? 30 minutes, maybe more. I never knew it would take so long. Next time she saw Niles, she would tell him that his brother was not bad in bed. On the contrary, he was amazing. She made up her mind that she wasn't going to make fun of him like that. If she did, she risked him doing it again. At 6:55 a.m., Blair carried her small suitcase into the living room. Wesley had already made breakfast. As there were few restaurants opening during the New Year's holiday, he made a simple breakfast, boiled eggs, milk, and sandwiches. The moment Blair saw him, she remembered his hard member. She lowered her head to look at her hand, her face burning hot. Wesley didn't notice a thing. While peeling an egg, he said casually, "Come and have breakfast." He acted like he usually did, as if nothing happened. Blair put her suitcase aside, took off her woolen hat, washed her hands and sat down at the table. While eating, she played on her phone to hide her embarrassment. When Wesley lowered his head, she took the chance to take a quick glance at him. He doesn't look embarrassed at all. Well, I wonder if this happens to him every day. Eat your breakfast, he commanded. He finished his breakfast quickly. Seeing that Wesley had already finished his breakfast, Blair decided that she shouldn't make him late. She swallowed the egg inside her mouth hurriedly after a few furious chews, and slid her phone back into her pocket. We don't want to be late. I can bring the sandwich with me and eat it in the car, she told him. But the man stopped her. You may get sick if you try to eat in the car. The road is a bit bumpy. Just take your time and finish your breakfast at leisure. We're in no hurry. He brought his plate with him into the kitchen. All right. If that was the case, then why worry? Blair began to eat her sandwich at an easy pace. To her surprise, it tasted good despite the fact that Wesley was not known to be a good chef. He couldn't even chop vegetables or salads properly. After the breakfast, Wesley grabbed her suitcase in his hand and they left the apartment together. What worried her was that she was dressed for the weather while Wesley was not. She was wearing a pink down coat, a white woolen hat that was complemented with a bit of fur at its ends, and a white scarf. Wesley, however, was wearing only a simple shirt and a coat matching his pants. Although he looked quite handsome in this dress compared to some people who became plump and awkward after putting on too much, he still would have been cold in that. The coat wasn't nearly enough. Blair was getting the feeling that they were living in completely different seasons. When they entered the elevator, she couldn't help it anymore and asked with concern, "Aren't you cold?" "No," he replied shortly and cast a casual glance at her, who was cumbersomely dressed in lots and lots of clothes and looking like a cuddly bear. "There is heating in the car." As you wish." Blair shrugged. Maybe he really didn't get cold. She already knew there was heating in the car. What car wouldn't have a heater in it? But there was no heating on the way to the underground car park, and it was chilly outside. Blair continued to play with her phone after getting into Wesley's car. Before long, they left the city behind them and the car rumbled onto the expressway, breaking out of the bounds of city speed limits. She looked out the window, lost deep in thought. Today, she was going to his home to visit his family, but not as his girlfriend. Is it possible that I'll go to visit his family as his girlfriend one day? She sighed inwardly. Are you sleepy? Blair suddenly asked, stealing a glance at him.
No.
You get some sleep if you want, Wesley answered with his attention still focused on the road. He knew that she must be sleepy. She slept late last night and got up early this morning. Okay, but if you do get sleepy, just wake me up. I can drive, she offered. A petite girl like her drives my Jeep?
Hell no.
Wesley was not sleepy at all, and after hearing her proposal, he became even sober. There was no way he was letting such a heavy-duty vehicle into her hands. Don't worry. I never drive when I'm tired. Okay. Blair really was sleepy since she hadn't slept well because of what had happened last night. Plus they were on a freeway in the ROA. Be peeled, which meant cherries and blueberries in her opinion were the best. Her remark had been laid out in kindness, but she had blissfully made the mistake of not thinking that maybe Blair had different preferences than her. Niles cast a burning glance towards Wesley. They weren't for Blair, were they? You wanted them. Wesley didn't deny the accusation and leisurely picked up a mangosteen. Cecilia, on seeing that the girl in front of her wasn't reacting, reached out and put a few blueberries in Blair's hand, urging her to try some. The latter sadly looked at the mangosteen in Wesley's hand, drooling. She liked mangosteens a lot. And the grapes looked inviting too. It was only Baldwin who noticed that and was amused. He stood up and slid the bowl that Niles had brought in front of Blair. Blair, don't listen to them. You can eat whatever you like. Only then did Cecilia realize what she had said was not proper. No. Blair, don't get me wrong. I just thought you might not want to peel the grapes and mangosteens, she explained hurriedly in a flustered tone. Blair gave her a reassuring smile. Aunt Cecilia, I knew what you meant. Wesley placed the mangosteen that he had already peeled in front of Blair. Then he decided that he would help her settle in, and took her suitcase upstairs, leaving her in the living room with his family. By the time they were done with supper, it was still quite early. Cecilia suggested that Blair and Wesley go take a walk. Niles wanted to hang around with the two, but Keith made up an excuse, saying that he was not feeling well and the poor man was forced to stay. To be honest, the old man was feeling chipper than ever but wanted to create more chances for Blair and Wesley to bond. They all liked the girl. Instead of taking a walk, the two got in his car and Wesley drove off. Are you full? He asked.
I'm stuffed, Blair responded.
The Lee family members had all been very kind to her, to the point that they had stuffed her beyond her limit. Cecilia had placed some food onto Blair's plate even after she was full. Wesley said nothing more. After a moment of thought, Blair said seriously, How about I stay at a hotel tonight? There's one not far from where you're living. It would be improper to stay at the Lee family's villa, especially given what happened between her and Wesley. No need for that. We have tons of space. But I hate bugging you. I'm not Wesley's girlfriend. It's pretty embarrassing to stay with him, she thought. Don't think like that. My family loves you. They love having you around. Please, stay, Wesley said earnestly. He could tell that his grandpa was more than thrilled because Blair was there. There was a spring in the old man's step and a light in his eyes. He wanted his grandpa to be happy. More importantly, he wanted to spend more time with her. Rather than argue any further, Blair gave in. All right then. Hey, where are we going? It was freezing outside, and Wesley knew that she was not used to the cold. He planned to take her to a mall. Let's go shopping. Okay. Actually, as long as she was by his side, she was fine wherever Wesley wanted to go. He stopped at a red light, looked out the window and said, My alma mater. Huh. Blair followed his gaze and saw a school. F City No. 1 primary school. The school gates were closed, and there was only one old guy on duty in the reception office. Wesley started the engine, so Blair looked away. You haven't been there in a long time, huh? She asked. Yeah, more than 10 years. He hadn't been there since he had graduated from primary school. Which junior middle school did you go to? He chuckled. No. 1 junior middle school. Just down the road a ways. What about senior middle school? The same middle school. I skipped 2 grades, and when I was 15, I attended the University of National Defense in G City. After graduation, Wesley had a pretty nice rank in the Army. Not high, but definitely higher than most recruits. That was why he was now much younger than his colleagues of the same rank. Did she go to the same schools? Blair suddenly asked. Who? Wesley was puzzled. That girl with short hair. I tried to video chat with you yesterday, but she answered. Her uniform. Seriously? Why does he have to ruin my holiday like this? She thought. He let go of her and stepped backwards. I don't want Mom and Grandpa to be unhappy. I see. She was still smiling, hiding her emotion deep inside. She was already used to Wesley turning her down. It was not the first time he had done this. Fine. Since you fucked up my holiday, you can't have a good holiday either. I have lots of ways to make you mad, she thought angrily. Wesley felt something was not right judging from her expression. Penny for your thoughts? He pried. Mind your own business. She adjusted her hat. You can just wait here or look around. I'll go shopping myself. When I'm done, I'll come back here and we'll go back to your house. Sounds like your family will be upset if we don't. Wesley sighed helplessly. You don't know this city. Blair rolled her eyes at him. Okay. And I brought you here. I need to take care of you, he insisted. No need for that, Colonel Lee. I'm not a little girl. And I have my phone. If I really get lost, I can use Google Maps. He cocked an eyebrow. Blair put her hands inside her pockets and walked towards the elevator. Wesley followed after her. But she turned around and yelled, Hey! Don't follow me. Otherwise, I'll call the police and tell them I have a stalker. Wesley stood there, open-mouthed, silent. Seeing his sullen face, Blair felt better. She turned around and kept walking. Blair didn't hear Wesley coming up behind her. She rolled her eyes and decided to say something to make him jealous. She turned around and asked the man leaning against his car. By the way, there's a guy I'm talking to on WeChat. He lives around here. He's good at Taekwondo, so he can definitely protect me. Don't worry about me. Wesley, who was about to light a cigarette, decided to call her bluff with a barrage of questions. What's his name? Where does he live? How old is he? What does he do? How did you two know each other? Why date him? Did he ask you out? He knew you were in a country. There were so many questions that Blair only remembered some of them. He's 31, a Taekwondo coach. We met at a party and started talking. He asked me to look him up when I was in town. I'm texting him that I'm here. I'm sure he'll ask me out. After saying that, she took out her phone. Turning around, she walked to the elevator without looking at Wesley's face. She opened the WeChat and clicked a dialog box. She wrote, Hey, you up? The reply came soon. Yeah. Free now, bless. Blair typed, I'm in your town, actually. Want to get a cup of coffee? She was about to click the send button. Before she could do so, her phone was snatched away. Giggling in her heart, she pretended to yell. Help! Thief! Wesley was stunned into silence by her reaction. Some people in the car park looked at them to figure out what the commotion was. Blair immediately waved her hand and cried. He robbed me. Enigmatic. Wesley quickly covered her mouth. With a deadpan face, he told the others apologetically. Sorry guys. She's my friend. She's mad at me so. Seeing Wesley's military uniform, the onlookers immediately believed what he said. One of them even looked at Blair with an amused smile saying, That looks like a fun game. I'll have to try it sometime. Maybe my wife would be into it. Blair's jaw dropped. She didn't know how to retort. Wesley deleted what she had typed and typed a different message to the guy she was trying to me.
Ut for å bite.
Or I'll tell your mom you bullied me and disobeyed her. Wesley pulled her into his arms, lowered his head and looked at her red eyes. What am I going to do with you? If I weren't a soldier, I'd marry you and ground you. You wouldn't be able to talk to a soul. Blair knew what he meant and offered. Marry me and ground me now. You can come home to a good meal and some sexy time. Then we'll have a baby. Our baby and I will stay at home and wait for you. Sounds good, huh? Yes. The scene Blair described was attractive. He had to admit that it melted his heart and turned him on all at the same time. But soon he realized that he was a soldier. He was in danger every single day. He could die without warning. He couldn't let her go through that. Blair could sense that his mood changed suddenly. She pretended to cough. Ahem. Let go of me. You trying to strangle me. When he heard that, Wesley immediately let her go. Get your act together, he warned. I cried for such a long time I think I turned 30, Blair complained, pouting her lips. Wesley sighed helplessly and asked, What do you want to drink? Are you going to buy me whatever I want? Of course. An ice Coke. He wanted to argue it was winter, but he also promised that he would buy her whatever she wanted to drink. You can only take a sip, he finally said. 1 glass, nothing less or more. Blair insisted, haggling the amount with him. Then forget it, Wesley declared in a final tone. Come on. Look, it would only be wasting the drink if I took just a single sip from an entire glass, she argued stubbornly as they walked out of the parking lot, haggling over the amount like a needy child. As they came out of the warm building, the cold air blew on their faces and Blair felt a chill. She clutched her clothes tighter and moved closer to him. Wesley noticed her movement and could see her shiver too. He grabbed her hand to keep it warm. I'll drink the rest of it, he promised, still in no mood to budge. You're taking the fun out of it. Forget it. I don't want to drink it anymore, she complained. Okay was all he said. He didn't try to convince her otherwise anymore. Blair felt tricked now. Was this what he had wanted all along? In any case, Wesley took her to a beverage bar and ordered a cup of milk tea for her. When she was served the warm cup of tea, she held it in her hands and asked before taking a sip, Does this taste good? She had no idea about it because she scarcely drank it. Her usual preference was fruit tea. Wesley himself had no idea about the taste, and he merely shook his head. I don't know. Then why did you buy this for me? Blair rolled her eyes. I just heard that girls like it, came an honest reply. Wesley was wondering if she would be any happier if he also bought her some Odin. Thinking that it might be worth a shot, he decided to go ahead anyway. As Blair sucked the pearls greedily through the straw, Wesley took her to a snack bar selling Odin. Want some? He asked her, deciding that it would be better if he asked her first. Blair rubbed her belly, whose fully occupied volume could be seen from a certain angle. Yeah, all right. But just a little. I'm still quite full. Okay, he responded simply. Blair picked out a few snacks and checked them out. After that, they continued to wander on the streets. Wesley was holding her tea for her while she ate her Odin. How did you come to know about this place? She asked. I came here with Garnet yesterday, came another short and honest response. Blair's hand was midway to her mouth and stopped in the air when she heard that. You brought her here too? Yes. You bought milk tea for her too?
No.
The line was too long. I didn't have the time to wait. So, would you have bought it for her if you hadn't been in a rush? She stopped to look at him. Yes, he replied bluntly. Listen to him. He is so arg. Blair ran out of words she could use to describe him. He really knew little about girls. She was pissed at him now. But he wouldn't understand things through anger. She would have to explain like a primary school teacher. Wesley, she began after taking a moment to calm herself down.
Wo.
Boyfriend, and went into a corner to wait for her, still holding her milk tea in one hand. After she walked out of the ladies' room 2 minutes later, Blair began dragging him towards the men's section of one of the stores. Can you switch your razor for a new one? She asked. It'll be wasteful. The one Megan had bought him was still new and working perfectly. You can give it to one of your colleagues, Blair suggested. This way both she and his colleague would be happy. The perfect solution involving 3 people but no Megan. Blair found herself brilliant. Maybe Wesley also thought that it was a good idea because he nodded and agreed. Okay. Blair happily picked out an electric razor for him. After paying for it, she put the receipt into her pocket and declared, I'll still owe you $300,000. When I've earned enough money, I'll pay you back. You. Wesley wanted to tell her that she really didn't have to pay him back, but then he remembered how stubborn and adamant she had been about it, so he agreed. Okay, take your time. I'll pay you as soon as possible. Blair was aware of the fact that Wesley always worked hard. His money was hard-earned and well-deserved. That was why she had been so insistent on paying him back. Wesley didn't respond to that promise. Does she really have to draw a line between what's hers and what's mine? He thought. As they passed by a watch store, Blair thought of Niles. She hadn't bought anything for him. I want to buy a watch for Niles. I lived in his apartment for a long time but never paid the rent. I feel bad about it. Don't. He doesn't need a watch. Wesley was rather quick to respond this time. But he always wears one after work. He has too many watches already. Even if you bought him a new one, he probably would never wear it. It would be a waste of money. So don't bother. With that, he took her hand and dragged her out of the men's section. Then what should I get Niles? Blair asked. Nothing, answered Wesley. Wesley, that's a little rude, don't you think? Giving him rent money would seem a little off. I honestly think I should at least give him a gift. Blair planned on buying Niles a gift while they were picking out gifts for Wesley's parents and his grandfather, but he was very much against it. He was still very insistent Blair should buy nothing for his brother. I was the one who let you live in his apartment. If there's anyone you need to pay, it's me. You've already gotten me a razor, so we're even now. Stop worrying about Niles, will you? He doesn't need anything. You taking over his apartment is none of his business, Wesley said sternly. That doesn't even make any sense. Blair thought. She knew well enough there was no winning this argument, so she just dropped it. She and Wesley then went to the cinema and saw a New Year's movie. Blair was still thinking about the movie as they were leaving the theater. She was so into it, and was pretty upset about how the movie ended. I just wish the male lead didn't die. The female lead would have left the city for the countryside, and they could still have lived happily ever after. I beg to disagree. Living together is different from dating. Soon enough they'll grow tired of each other. If they're not the perfect cut for each other, they soon will have to end things between them, Wesley replied. That took her by surprise. Who would have thought that remark came from someone who had never been in a relationship and loathed women? She mused. Wesley's family had gone to their respective bedrooms by the time he and Blair got home. The lights in the living room were left on for them. Wesley took Blair upstairs. This one, and that one are all available. You can choose whichever room you want, he said as he pointed at the rooms. Which one is yours? She asked. He jutted his chin to indicate where his bedroom was. I'll stay in the room next to yours, Blair decided. The room next to mine is the storage room, he said. He wasn't home most of the time, so he chose to stay in a quiet room, somewhere far from the stairs. Oh, okay. Then I choose this one. She picked another room. She chose the one next to Niles. Wesley pushed the door open and turned the lights on for her. Go brush your teeth and wash your face. I'll prepare the bed for you, he said. That room was the one Cecilia hoped Blair would stay in. Fresh bed sheets were already placed inside the closet. The only thing she needed to do was to make the bed. Ugged on his arm a little too hard and lost her balance. She dropped prone on the bed and hit Niall's elbow. He was so worried he would lose his winning streak and was about to shove Blair away when they heard the door open. Wesley stood in the doorway with a grim look on his face. He was looking sternly at the two on the bed, Niall's on his back and Blair on her stomach. Niall's arm was still under her. When Niles heard the door open, he had to lean closer towards Blair to see who it was. Needless to say, they were caught in a compromising position. That was not at all helping them, especially Niles. "What are you two doing?" Wesley asked coldly. Blair firmly shook her head. She wanted to explain it was all a big misunderstanding, but she was so scared her words failed her. Niles, on the other hand, was on a different page. He tossed his phone aside and reached for Blair's arm. He then proceeded to ask her tenderly, "Love, are you all right? Were you hurt?" Blair's eyes widened in confusion. "Why on earth is he calling me Love?" Wesley hastily made his way to the bed and grabbed Niles by the collar and off the bed. He was fuming. "What the hell are you doing here? It's the middle of the night," he growled. "Wesley, listen to me. It's all just a misunderstanding. It's not what it looks like," Niles tried to explain. Diagonally opposite Blair's room was Wesley's parents' room. Wesley left the door behind him wide open. All the commotion caused by the trio caused the older couple to wake up. When Cecilia turned the lights on to check what was happening, the sight of her older son holding his younger brother by the collar welcomed her. "Somebody explain to me what is going on," she said wide-eyed. Baldwin followed Cecilia and walked out of the bedroom as well. But he didn't enter Blair's bedroom. Instead, he just stood at the door. Spotting Cecilia, Blair got off the bed quickly and stood respectfully. "It's nothing, Aunt Cecilia. Niles and I were just talking," she explained. "Mom, help. My brother's trying to strangle me. Just because I talked to Blair," Niles cried, his face red from not being able to breathe. Cecilia rushed over to stop Wesley. "What are you doing? Let go of your brother." But Wesley decided to disobey. "He's sleeping in my room tonight," he declared coldly. "Huh? What? No." Niles howled desperately. "Niles has his own bedroom. He can sleep there," Cecilia said, shooting Wesley an odd look. Thinking of what Niles did, Wesley wanted to use him for target practice. "I need to watch him like a hawk. If I don't, he'll climb onto Blair's bed again." Baldwin and Cecilia were shocked to hear that. "Blair, help me. Tell him nothing happened. I was just playing with my phone on your bed," Niles pleaded. Blair nodded. The key point she wanted to stress was, "Nothing happened between us." But all Cecilia heard was, "Niles was on Blair's bed." Flaring up, she slapped Niles' arm and snarled, "Why were you on Blair's bed? Your own room too small." "No, Mom, we were just talking," Niles explained, gasping for air. Wesley was tired of listening to him. He hauled him out of Blair's room by the collar. "Wait. My phone. It's still on Blair's bed," Niles shouted as he was dragged out. "On Blair's bed." That didn't go over well. His parents rolled their eyes at him. They both were pushing for Blair to be Wesley's girlfriend. They didn't want anything going wrong. What Niles did was inappropriate, so they wouldn't stand in Wesley's way. Niles' screams reverberated across the hallway. "Come on, man, you're my brother. Cut it out. She's not even my type. You know I like thin chick." Before Wesley finally let him off. But Niles never learned his lesson. Wesley released him and was going to march him into the bathroom, but the younger brother spoke again. "You're always beating me up. How about you let up and I'll teach you how to chase girls? Come on. Don't stare at me like that. I can help you net Blair." What's with the fist?" "Ah!" The older brother landed a punch on Niles' jaw. But Wesley wasn't done. He raised his fist to hit him again. To save his life, Niles threatened, "If you hit me again, I'll send this video to Blair." He lifted his phone to show Wesley what he was talking about, but Wesley ignored him. He continued raining blows on him, this time on his back. Niles clicked on the video and shoved his phone close to Wesley's face. The video he was playing made Wesley stop. It was set in a hospital ward. Blair lay in the hospital bed unconscious. The soldier sat by the bed, stroking her hand. Seeing the video, Wesley snatched Niles' phone away from him and bellowed, "How could you record this, you creep?" Niles cringed into a corner as Wesley deleted the video. "I have another copy. Unless you beat me to death tonight, I'll send this to Blair even if I have to use my last breath. I'll let her know what a hypocrite my big brother is." Humph.